Gillette presents the World Series. Today we bring you the second game between the New York Yankees and the St. Louis Cardinals from Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. This is a feature of the Gillette Safety Razor Company's Cavalcade of Sports, which includes the Kentucky Derby, the football bowl games New Year's Day, all major boxing bouts, and other Bannerline events right around the sports calendar. And this is Red Barber speaking over the Mutual Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and their affiliates, plus shortwave outlets WGEO and WGEA, Schenectady, KGEI, San Francisco, which carry this presentation to our armed forces throughout the world. At this moment at Sportsman's Park, the Yankees are finishing their preliminary infield workout. The Cardinals have already taken theirs and retired to their clubhouses. And it is now a matter of definite starting record that it will be Bonham and Beasley, two right-handers, going this afternoon in this second game. First game, as you know, was won yesterday by the Yankees and defending world champions 7-4. Bonham has won 21 games in the regular season this year, and he has been quite a key man for the Yankees. As you recall, in last year's World Series, he pitched and won the deciding game, the crusher, the clincher. And this year, in early May, in beating Cleveland, he pitched the Yankees into first place, and they never afterwards relinquished it. And then it became Bonham's fate to pitch the deciding game, which gave the Yankees the pennant later on last month. And Beasley was in the position of possibly being the clincher for the Cardinals this year. This is his rookie campaign. This is indeed a signal honor for him to start this second game. And Beasley was to have been honored, as he was, although it would have been much more important if the Cardinals had lost their first game of the doubleheader Sunday, the last Sunday of the pennant race, because a lot of people thought, well, if that had happened, that naturally Cooper would go in to try and absolutely put the clincher on and prevent a tie. However, Southworth had made up his mind that had his ball club lost the first game to the Cubs Sunday, nevertheless, it would have still been young Beasley. So I say that just to let you know what the Cardinal skipper thinks about this young rookie right-hander who won 21 this last year. So it will be Beasley, that is definite. And the two teams are going otherwise just as they played yesterday. In fact, Beasley is now beginning to warm up, and the same is true for Bonham. For the Yankees, Rizzuto leads off at short. Rolfe follows at third. I'll go down these rather quickly, and Mel Allen will check them for you at the start of the ball game. Cullenbine in right, DiMaggio in center hitting fourth, then Keller in left, Joe Gordon at second, Dickey catching, Hassett at first, and Bonham the starter. And for the Cardinals, Jimmy Brown at second base, Captain Terry Moore in center, Slaughter in right, Stan Musial in left, Walker Cooper catching, Johnny Hopp at first, George Karowski at third, Slats Marion at short, and Beasley the starting pitcher. The umpires will be Summers of the American League back of the plate, Bob the National first, Hubbard of the American at second, and Major Kurth of the National at third. And ladies and gentlemen, it is a distinct pleasure and privilege to have with us here for a couple of moments a surprise visitor. Hank Greenberg, Lieutenant Greenberg of the United States Army. Hank, how are you?
Oh, I'm swell, Red, and it sure is great to be up here.
Well, it's great to see you, and congratulations from not only the baseball world, but from our entire country on your starting as a private and working your way up to second lieutenant.
Thank you, Red.
Well, Hank, is it military secret where you're stationed now?
No, it isn't, Red. I'm at Fort Worth, Texas, Flying Training Command, under the command of Major General Yount.
And, Hank, have you been seeing much baseball lately?
I haven't seen a game since that last one I played in May 7th, 1941. This is the first Major League game I've seen since I've left.
Well, is that right? Well, Hank, I imagine as you sit here in your Army uniform and look down and see the boys in their baseball uniforms, you must have quite a lot of thoughts.
Well, I can't help thinking while watching these two great teams warming up on the field today that what makes our Air Forces so great is the same thing that makes the Yanks and the Cards pennant-winning clubs. Teamwork. You know that old baseball saying that to have a great team, you got to be strong down the middle. Catcher, pitcher, short, second, and center field. And that's true in the Air Forces, too. It isn't just a pilot any more than it's just a pitcher in a ball game. There are also the vitally important positions that are held down by the navigators, the bombardiers, the radio men, and the mechanics. And speaking of these last two, the radio men and the mechanics, that's what our team, the Army Air Forces, needs right now above everything else. And there's a swell spot waiting for them. any healthy American between the ages of 18 or 44 inclusive who knows anything about using tools. Red, I don't want you to think I came over just to talk about radio men and mechanics, but I'm glad I've had the opportunity to. Thanks a lot.
Well, thanks a lot to you, Hank. In other words, you're Lieutenant, but to all of us, you'll always be Hank. Thanks a lot, and we'll be glad to repeat that message for you many, many times. And that's to you radio men and mechanics to go to your nearest Army recruiting station and enlist as specialists. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn our sights back again onto the baseball diamond. The groundkeeping squad here at Sportsman's Park busily going over the skin portions between the bases, smoothing it out, and in approximately 9 minutes, the second game will be on. And there's a great deal of sentiment here in St. Louis about this second game, and there's a great deal of emotion, a great deal of hope, and perhaps there might be just a little doubt. And the gentleman to reflect all of that is the man of two cities, the famous sports columnist of the New York Journal-American, who long before he got to the big town was just hand-raised all over this part of the country. And I'm talking about Bill Cora, who is another one of the great sports announcers in the Gillette Safety Razor Company's cavalcade of sports. And before we present Mr. Coram, the national anthem. And now, everybody, here's Bill Coram.
Thanks, Red. I'm following a big fella in this chair right now. Not only a big fella, Lieutenant Henry Hank Greenberg, but one of the nicest fellas I know, and one of the best first basemen I ever saw play first base, and he could certainly roll that apple around for you himself. I remember so well that series between Detroit and Cincinnati in 1940, and Henry is one of my special favorites, and he looks wonderful in that uniform, I might tell you. But we're now coming up to the second game of this World Series, and no mention of it would be complete without saying something about what happened in the first game, because if the Cardinals have a chance in this series, I'm convinced it was born in that roaring uprising that they put on in the ninth inning yesterday. It was the first time in all the years that I watched the Yankees, and I watched the Yankees a lot of years, that they looked the least bit jittery, as if they didn't know where they were and exactly what was going on. In fact, they looked a little bit foolish, to put it frankly, in the ninth inning, and the Yankees seldom do that. You beat them once in a while, but it doesn't often look as if they've got their hands down, and that was exactly the way they appeared, and in the clubhouse afterwards, they looked and talked that way. McCarthy couldn't say anything for quite a little while, and I later talked to Chandler, and frankly said to him that he didn't look as if he had a lot. He said he didn't, because he said he hadn't warmed up, and he really hadn't expected to go in there. So that's evidence again that nobody on the Yankees believed what these Cardinals did was going to happen. It's a kind of a kid ball club they are, as we all know, and today they're pinning their faith on a freshman, 21-year-old pitcher from Nashville, Johnny Beasley. A really great freshman pitcher. You'd have to go back in the records to a fellow named Grover Cleveland Alexander, way back in 1911, as I recall, to find a fellow with a better record. Beasley won 21 and lost 6, so that he is just as close as he could get without being dead-tied with his rival, who'll pitch for the Yankees this afternoon, Big Ernie Tiny Bonham, who won 25 and lost 5. You couldn't put two pitchers any closer together than that. Beasley just stopped warming up down there in front of me now. He's not as big a fella as Bonham. In fact, there's nobody on either squad as big as Tiny, who was born out in Iona, California, and I guess if he wins this afternoon after beating the Dodgers in the last game last year, he'll start Iona at that. But he is, as I say, a 220-pound, 6'2" man, a big, sort of sad-faced, melancholy-looking fella. You know those big fellas that look that way, in contrast to Beasley, who's a cocky sort of kid that borders on chestiness and a very belligerent boy out on that pitching mound. Both right-handers, of course, and both, as I say, great pitchers this year and any year. Beasley a freshman, I would call Bonham a junior, because this is his third season with the Yankees, although he came up from Kansas City to finish and not to start the 1940 season. Now, there was quite an argument with Southworth about whether to start Beasley today. This is a little behind-the-scenes stuff that I don't know whether everybody knows or not, but some of Southworth's advisors here in St. Louis asked him to start Ernie White, figuring that now he must find out whether the Yankees could hit left-handers. There's been a little question about that. Fellas like Cottonhead Smith and Chubby Dean, just what you'd call run-of-the-dugout left-handers, have troubled the Yankees some this year. And it was the contention of some of Southworth's aides and friends that he should find out in this game whether his left-handers could hold the Yanks. And Billy wavered for a while last night. He lives on the same floor in the same hotel I do, and I know this. He almost switched over to starting Ernie White in this game, and then finally decided to go with the kid. So it's going to be Johnny Beasley, 21-year-old youngster, and now the Cardinals are racing out on the field, and I'm got very little bit of time left here. So that's the story here at Sportsman's Park as the Yanks and Cards prepare to go into the second game of the series, and this is Bill Corum turning you back to Red.
Shortages of many things threaten today, so it may not surprise you to learn the supply of Gillette Blue Blades for civilian use is growing more limited week after week. The reason is simple. Gillette production has been greatly reduced by order of the War Production Board to save steel. Altars, ship stores, and other agencies of our armed forces mount higher all the time. That means there won't be enough Gillette Blue Blades to go around unless civilians buy in limited quantities and use them thriftily. Just as a case in point, there are already areas where Gillette blades are difficult or impossible to obtain, despite our constant efforts to distribute them evenly throughout the country. The primary purpose of these broadcasts is to inform you of the actual razor blade situation and explain how to get maximum service from every blade. During the game today, we'll point out a number of simple ways for prolonging blade life and enjoying comfortable, good-looking shaves at the same time. And Johnny Beasley has taken the mound and is throwing down to Walker Cooper, his catcher. The Cardinals are on the field. Standing to one side to be the first hitter is Rizzuto. And before Mel Allen comes in to take over, before play starts, let's pause for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
It's just a couple of seconds before the game gets underway, and here stepping into the microphone is Mel Allen. Mel, you did a great job yesterday, especially in handling that skittish no-hit whammy situation in the late innings. How are you today?
Great shape, Red. Getting ready to go now with the second game of the 1942 World Series. We're waiting for Phil Rizzuto to step into hitting position. As you know, Johnny Beasley, young right-hander who's only 23 years of age, was 23 on May the 5th of this year. We're all set to go. Johnny Beasley looks in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Phil Rizzuto leading off. Red Ross on deck, Roy Combine to follow. Beasley taking his time, checking to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Starts his wind-up, and we're ready for the first pitch of the ball game. Here it comes. Rizzuto takes it. Little high, ball one. Whitey Karowski's at third base for the Cardinals. Marty Barrett at short. Jimmy Brown on second. Johnny Hopp on first. In the outfield, Stan Musial in left, Terry Moore in center, and Enos Slaughter in right. Strong-arm youngster Johnny Beasley into his windup. Overhand fastball. A little bit high for ball two. And so Phil Rizzuto leading off for the Yankees. The first He went back, picked it up. Now he's walking out toward the mound, rubbing up to cover the ball, then returns it to Beasley. Rizzuto went hitless yesterday in 4 times at bat. Already Billy Southworth has the man warming up in the Cardinals bullpen. It's Howie Chris, the right-hander. Beasley all set for the 3-0 pitch to Phil Rizzuto. Here it is. Fastball inside, ball 4, and Rizzuto walks to start the second game of the 1942 World Series. And remember, on Saturday it will be resumed at the Yankee Stadium in New York City. Coming up now is Red Ball. Bats him left-handed. Wears the number 2 in the back of his uniform. Borowski still in close at third. Watch for a bunt. On at first base with Phil Rizzuto is Johnny Hop. Cardinal infield and bunt formation. The stretch has a throw up at first, no scope. Rizzuto back safely. George Barr umpiring at first base very quickly. Got in position to be able to call that play. Again, Beasley takes his pitch, takes his runner. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball. It's a little high for ball 1. Johnny Beasley having a bit of difficulty with his control at the moment as the game gets underway. Here comes Jimmy Brown trying to get to second base to talk to the young right-hander. Fred settle him down a little bit. Time has been called. Now Jimmy Brown trots back out to second base. Red Ball steps out of the batter's box for the moment. Now he's back in. Stands in close to the plate. Beats Fred slightly. Harold Combs cups his hands up over his mouth, hollers something out to Beasley, and then hollers down into Rolf at the plate. Beasley takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Right in there. Fastball, let her high for a called strike. 21 to count. Beasley's got a pretty good fastball. Not quite as good as Morton Cooper, but still a good one. He has more of an overhand delivery than does Morton Cooper. The outfield for Red Ball toward right. And center right is still watching the slice to left center. Here's the pitch to Red. He swings on it. That's a fly ball. Hit out into center field. Terry Moore's coming in. Rizzuto halfway between first and second. Moore makes the catch for the out. Rizzuto comes back to first. And there's one away. Stepping in to hit now is Roy Cullenbine. Young boy who started out the year here in Sportsman's Park, St. Louis Browns, went over to Washington. Then from Washington to the Yankees late in the season when Tommy Henrik left the Yankees to join the Coast Guard. Cullenbine's a switch hitter. Of course, he's batting left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Johnny Beasley. Yesterday, Cullenbine had himself 1 hit and 3 times at bat. That was a double. First pitch to Roy. Right in there. Nice low curve for a called strike. Johnny Hopson on at first base for Rizzuto. Outfield over toward right for Cullenbine. First half of the first inning. 1 out. Rizzuto on at first base. Beasley has his time, takes his stretch, takes the runner. Here's the pitch. Cullenbine takes it. Strike 2 called. Same pitch as the other one. So Beasley stands ahead of Cullenbine. No balls, 2 strikes. Johnny gives that Rosenbach a touch. Wipes his hand across his letters. Of course, actually, there is no letter. A couple of Cardinals perched on a bat. There goes Rizzuto. The pitch is taken there to throw out Morton Cooper to Marion. Rizzuto slides head first and is in safely at second base. The pitch was outside for a ball. Rizzuto stole second. Memory serves me correctly. That's the first stolen base in the World Series this year. Beasley standing on the mound looking in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Phil Rizzuto has shortly gone second. Beasley takes the stretch, checks his runner.
Here's the pitch to Cullenbine. It's swung on and missed for strike 3. Strikeout number 1 for Beasley. Sort of a half-speed ball at which Cullenbine cut and missed. And here's the Yankee clipper, Joe DiMaggio, stepping in. Joe had himself 3 hits yesterday in 5 times at bat and drove in a run. Joe bats him right-handed. Feet spread wide. Cocks that bat over his right shoulder. There are 2 outs now. Rizzuto on at second base. First half of the first inning, no scores yet. Stretch by Beasley. Here's the pitch. DiMaggio takes one low outside for ball 1. Cooper went to his knees to make the catch of the pitch. Whitey Kurowski is playing a very deep third in position to guard that third baseline. Marty Marin's playing way over toward third. Jimmy Brown a deep second. And over toward the bag in position to move in back at second. Johnny Hop a deep first. Beasley taking his time at the moment. Eyes ready. Into the stretch. Rizzuto wandering off second. Here's the pitch to DiMaggio. He swings on it. It's a smash down to third. Kurowski comes up with it. There's his throw over to Hop in time for the out. Although Hop fell after making the catch, almost losing his balance, getting that throw from Kurowski. So that's all for the Yankees in the first half of the first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Cardinals. 1 left on for New York. And the score at the end of the first half of the first inning, nothing for the Yankees, with the Cardinals coming up in the last half of the first inning. And it'll be Ernie Bonham on the mound for the Yankees, the boy who pitched the deciding victory in the 1941 World Series for the Yanks against the Brooklyn Dodgers, tossing a neat 4-hitter to give the
Yankees their current World's Championship, which they're defending this year against the Cardinals. Billy Southworth is talking to Bill Summers, apparently about the very same thing that Bill Summers was talking to Johnny Beasley. Red leaned over and whispered to me probably something about Beasley's foot position. Ernie Bonham this year has won himself 21 ball games and lost but 5. And the amazing thing about Ernie is his marvelous control. He appeared in 28 ball games, pitched 22 complete games, and only walked 23 men, and several of those were intentional passes. Now that's amazing. Bonham works very rapidly, and because of his wonderful control, doesn't waste too many pitches. So we may, if everything goes serenely and calmly, have a pretty fast ball game today, contrary to the one yesterday when it took approximately 45 minutes for the first couple of innings. And now the discussion apparently is still going on concerning Johnny Beasley's foot position, because Joe McCarthy's come out of the Yankee dugout talking to George Bart first base, with Bill Summers having come all the way up from home plate to continue the discussion. And there now are Bar McCarthy and Mike Gonzalez, the Cardinal coach, back at first talking. And now Joe McCarthy calls Buddy Hassett over to him to say something to him. Now there is Buddy trotting over to the mound to talk to Ernie Bonham. So Buddy Hassett being a messenger boy at the moment for Joe McCarthy. Jimmy Brown's at the plate, all set to step in. There goes Buddy Hassett trotting back to his first base position, and we're all set. Jimmy Brown, switch hitter, batting left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Ernie Bonham. Big Ernie goes into his windup, and here is his first pitch. It's outside for ball 1, fastball. Bonham has pretty good fastball, has a nice fork ball, which he uses very, very nicely. He's all set. Here's the pitch to Brown. Jimmy takes it, and it's low inside for ball 2. Brown had 1 out of 4 in yesterday's ball game. Outfield playing him just a little bit toward right and center and right. Keller is watching him to hit to left center. Bonham ready. Pitches. Jimmy Brown takes a fastball high for ball 3. 3-0 to count on Jimmy Brown. Leading off for the St. Louis Cardinals. Last half of the first inning, no scores yet. Terry Moore's on deck, then we're coming to Slaughter. Rolfe at third, Rizzuto at short, Gordon on second, Hassett at first, Dickey catching, Bonham pitching, Jimmy Brown awaiting the pitch. Here it is. Jimmy takes it, and it's in there for a called strike. 3-1. Billy Southworth, Cardinal skippers, coaching back at third. You already told you it's Mike Gonzalez back at first. Charlie Keller's in left, DiMaggio in center, Hellenbein in right. Bonham throws, and this pitch is high outside for ball 4, and Jimmy Brown walks. To start the ball game for the St. Louis Cardinals in an offensive way. Base on balls, number 1 given up by Ernie Bonham. And so just as in the top half of the first inning when the Yankees leadoff man Phil Rizzuto walked, so does Jimmy Brown for the Cardinals. Stepping in now is Terry Moore, captain of the Cardinals, getting a nice hand from the Cardinal fans here at Sportsman's Park. He's the boy that broke up Red Ruffing's potential no-hitter in the 8th inning yesterday with 2 outs. Bonham takes his stretch, takes Jimmy Brown. Here's the pitch. Terry Moore shortens up, bunts out toward the mound. Bonham fast picks it up. His throw is to second base to Rizzuto. Not in time. Safe at second.
Fielder's choice.
That scored as a sacrifice for Terry Moore. He's not charged with the time at bat and goes safe at first on the fielder's choice when Bonham elected to try for a force out on Jimmy Brown at second, but his throw was not in time. And so, for one of the few times since the series started, we've had evidence of the Cardinals' speed. And here is Enos Slaughter stepping in. Men on first and second, nobody out. A stretch by Bonham. Here's the pitch to Slaughter. He takes it. It's in there for a called strike. And the Cardinals are threatening here in the last half of the first inning. Still perhaps carrying along on the momentum which they brought through in the last half of the 9th inning of the opening game yesterday. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Bonham ready. Here's his pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Slaughter cut hard. Atlee Donald is throwing in the bullpen for the Yankees. Limbering up, getting ready in case Joe McCarthy wants him. Outfield deep toward right for Slaughter. Yankee infield in double play position. Bonham ready to stretches. Here's the pitch. Slaughter swings and sends a fly ball out into left center. Charlie Keller is over under it. DiMaggio along with him. Keller makes the catch for the out, throws quickly into third. Holding at second is Jimmy Brown, and at first Terry Moore. Slaughter fly to Keller in left center for out number 1, and here's Dan Musial coming up. Musial went hitless in 4 times at bat yesterday. Bats him left-handed. Over the public address system here at Sportsman's Park, as each man comes up to the plate for the first time, he's announced. And, of course, the applause follows through. Joe McCarthy is signaling to his outfield to shift a little bit for Stan Musial. Looks from up here as if he's playing him almost straight away. Stretch by Bonham. Here's the pitch to Musial. It's outside. Ball 1. On deck, Walker Cooper. 1 away. Last half of the first inning, no scores yet. Jimmy Brown leading off second. Terry Moore off first. Bonham throws. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 1. That fork ball came in there. Completely fooled Stan Musial. He almost had his bat all the way around before the ball got across the plate. 1-1 the count. Bonham looking for the sign from Dick. He has it. Brown leading off second, Moore off first. In comes the pitch. Swung on. It's a fly ball. Curving foul back to first. Buddy Hassett going over is under it near the field boxes. Makes the catch for the out and holds Jimmy Brown second as he throws on over to third. Ralph taking the throw on one hop. Bonham backing up third. So Musial fouls out to Buddy Hassett back at first base for out number 2. Here's Walker Cooper coming up. Cardinal catcher. Bats him right-handed. 2 down. Jimmy Brown still on second base. Terry Moore still on first base. Time's called for a moment. Buddy Hassett goes over to talk to Phil Rizzuto. Now they have exchanged their bits of information. Hassett goes back to first, Rizzuto to short. Bonham now is all set. Adjusts his cap, looks around to see if all of his colleagues are ready. Looks in to get the sign from Dickey. It's Walker Cooper, right-handed batter up there. Bonham's first pitch, swung on, fouled off, back onto the screen, back to the plate, and strike 1. Cooper had himself 1 hit and 4 times at bat yesterday. New ball in play. Bonham gives the Rosbach a bit of a touch, holding the ball in his gloved hand. Wipes his pitching hand off across the letters. Standing sideways on the hill, looking in for the sign. Jimmy Brown moves off second. Moore wide lead off first. Bonham pitches. Walker Cooper swings. There's a smash. A base hit over Gordon's head out to right center field. Is going to be in there for extra bases. Coming in to score is Jimmy Brown. Terry Moore rounding third coming in. Going into second, standing up Walker Cooper with a double, and the Cardinals lead 2-0. And Walker Cooper came through with a line drive over Joe Gordon's head out into right center field for a double, scoring Jimmy Brown from second base and Terry Moore from first base. And how those 2 Cardinal jackrabbits were skirting around those bases. And so the Cardinals get the jump today, and they lead 2-0. And here is Johnny Hop up. Cardinal first baseman bats him left-handed. Walker Cooper leads off second. Bonham pitches, swung on and missed. Strike 1 by Johnny Hop. Hop was hitless in 4 times at bat in the opening game yesterday. 2-0 now, favor of St. Louis. Walker Cooper moves off second. Bonham takes his stretch, checks the runner, then pitches. Hop swings and fouls this one back. Strike 2, the fastball. Just managed to get a little bit of it, swung a little late. Another new ball in play. Bonham in the process of giving it the old rough-up. Getting the shine off of it. 2 outs. Last half of the first inning. 2-0 favor of St. Louis. Bonham ready now. Here's his pitch to Hop. It's a fastball high. Ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count on the Cardinal first baseman. Walker Cooper moving off second base. Got a pretty good lead. Bonham leans forward, getting the sign from Dickey. Now is ready. Stretch, the pitch. Hop takes this one high for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Johnny. Steps out of the batter's box now for a moment. Gets a little dirt on his hands. Wipes his hands off on his trousers. Taps his cleats with the fat part of the bat. Hitches up his trousers now, adjusts his cap, and moves back in. 2-2 the count. 2 outs, 2 runs in. Cooper on at second. Bonham all set. Throws. Hop takes a high one for ball 3. And so the string is run out on Johnny Hop. 3-2. Bonham had Johnny in the hole, and then trying to work very carefully on him. Run the string out to 3-2. Whitey Krowski's on deck. He'll hit next if Hop gets on. Bonham all set for the payoff pitch. Stretches. Here's his. Swung on. It's a high fly ball. Hit out into center field. Running is Walker Cooper. Under the ball is Joe DiMaggio, and he makes the catch for the out. And that's all for the Cardinals in the last half of the first. 2 runs. 1 hit. A big double by Walker Cooper. No errors. 1 man left on base. 2-0 at the end of the first. To put it straight, fans, shaving's a lot quicker and more comfortable the all Gillette way. Why, you'll be delighted at the difference it makes when you prepare your beard with Gillette shaving cream, either lather or brushless, and waltz through it smoothly with a Gillette blue blade and your Gillette razor. Yes, sir, these 3 make a perfect combination like red, white, and blue. Many men think brushless cream best, and if you're one of them, you'll prefer Gillette brushless by a wide margin, I'm sure. It's greaseless, can't clog razor or drains, rinses off in a jiffy, and stays moist on your face. Now, it doesn't cost a cent more to enjoy the extra luxury of shaving the all Gillette way. Charlie Keller leading off, then Joe Gordon, to be followed by Bill Dickey. Johnny Beasley has a 2-run lead to work on. And needless to say, those 2 runs will certainly fire the Cardinals to a new flaming spirit, which they demonstrated they had in the last half of the 9th inning yesterday. They mean to make a real battle out of it all the way. Here's Charlie Keller digging in. Keller was hitless in 4 times at bat yesterday. Bats him left-handed. Beasley throws, and his first pitch is a little high for ball 1. Joe Gordon's on deck. First half of the second, 2-0, favor the Cardinals. Outfield playing Keller deep. Way around toward right and center and right, watching him to slice to left. In comes the pitch to Charlie. Takes it inside, ball 2. Almost had the inside corner with that one, but not quite. 2-0 to count on Keller. Charlie packs a lot of power and he gets hold of a ball. He drives him viciously. Here's the pitch. Keller takes it and it's in there for a called strike. 2-1. 2-0 favor of St. Louis, first half of the second. Beasley ready. Rocks in the box. Overhand pitch. A little high, ball 3. 3-1. Sort of a half-speed ball. Beasley goes back to the rosin bag, gives it a bit of a squeeze. Now he's all set. Keller digging in, awaiting that 3-1 pitch. Beasley now set to throw it into his windup. Here it comes. Keller takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. Keller had started toward first, but Bill Summers went up for the right hand and bellowed forth strike, and it brought Keller back. I don't know whether or not you can hear Bill Summers calling these decisions, but he really yells them out. Very colorful umpire. Here's the payoff pitch to Charlie Keller. He swings on it, sends a high fly ball out into short center. Terry Moore coming fast, still coming. He's under it, and makes the catch for the out. Along in front of him were Marty Marion and Jimmy Brown, the Cardinals shortstop and second baseman, respectively. 1 out for the Yankees, first half of the second. And here's Joe Gordon stepping in. Joe bats him right-handed, went hitless in 5 times at bat. Right-handed hitter, the outfield shifts way over toward left. Beasley taking his time right now. Gordon standing deep in the batter's box, holds that bat down at the end of the handle. Here's the first pitch to him. Outside, ball 1 is a fastball. Beasley trying for that outside corner. Joe struck out on 2 pitches along those lines yesterday, so they still pitching him outside. Beasley ready for the next one. Overhand pitch into the dirt, bounces past Walker Cooper, ball 2. New ball thrown out to Beasley, who's thrown over his head, rolls out to second base. Jimmy Brown picks it up. 2-0 to count on Gordon. 1 out, nobody aboard. First half of the second, 2-0, the score favor of St. Louis. Bill Dickey is on deck. Gordon up there batting right now. Beasley rocks in the box. Here's his pitch. Right through there for a called strike. Fastball high. 2-1 on Joe. Gordon cocks that bat up over his right shoulder. Beasley into the windup, throws. Fastball, and it's in there for strike 2. Called. 2-2 the count. Walker Cooper down in the crouch back of the plate, giving the sign to Beasley. Johnny has it. Here's his next pitch to Gordon. Joe swings on. It's a line drive over Korowski's head out in the left field for a base hit. Stan Musial racing over, getting in front of it. Falls down, and Gordon's going to second base as Musial has trouble getting up, and finally his throw goes into third. Musial fielded the ball, started to throw to second, and fell down and couldn't get up in time. And it scored as a two-base hit for Joe Gordon. And that's the first hit for the Yankees off Johnny Beasley. It was a line drive over the head of Korowski along the left field line. Musial got in front of the ball, started to throw to the second. As he picked it up, it fell down and had no chance to make his throw. So we have Joe Gordon on at second base. One out, and here's Bill Dickey. Dickey had 2 for 4 yesterday. 2-0 favor the Cardinals. Here's the pitch to Dickey. Low inside, ball one. And that double for Gordon was his first World Series hit this year. Beasley takes his stretch, checks Gordon leading off second, pitches to Dickey. Bill swings, sends a ground ball down to first. Hop is up with it, a race for the bag. Hop wins it with Gordon taking third on the play, and there are 2 outs. Dickey grounding out to Johnny Hop unassisted. 2 down, Gordon on third base, having advanced to third on the infield out. And here's Buddy Hassett stepping in. Buddy had 2 out of 4 yesterday. One of them a double, and drove in 2 runs. Hassett chokes the bat just about an inch or so. Outfield playing him almost straight away. Beasley checking with Walker Cooper for the sign, has it into a full windup. In comes the pitch to Hassett. Buddy takes a fastball inside. Ball one. First half of the second inning. Second game of the World Series. Cardinals lead 2-0. There are 2 outs here in the first half of the second with Joe Gordon on at third. Buddy Hassett batting. Beasley's all set. Hassett digs in. In comes the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike one. Hassett really swung hard on that one. Took a vicious cut at that ball. 1-1 the count on the Yankee first baseman. Beasley stands on the mound, just looking down. Now he looks in at the plate. Cooper flashes in the sign. Beasley has it into the windup. Overhand fastball swung on. It's a ground ball hit out to second. Brown's up with it. Throws to Hop in time for the out. That's all for the Yankees in the first half of the second. No runs, 1 hit. No errors for the Cardinals, 1 left on. And at the end of 1 1/2, it's 2-0 favor of St. Louis. And that ends the first half of the second inning. Let's take a lightning trip from Sportsman's Park to the Gillette factory in Boston. Believe me, it's worth seeing. 8 stories high and covering 2 city blocks. And every bit of the space devoted to the manufacture of razor blades and shaving cream. And that's to say, it was until Gillette swung into the production of war materials. This great plant, one of several throughout the world, is replete from basement on up with specialized equipment designed and for the most part built by Gillette engineers. Now, here are the electrically controlled furnaces that temper Gillette steel to glass-cutting hardness, the huge 5-ton sharpening machines, all the manufacturing facilities and testing devices that make the Gillette Blue Blade the sharpest, easiest shaving, and longest lasting to be found anywhere in the world. Coming into the last half of the second inning, Whitey Korowski leads off. Cardinal third baseman, then will come Martin Marion, then Johnny Beasley. Korowski, right-handed hitter. Bonham's first pitch is swung on. It's a bounder hit out to short. Rizzuto comes in, takes it on 2 hops, a quick throw over to Hassett in time for the out. Korowski grounding out. Rizzuto to Hassett. Whitey went out yesterday in his 3 appearances. Struck out 3 times. Here's Marty Marion coming up. Cardinal shortstop who had 1 hit and 4 times at bat. Marion very popular with St. Louis fans. You can hear in the background his name announced over the public address system here. He got a nice round of applause. Lean, lanky fellow, bats him right-handed. Bonham's first pitch to him is in there for a called strike. Last half of the second, 2-0 favor the Cardinals. 1 out, nobody aboard. Bonham ready. He works fast. Into his windup again. The pitch comes into Marion. He swings on it. It's a pop-up. Bill Dickey going out for it under it in foul territory between home plate and first base and makes the catch for the out. 2 down for the Cardinals in the last half of the second. And here comes Johnny Beasley, the Cardinals' young pitcher, who, along with Morton Cooper, carried the Cardinals to their National League pennant in their terrific stretch drive. Beasley's batting average on the season, in case you're interested as to what kind of a hitting pitcher he might be, 137. 2 outs, nobody on. Beasley, right-handed hitter. Bonham's first pitch to the Cardinal pitcher, swung on and missed. Strike one. He really cut hard on it. He wound up and cut loose. Beasley steps out of the batter's box for a moment. Now he's back in. Bonham, wasting little time, is ready for the next pitch. Here it is. Swung on and missed for strike two by Beasley, and he almost lost his balance again as he swung around on it. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Nobody on, last half the second. 2-0 St. Louis. Bonham into the windup, overhand fastball, a little bit low, ball 1. Bonham started off the mound toward the Yankee dugout, and Bill Dickey along with him, but Bill Summers said no, ball 1. So it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Bonham hiding the ball behind him, getting the sign, ready, into his windup again. Overhand fastball's in there for call strike 3. So the Cardinals go out in order in their half of the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Strikeout number 1 for Bonham. He's walked 1. And at the end of 2 innings of play, it's 2-0 in favor of St. Louis. The Cardinals 2 runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. The Yankees no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. This second game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you from Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. We paused for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
For the Yankees in the first half of the third, we'll have Ernie Bonham leading off, then back to the top of the batting order, picking up Phil Rizzuto, and then Red Rolfe. Johnny Beasley just reached the hill, having been the last batter in the last half of the second, took his time coming out. Bonham had a batting average of 122 on the season. Ernie's just coming up out of the Yankee dugout now. Pause for a moment to talk to little Pat O'Doherty, the Yankee bat boy, who is making his first real trip for the Yankees this time. He went with them a couple of times down to Philadelphia from New York. But it is his first Western trip, and he's getting quite a bang out of it. Little 16-year-old youngster. Ernie Bonham steps in. Johnny Beasley all set, and we're ready for the first half of the third inning with the Cardinals leading 2-0. First pitch to Bonham. Fastball. A little bit low, ball 1. Beasley kicks the dirt in front of the rubber, picks up the rosin bag. Still holding it, now he drops it. Wipes his pitching hand off across the Cardinals on that bat in front of the uniform. Here's the pitch. Right through there for a called strike, 1-1. Bill Summers is a very colorful umpire. He used a lot of ginger and working back that plate and on the bases, too. Beasley's next pitch to Bonham is swung on and missed. Strike 2. One ball, 2 strikes on Ernie. Some of the boys call him Tiny, some of them call him Jumbo. One extreme to the other. Great big fellow, though. Beasley throws. Bonham takes a fastball outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count. Phil Rizzuto down on one knee. Watching the action, he's the next batter. Atlee Donald, who was warming up in the Yankee bullpen, no longer active at the moment. Here's the pitch to Ernie. He swings on it, sends a grounder down toward first. Johnny Hop is up with it, race for the bag. Hop wins it, and Bonham is out at first. Hop unassisted. And one away for the Yankees then, first half of the third. And here's Phil Rizzuto, who started the ball game off by drawing a base on balls, then later stole second, but was left stranded as Beasley bore down, retired the side without suffering any damage. Whitey Karowski's coming in close at third, always expecting that bunt from Rizzuto. The beautiful thing about Rizzuto bunting is that he never telegraphs it. Beasley's first pitch to Phil. Swung on. There's a drive out into left field. Musial backing up for it. Is getting under it and makes the catch for the out. 2 down for the Yankees in the third. And here's Red Rolfe, who flied to Terry Moore in the first inning. Rolfe making his last World Series appearance. He's leaving the Yankees to become coach of baseball at Yale University at the end of this season. Rolfe stands in close to the plate, knee slightly bent, chokes the bat about an inch or 2. Beasley's first pitch is a sweeping curve that broke low inside, ball 1. Roy Cullenbine's on deck. Will hit next if Rolfe gets on. There are 2 outs, nobody aboard at the moment. First half of the third inning, 2-0 in favor of the St. Louis Cardinals. Beasley ready for the next pitch. Throws. Rolfe swings. There's a drive going deep out in the right field. Lena Slaughter going way back. 40. He can't get it. It's up against the wall. The ball bounds off. There's Rolfe streaking second. Slaughter picks the ball up, throws in, but not in time. Rolfe is in at second base, standing up with a two-base hit. That's the Yankees' second hit off Beasley. Both of them doubles. Gordon doubled in the second inning with one out. Got as far as third. Now with two outs, Rolfe has doubled in the first half of third. Coming up is Roy Cullenbine, struck out in the first inning. Roy batting left-handed. Red Rolfe points to Marty Marion while looking at Coach Art Fletcher. In other words, signaling to Fletcher, you watch Marion. First pitch to Cullenbine is high outside for ball one. The Yankees stirring up a mild threat at the moment. Two outs. Rolfe on second base in scoring position. Cullenbine standing deep in the batter's box, feet spread wide. Knees bent. In comes the pitch. He swings on it, lines it foul back of third into the lower boxes in short left field. Strike one. 1-1 the count on Cullenbine. He's wearing the same uniform number that was worn by Tommy Henrik, whom he supplanted in right field. Bill Summers points down to the section where that ball. Oh, I see what happened. The ball that was thrown back in and was on the playing field itself. Summers pointed down to it. Billy Southworth ran over and picked it up. 1-1 the count on Cullenbine. Two outs, first half the third, 2-0 Cardinals. Here's the pitch. Cullenbine takes it. It's high outside. Ball two. 2 balls, 1 strike. Joe DiMaggio's on deck. He'll hit next if Cullenbine gets on base. Beasley slowing up just a little bit. Takes a stretch now. Here's the pitch. Cullenbine looks at one high outside for ball 3. 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike. 2 outs. Rolfe on second base. Here's the pitch. Pitch swung on. It's a fly ball. Slashed out in left field high. Musial running over near the foul lines, getting under it, and makes the catch for the out. And so that's all for the Yankees in the third. No runs, 1 hit, no cardinal errors, 1 left on, and the score at the end of 2.5 innings, 2-0, St. Louis. You know, we can't all see Berlin or Tokyo through the bomb sight of an American plane. But all of us can and must do this. Collect every bit of old junk. Round up every bit of scrap metal and rubber, rags, manila rope, burlap bags, turn it in. Scrap metal is urgently needed to keep the steel mills operating at a record-breaking pace. So don't delay. Clean house now. Sell your scrap to a junk man. Give it to a local charity. Or take it to wherever you see the red, white, and blue official Salvage Depot sign. Throw your scrap into the fight. Canadian listeners, check your local government offices for scrap disposal. Coming into the last half of the third, with the Cardinals leading 2-0. It'll be the top of the batting order for St. Louis. Jimmy Brown, Terry Moore, and Enos Slaughter. Cardinals took their 2-run lead in the very first inning when Walker Cooper unloaded a double to right center field with Jimmy Brown and Terry Moore aboard. Brown having walked, gone to second as Moore, attempting a sacrifice, was safe on the fielder's choice. So here is Jimmy Brown leading off again as we come into the last half of the third. Bats him left-handed. The first pitch is high outside, ball 1. Bonham blows on his pitching hand a little bit. Starts his windup. Here's the pitch. Brown takes it right through there for a called strike. 1-1. Jimmy's got his cap tilted at a slight angle over his right eye. Bonham pitches. Jimmy Brown takes another one high. Ball 2 is a fastball. 2-1. Red Rolfe's on third. Phil Rizzuto at short. Joe Gordon at second. Buddy Hassett at first. That's the Yankee infield. Dickey back at the plate. Bonham pitching. Charlie Keller's in left. Joe DiMaggio in center. And Roy Cullenbine in right. Bonham all set. Throws. Jimmy Brown swings and drives one out toward left center high. There's Keller and DiMaggio racing over. DiMaggio gets under it and makes the catch for the out. 1 away. And it's Terry Moore stepping in. Terry bats him right-handed. Cardinal captain, center fielder. Great defensive outfielder. Hasn't been charged with a time advantage yet. When Jimmy Brown led off with a walk in the first inning, he laid down a bunt. Bonham elected to try for force play on Brown at second, but his throw was too late. Both boys went safe and later scored on Walker Cooper's two-out double. First pitch is high inside to Terry Moore for ball one. Bonham looks around the outfield. Now he's all set for the next pitch to Terry Moore. Here it is. Swung on and fouled back onto the screen. Behind the plate, strike one. Evens up the count, 1-1. Enos Slaughter down on one knee, watching the action. He's the next batter. A lot of chatter on the Yankee infield. Bonham pitches, Moore swings, and he misses. Strike two. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Terry steps out of the batter's box for a moment, gets a little dirt in his hands. Billy Southworth hollers something up from the third base coaching box. Terry's a very likable boy. He is definitely St. Louis product. First pitch. Next pitch is swung on. It's a high pop-up. Foul off the left of the plate. Dickey is under it and makes the catch for the out. So Terry Moore fouls out to Bill Dickey. 2 down now for the Cardinals, last half of the third, and here's Enos Slaughter coming up. Slaughter flied to Charlie Keller in the first inning. Enos bats him left-handed. Wears the number 9 on his uniform. Cardinals have white uniforms with red stripes up and down the trouser legs. Red piping all the way around. He swings and fouls the first pitch off up onto the screen, back to the plate. Ball rolled off the edge of the screen and down into the stands. Strike one. Cardinals out in front 2-0. It's the last half of the third inning. Stan Musial on deck. He'll bat next if Slaughter should get on base. Here's the pitch. It's swung on. There's a ground ball hit out to short. Rizzuto comes up with it. Quick throw over to Hassett in time for the out. And so that's all for the Cardinals in their half of the third. Out in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. And at the end of 3 totals, the Cardinals 2 runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. The Yankees no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. That ends the third inning. At World Shaving Headquarters, graduates of the country's foremost technical institutions are in charge of every manufacturing process. Among these men are specialists in metallurgy, chemistry, physics, mechanics, electricity, yes, even electronics, newest of the sciences. At their command is every needed facility for controlling razor blade quality. Is it any wonder that today's Gillette Blue Blade is the sharpest, easiest shaving, and longest lasting blade in all this world? 2-0 St. Louis as we go into the first half of the fourth inning. Joe DiMaggio, Charlie Keller, and Joe Gorton will be coming up to face the right-handed slants of young Johnny Beasley, who after a bit of a shaky start, walking Phil Rizzuto as a starter in the first inning, growing a little bit wild with Red Rolf before he got him out, has settled down and breezing along in pretty good fashion. Has allowed only 2 hits, doubles by Gordon and Rolf. DiMaggio steps in. He grounded out to Karowski in the first inning, bats him right-handed. Cardinals' young right-hander into the windup. Overhand pitch swung on. There's a line drive, curving foul out in the deep left field in the stands. Lower deck, strike one. DiMaggio caught a hold of that one very nicely, but pulled it too much. Karowski's on third, playing deep, guarding that third base line. Marin at short, Jimmy Brown at second, Hop on first. Beasley's next pitch to the Yankee Clipper swung on. It's a foul coming back up into the press box. All the way up into it, too. Gentlemen of the press scattered. Beasley stands ahead of DiMaggio. No balls, 2 strikes. Outfield way around toward left. Beasley all set. Rocks in the box. Here's his pitch. Fastball over, trying for that outside corner, a little bit outside. Ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Joe looking out the mound. Now Beasley's all set. Here it comes. DiMaggio takes a fastball outside again. Ball 2. Beasley trying for that outside corner around the knees. Sent 2 fastballs in that direction. Came close on each occasion, but not quite close enough. 2-2 the count. DiMaggio leading off for the Yankees. First half of the fourth inning. Cardinals out in front 2-0. DiMaggio cocks that bat up over his right shoulder. Beasley into the windup throws. DiMaggio swings and pops it up high into the air. Foul. Coming back to first. Johnny hops under it in front of the Yankee dugout and makes the catch for the out. And DiMaggio fouls out to Johnny Hops. Charlie Keller. Fly to Terry Moore in the second inning. all set for the first pitch to Charlie. Here it is. Pitch is swung on and fouled off to the left of the plate, going into the upper deck. Just to the right of the Cardinal dugout. Quite a scramble for the ball, as always. Strike one on Keller. Outfield deep, four around toward right. Beasley's working rapidly now. Throws. Keller swings and smacks one over his head out over second base and into center field for a base hit. That's his first hit of the series. Ball fielded by Terry Moore, throws into second. And Keller, after taking his turn, holds on at first with a single to center. It was a sharp blast. It hit the ground about 10 feet in front of the mound itself and shot right up over the head of Johnny Beasley. Sort of shied away from it. Talked to a lot of ball players, a lot of pitchers. They say one thing they always fear somewhat is pitching to Charlie Keller because when those blazing drives come right back to that box at him. Here's Joe Gordon up. First pitch to him. Low, ball one. Joe doubled in the second inning for the Yankees' first hit off Beasley. Went over to third on an infield out. Left-stranded as Hassett grounded out to Jimmy Brown. Cardinals out in front 2-0. It's the first half of the fourth inning. One away with Keller on at first base. Gordon reaches down, picks up little dirt. Rubbed it on his hands. Pitches up his trousers. Adjusts his feet. As Beasley gets set for the next pitch. One down. Keller moving off first. Here's the pitch to Gordon. He swings on it. There's a line drive to Karowski. He grabs it. Quickly throws over to Hop, but not quite in time to double Keller. The throw was a little wide of the bag on the home plate side and gave Keller an opportunity to put on the brakes as he started for second. Enabled him to come back into first to avoid being doubled up. Gordon caught one right on the nose, lined it to Whitey Karowski for out number 2. Keller had broken for second with a crack of the bat, but play being in front of him as he was running, he was able to stop short and come back, although Karowski came very close to doubling him up at first. Here is Bill Dickey stepping in. Dickey grounded out to Hop unassisted in second. 2 outs now. Cardinals are out in front 2-0. It's the first half of the fourth inning. Beasley pitches. Dickey swings and smacks one on the ground. Past Hop out into right field for a base hit. Keller ground second but holds up short as Enos Slaughter throws a beautiful peg into third all the way on the fly. A perfect strike from right field into third. To Dickey. Singles to right, sending Keller to second. That's Bill Dickey's third hit of the series. Up is Buddy Hassett, who grounded out to Jimmy Brown in the second. Hassett left-handed. Charlie Keller's on second base. Bill Dickey on first base. 2 outs. First half of the fourth inning. Cardinals ahead 2-0. First pitch to Hassett. Fastball inside. Backing away from the plate a little bit. Ball one. Ernie Bonham, next hitter. Beasley taking his time. Nice ready. Runners lead off. Here's pitch. Hassett swings. There's a drive going out to right field. Enos Slaughter is getting under it, waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. So once again, a Yankee threat is stopped. No runs, 2 hits, no Cardinal errors, 2 Yankees left on. They've had 1 or more men left on in each inning of the ball game thus far. At the end of 3 1/2, Cardinals lead 2-0. And that ends the first half of the fourth inning. Here are a couple of things you may not realize. Grit that accumulates in a man's beard dulls a razor blade quickly. Also, a dry whisker's almost not equally as hard as copper wire. So, to get more shades per blade and also enjoy greater shaving comfort, wash your face with soap and water before lathering. Do a job on it, too. Saturate your beard and give it time to soften. If you use lather shaving cream, dip your brush in water frequently. When you're through shaving, clean your Gillette Blue blade in your razor. Just loosen the holder, rinse in hot water, and shake dry. This way, you avoid the danger of damaging the edges by needless handling. Take my word for it, fans. You get a flock of extra shades, and I mean refreshing, good-looking shades this easy way. Coming into the last half of the fourth inning, for the St. Louis Cardinals, we'll have Stan Musial, Walter Cooper, and Johnny Hop. Cardinals out front 2-0. For those of you who might have tuned in late, Cardinals got their 2 runs in the first inning and Brown walked. Moore came up, bunted. Bonham elected to try for a force play on Brown at second, but his throw was late, so that both Brown and Moore went safe, and after 2 were out, Walker Cooper doubled to drive them both in. In comes the first pitch now to Stan Musial. Outside, ball 1. As we start the last half of the fourth inning. Musial checks with Billy Southworth, coaching the third for any sign. Ernie Bonham into the windup. Overhand pitch swung on, slow bounder out toward short. Rizzuto coming fast. Picks it up, flips over to Hassett. In time for the out, says George Barr. And Mike Gonzalez is walking down the first base line as George Barr walks away from him out towards the right field foul line. Stan Musial out at first in a very close play with Phil Rizzuto charging fast on Musial, slow bounder out to short, firing underhand over to Hassett. Up is Walker Cooper. Bonner's first pitch to Cooper, right through there for his ball strike. Cooper's doubled in the first inning. Drove in both Cardinal runs. The 2 runs by which they lead here in the last half of the fourth, 2-0. Bonner working fast into his windup. Overhand fastball swung on, it's a bounder out toward third. Ralph takes it in 1 hop, goes over to Hassett low, but Hassett comes up with it in time for the out. 2 away. And it's Johnny Hop coming up. Hop flied to Joe DiMaggio in the first inning. Bats him left-handed. Bill Dickey goes down into the crouch to give Ernie Bonham the sign. Ernie hitches up his trousers, and he checks the sign with Dickey. Into the windup. First pitch to Hop. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. Mighty Krauski's on deck. Will hit next if Hop gets on base. Redroth in even with the bag at third. Here's Bonham's next delivery. Johnny Hop swings, sends the bounder between Hassett and Gordon out into right field for his first hit of the series. Cullenbine bobbles the ball for a moment, throws over to Hassett, and there's Hop going to second base and going in safely. Johnny Hop singled on the ground between Hassett and Gordon. As we told you, Cullenbine lost the ball just for a moment. Hop took a wide turnaround first, and Cullenbine quickly cut loose with a peg to Hassett. And Hop seems he was cut off, broke for second. Hassett fumbled the relay in from Cullenbine and has been charged with an error which enabled Hop to go to second. Here's Kowalski up, first pitch to him. Swung on there to drive to deep right center. DiMaggio racing, still going deep in right center field, getting under it, making the catch for the out. He went a long way to get that one. He really covered ground. And so, that's all for the Cardinals in the last of the fourth. No runs, 1 hit, 1 Yankee error, 1 man left on base for St. Louis. And the score at the end of 4 innings of play, 2-0 in favor of the St. Louis Cardinals. Today's Gillette Blue Blade has the smoothest finished, easiest shaving edges ever produced. Partly responsible for this is a costly, exclusive process by which the steel is ground and honed in filtered oil. This second game of the 1942 World Series broadcast is coming to you from Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. We pause for station identification. This is Mutual. WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago. Going into the first half of the 5th inning, Ernie Bonham will lead off for the Yankees. Second time that he has been the leadoff batter. He led off in the third. Bonham bats him right-handed. Phil Rizzuto on deck, then will come Red Ralph. Cardinals still holding on to their 2-0 lead. Johnny Beasley into the windup, throws. First pitch to Bonham is low outside for ball 1. Cardinals young right-hander. Settled down nicely, moving right along. Bonham ready. Here comes the pitch. Bonham swings and misses. Strike 1, 1-1 the count. The Yankees have been pecking away at Beasley slightly, but Johnny's been bearing down, getting the boys out when he had to. Next pitch to Bonham. Fastball right through there for ball strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count for the Yankee pitcher. Big Ernie stands far away from the plate deep in the batter's box. Chokes his bat just about an inch or so. Beasley throws. Bonham takes his curve outside. Ball 2, 2-2 the count. Phil Rizzuto down 1 knee. He's on deck. Walker Cooper gives a sign to his battery mate. Beasley's ready. Here's his pitch. Fastball high, ball 3. So we have a full count now on Bonham. 3-2. Cooper fired that ball back to Beasley. Goes down his haunches. Beasley looks around over the Cardinals bench. Now looks in the plate. Takes in a deep breath. Starts his windup. And the payoff pitch to Ernie Bonham is inside. on the road, throws into third base. Bonham holds at second as Rizzuto lines the single to left. And that for Phil is his first hit of the series. One hit this 4 times yesterday. Now it's Red Ralph stepping up. Yankees have men on first and second. Nobody out. And Howie Christ, Cardinal right-hander, is throwing in the St. Louis bullpen. And now Harry Gumbert gets up to limber up his right arm. Here's Ralph. He's had 1 for 2 with doubles in the third inning. Cardinals are in bunt formation. Stretched by Beasley the pitch. Ralph shortens up and takes the pitch. It's high outside. Ball 1. Whitey Karowski, if possible, is going to try to anchor at third if the bunt can be fielded by Beasley. Murray Marion will go over to cover second. Brown will come over to cover first, and Hop will come in from first base to take the bunt in his direction. Stretched by Beasley the pitch. Ralph swings and smacks one on the ground to Brown. Brown to Marion. Marion over to Hop. Hits a double play. Moving over to third on the twin killing was Ernie Bonham. Ralph with Bonham on second, Rizzuto on first, hit into a double play. Brown to Marion to Hop. That's the first double play of the 1942 World Series. So there are 2 outs. Cardinals have, for the time being, killed off the threat of a big inning. Ernie Bonham on third, 2 outs, and Roy Cullenbine the bat. Cullenbine struck out in the first inning, fly to Musial in the third. Switch hitter bats left-handed against right-handed pitcher. Here's the pitch to Cullenbine. Roy swings and hits a fly ball out into short left field. Musial is under it, and he makes the catch for the out. And so for the Yankees in the first half of the 5th.
No runs, 1 hit, no Cardinal errors, 1 man left on base, and the score at the end of 4 1/2 innings, 2-0 in favor of the St. Louis Cardinals. And now for the last 4.5 innings of this second game of the 1942 World Series. It's a real pleasure to be able to turn the microphone over to a voice you've always heard on these Gillette World Series broadcasts, Red Barber. Here's the old redhead now.
Thanks a great deal, Mel. Well, it's been quite a first half of this ball game. Young Johnny Beasley, a kid 21 years old, Asheville, Tennessee, has just been pitching with amazing success. He has been in trouble every single inning. The Yankees in the top of the 5th inning tried to put the crusher on him. That is, when they had the tying runs on at first and second and nobody out. A lot of times, ball clubs play that for a bunt, move the tying runs along. But the Yankees, knowing the strength of their prowess, had Rolfe hit away. The ball was hit sharply at Jimmy Brown, and thus came the first double play that Mel told you about. And just a few moments ago, we were all most warmly reminded of a great sports announcer who had been with us on all of the Gillette broadcasts and been on World Series broadcasts ever since broadcasting of them had begun. Bob Elson, and as you know, Bob is now a lieutenant in the Navy, and he's just wide regards to us all and hopes that it's a great series. And we are delighted to hear from Bob. Bonham, who was standing out on third base when the last out was made, out on the bases a while, took an opportunity to go back into the dugout, get cooled off a little bit. Now we're going into the last half of the 5th inning. He's just out on the mound. Slats Marion, nicknamed because of his build. He's very tall, like a string bean. Standing up there at the plate, first hitter. Hits 8th in the Cardinal batting order, and it's 2-0 in favor of the Cardinals, who jumped off in the first inning. Bonham pitches, a curve swung on. There's a high fly deep in the left center. There is Keller going over, DiMaggio going over. Keller out of the way, and DiMaggio takes it for the out. DiMaggio doesn't look like he's running very fast, but how he eats up the ground with those long strides. He's been all over the spacious area of center field here at Sportsman's Park today. So Marion, first up is out, swing on the first pitch. Center fielder put out, and here is a tremendous ovation going up for young Beasley, a rookie who wears 21, who won 21 games, and who is leading 2-0, and he's had to pitch every inning. Big Bonham, very businesslike, comes down, fastball swung on and missed. And Beasley, like a lot of these Cardinals, swings very hard. One of the reasons why the Cardinals can all run and why their pitchers are good hitters is that in the Cardinal system, when they look for young ball players, they look for the all-round athlete. Has a fastball outside, missing, ball 1, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Beasley, a right-hand hitter. Dickey going down to give the sign. Bonham, big towering right-hander.
whose control is fabulous. Ready. The defense is straight away. The pitch. Over for a call second strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Waist high over the outside. 2-0. In favor of the Cardinals in the second game of the 1942 World Series. There's a pitch. Swung on and taken for call. Strike 3. Beasley started to swing and couldn't. Pitch was past him. Strike 3 call. And for Bonham, that's his second strikeout. And speaking of the twos, Bonham wears number 20. And this happens to be first base coach Mike Gonzalez's young son's second birthday. And the score is 2-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Here's Jimmy Brown, switch hitter. He hits 2 ways, batting left-handed. Takes pitch low inside, ball 1. 1-0, 2 men out. Last of the 5th inning. Bonham looks out towards center field a moment, making up his mind what he wants to do. Brown crouches, deep back of the plate. Takes high outside, and it is 2 balls, no strikes. 2-0. Bonham moves a little dirt. He wastes no time out on the mound. Very efficient worker. Pumps vigorously, kicks, throws. Curve on the outside, and it is 3-0. He doesn't hesitate to use his curveball when he's behind. Neither does Beasley. 3-0 to Brown. 2 out. 3-0 pitch. In there. Taken. 3-1. Summers, a very stocky individual, and he stands squarely back of the catcher. When he calls a strike, suddenly his right hand flashes up. 3-1 pitch. There's that right hand flashing. Called strike 2. In other words, if you don't look quickly, when Summers calls a strike, you don't see him call it. You can hear him. 3-2. Bonham comes back. Brown swings, beats it down towards second. Gordon up with it, throws to first. Plenty of time. That's all for Brown. And it's nothing across for the Cardinals. 1-2-3 in the last half of the 5th inning. At the end of 5 innings, it is 2-0, favor St. Louis. And that ends the 5th inning. Wall work focuses attention on zero tolerances and precision manufacture. It's interesting to note, therefore, that the Gillette Blue Blade is one of the finest examples of precision manufacture to be found anywhere. The edges of this blade are so keen, they can only be measured by a beam of light. It would take 100,000 of them laid together to equal an inch. Now we're going to the 6th inning. The Yankees have been held completely at bay by Beasley. Only 2 of their men have been permitted to reach third base, and on each time, the runner reaching third got there with 2 out. That happened in the 2nd inning, and it happened again in the top of the 5th. Beasley has so far been in command. However, on 2 different occasions, the Cardinals have had bullpen support being marshaled in back of him. In the 1st inning, when he began by walking Rizzuto, the first hitter, and then again there in the top of the 5th. DiMaggio, who had 3 hits yesterday, has gone 0 for 2 today, bouncing out in the 1st inning, third to first, and fouling out to the first baseman in the 4th. Redoubtable right-hand batter, first man up in the 6th inning. It's 2-0 favor of the Cardinals. Beasley comes down, fastball swung on, hit down to short, half speed. Marion up, throws, it's close, and DiMaggio's out. And that's the 3rd bang-bang play that George Boss had at first base. He's had 3 close ones, and he has called them all without hesitation and with deliberate sureness. He hasn't hesitated at all. And right on top of them, called them and walked away. DiMaggio out on a close one, short to first. Marion, tall shortstop, came running in, picked up the ball, and in the same motion threw across his chest and over to first. Hop stretching out, brought it down. Here's Charlie Keller, singled his last at-bat. Takes a low inside curve down across the shins for ball 1. 1 out for the Yankees. Nobody on, top of the 6th inning. 2-0. Favor the at-home Cardinals. This is the 2nd game of the series. Here comes the rookie right-hander's pitch. It's a high outside curveball. Let up on ball 2. 2-0. Art Fletcher's the third base coach for the Yankees. Back at first, Earl Coombs. Keller crowds the plate from behind. Left-hand hitter. Outfield deep. St. Louis. Round toward right. Beasley twist throws. Fastball over. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Keller driving that club down by the end. Beasley pitches 2-1. Charlie takes high inside. Just up over the lettering. Ball 3. 3-1. 1 out. Nobody on. Beasley going for the rosin bag. The Cardinals got him 2 runs in the first inning, and he's protected them all the way. It's 2-0. And, of course, with each pitch, the pressure is now piling up. The throw, swung on, fouled up and back. On top of the stands. 3-2. Keller in the second inning, his first at bat today. Fly ball to center fielder Terry Moore, who gave the fans a display of his soft hands. That's the technique he uses, catching a fly ball. And then Keller practically knocked Beasley down when he hammered a single right over him. 4th inning. 3-2 pitch. Swung on. There's a high fly ball into short left center. Left fielder Musial waiting. Has it. And it is 2 out. The suspense was on that one pretty much because Musial got to the spot where the ball came down and he had to wait. That fly ball was really up there. 2 up, 2 down, and the batter is Gordon. Gordon got the first Yankee hit, a double inside the left field line, the second inning, and then lined out to the third baseman in the 4th. Joe Stens is deep in the box, feet close together as right-hand batter could. Steps up, takes low, and inside. Ball 1. Ball's examined. Plate umpire, Bill Summers, the American League staff, trying to be perfectly all right. Beasley's very sure of himself. Right-hander comes down. Fastball swung on. Missed. 1-1. Gordon took a ruffle. Beasley has all the confidence of his youthful strength, and he's that sort of an individual. He's just pleased when he takes the mound that he can do it. There's a throw. Swung on. Foul back. You know, it's a small world. Coming out to the ballpark today, I happened to come out in the same cab which had just previously on his trip to the ballpark brought Beasley himself. And so, of course, the taxi driver was able to tell Mel and yours truly just the attitude of the young fellow, and the attitude was, as he told the taxi cab driver, was he's going to win. Gordon swings, fouls it back. And it's still 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 out. Joe set. Outfield's deep, round toward left. Gordon had his greatest hitting year this past season. Cooper sets his mitt for a low target. Pitches inside, and it is 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Walker, that's Walker Cooper, the catcher, strolls out in front of the plate. Hollers something to his young battery mate. Now comes back, goes down to give the sign. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Nobody on in the 6th. Beasley comes down, big curve, low inside. Ball 3. 3-2. Johnny walks around back of the mound for the moment. Rubs the fingers of his right hand across his blouse. Pumps again. Delivers. Call, strike 3, a curveball. Gordon turns around, but Summers walks away. Gordon protesting. He didn't like it, and this is the first time the Yankees did not get somebody on. That's the second strikeout for Beasley. 1, 2, 3 and out. And that ends the first half of the 6th inning. Up to now, I haven't really told you a thing about Gillette Lather shaving cream. And believe me, fellas, it makes shaving much faster and far more enjoyable. Gillette Lather contains 3 beneficial oils. In just a jiffy, you whip up billows of lather that holds abundant moisture, softens stubble in a hurry, and stays creamy on your face all the while you're shaving. Furthermore, fans, you pay no premium for this added luxury, the extra shaving speed and comfort you get when you prepare your beard with Gillette shaving cream. Ask your dealer for a tube, or try Gillette brushless, only 25 cents. The Cardinals come in with their captain and center fielder. First up, last of the 6th inning, Terry Moore, to be followed by Slaughter and then by Musial. Terry Moore got the first Cardinal base hit with 2 men out in the 8th inning yesterday afternoon off roughing. That, of course, is well-known history. But this, I believe, you'll be interested in. When the Cardinals were taking batting practice, some fan drifted out of the stands, and before anyone detected his presence, he had picked up Terry Moore's favorite bat, the one that he used to get that base hit yesterday, and had drifted away with it. And Moore could not find it. Searched high and low. So he's using another bat. But what had become a priceless weapon, practically a museum piece, was gone. First pitch to Moore, called strike. Found him right in there. Sharp curveball. First man up, last to the 6th. Moore using a brand new bat. 0 for 2. There's the fly ball deep out into center. DiMaggio's under it and takes it for the out. And that's all for Terry. You have today, in this series, you have 2 of the greatest fielding center fielders in the business putting on their show. Same ballpark, inning after inning. DiMaggio, Terry Moore. They really can go get them. That's one of the big arguments in baseball, is which is the better. Here's Country Slaughter, the Cardinal right fielder. Takes a pitch high inside after half bluffing a bunt. Ball 1. 2-0. Favor St. Louis. A walk. Sacrificing fielder's choice. And then a double by Walker Cooper. Did the business in the first inning. Pitch swung on. There's a high fly ball going out into right. Cullenbine waiting for it. Waiting. And takes it about 3 steps inside the wall. And it is 2 up, 2 gone. For St. Louis, last of the 6th inning. You know, not a Cardinal who started the ball game yesterday had ever been in the World Series before, and not a Cardinal who started today has ever been in the World Series before. And so to add to that, I happened to run into old Jess Haynes this morning, and he said, you know, this series makes me feel sort of old. Wait, I'll tell you the rest of it. Here's the first pitch to Musial. Swings and misses. Big curveball. Because Jess said, you know, this is the first World Series the Cardinals have ever played in which I wasn't with them. As an active player. Have to figure it out. That's it. Musial sets. Swings. Beats a sharp ground ball towards second. Gordon has it. Throws to first. Plenty of time. It's all for Stan. Thrown out second to first. Nothing across then in the last half of the 6th inning. And at the end of 6 innings, the totals still stand as they were at the end of 5. For the Yankees, no runs. 5 hits and 1 error. And St. Louis, 2 runs, 2 hits, and no errors. And ladies and gentlemen, your serious attention just for a moment. In this war which is going on, which our men, our boys, the kid from just around the corner, which our men are scattered all over the world, there is a great need now, and the need undoubtedly will be greater, for blood plasma. And that is primarily the work of you listening in cooperation with the American Red Cross in the building of blood banks to help sustain the lives of our men who are risking their lives everywhere. And for those of you in America, contact your local American Red Cross chapter and find out how you can best cooperate with them in the blood donor program. And for our Canadian listeners, we suggest you call your nearest Canadian government office. For the 7th inning, Bill Dickey, first up, singled his last at bat. Be followed by Hassett, and then by Bonham. Unless MacArthur decides to go with a pinch hitter. He now has Donald and Brewer warming up in the Yankee bullpen, which would indicate that he certainly has the possibility of a pinch hitter in his mind. Dickey up, left-hand hitter. Right-hander Beasley throws. Fastball outside and low. Ball 1. 1-0. The score stands 2-0. Favor the Cardinals, who are trying to get even. No game tomorrow for travel, you know. Series resuming Saturday at the stadium, New York. Beasley kicks, throws. Dickey swings. There's a high pop fly down by first. There's Hop coming in. He's under it. Waiting. Makes the catch. Just in fair ground. Third of the way into home plate. That's all for Dickey. Popping up to the Cardinal first baseman. Beasley, ready to pitch to Buddy Hassett. Hassett is a hitter. Grounded out, second to first in the 2nd inning. And hit a line drive, which was caught in right field by Slaughter in the 4th. 0 for 2 today. Outfield straight away on Buddy. Beasley throws. Called strike. Under the shoulders over the outside. Hassett walks to the front of batter's box, gets a little dust. Now steps back in. Nothing in one out, nobody on. Beasley works, throws as a line drive hit out to left center. Musial goes over in front of it. Left fielder captures it for the out. And that's all for Hassett. 2 up and 2 down. And let's see, will it be Bonham to bat for himself? We'll know in a moment. Yes, it will be. Here he comes. And Earl Coombs, the first base coach, waves to Brewer and Donald down in the Yankee bullpen to save yourselves, boys. Just sit down, take it easy. As a round of applause for Ernie, who made a couple of mistakes in the first inning, which came home to haunt him, in that he walked the first batter he pitched to, and then on a sacrifice by the next, he threw to the wrong base. He's right-hand batter. Beasley pitches. Low, ball 1. Then came the double, which was a real frozen rope, as Walker Cooper himself would describe his line drive, which he hit to right center, got in those 2 men. And that's all the scoring up to now. 2-0, St. Louis. 2 out for the Yankees, nobody on here in the 7th inning. Bonham takes the fastball on. Beasley is pouring these pitches down. He's a strong fella, 6'1", around 200 pounds, powerful. Delivers. There's another strike call. 1-2. Outfield toward right, despite the fact that Bonham is a right-hand batter. They don't figure that he'll pull Beasley. Throw. Curveball swung on, tapped down foul. That pitch was a big curveball. It looked like it was going to be high inside until the last split second when it broke down over the plate. And Bonham, to protect himself, just sort of took a chop at it, tapped it down foul, thus preserved his batting life. Young Beasley ready. Throws. Curve swung on, hit down to short. Up with his Marion. Throw to first. In time. And that's all for Bonham. Short to first. Nothing across then for the Yankees in the top of the 7th inning. And the thousands here at St. Louis in the packed park are standing now, as this out here is the home half of the 7th. The Yankees, the visitors, and going out to take the field. 2-0, St. Louis. As we go into the last half of the 7th, it is Walker Cooper who has been the offensive payoff man for St. Louis this afternoon, with 2 men out in the first inning. Jimmy Brown at second base and Terry Moore on at first. Walker Cooper hit his line drive double. He'll be followed by Hop and then by Kurowski. And Bonham just making his way out to the mound now. And he was very careful as he went across the first base foul line not to step on it. In fact, he broke step in order to step across it. Now he begins throwing down to the veteran Yankee receiver, Bill Dickey. So let's set the Yankee club afield defensively. Bonham pitching, Dickey catching. Infield, same as yesterday. Hassett is at first. Joe Gordon at second. Phil Rizzuto is at short. And at third, Red Roth. The outfield is Charlie Keller in left. Joe DiMaggio in center. And in right field, Roy Cullenbine. And here's Walker Cooper making his way now from the Cardinal dugout, which is on the third base side, on his way up to the plate. He has 1 for 2. And that was the double that got in the 2 Cardinal runs. First inning. Right-hand batter. He's a rangy 6-footer. Sets fairly well back in the box. Bonham works. Cooper swings. There's a high fly going into center. DiMaggio's waiting. And he takes it. And that's all for catcher Cooper. That for DiMaggio is his 6th putout so far this afternoon. And the World Series record for the most putouts in a World Series game for a center fielder is 8. One away, and Johnny Hop, who got the last base hit for the Cardinals when he singled to right field in the 4th inning. Takes a call strike, fastball over. fact, Hop has the only hit for the Cardinals since the first inning when Walker Cooper doubled. St. Louis has just 2 hits. John takes another strike call. Going over the outside. Bonham is fast. Turns his back on the batter for the moment. Looks out towards center field. Blows on his right hand. Now turns around, takes a sign from Dickey, and promptly starts rocking. Throws. Curve swung on, and it is hit in the right field for a solid base hit for Hop. Makes his turn around first base and holds up. And Hop comes up with his second straight safety. Single to right, and this is hit number 3 for the Cardinals. It is hit number 8 in the ball game. The Yankees have 5. Now Buddy Hassett comes in to hold first base. Hop leading off at that point, 1 man out. And George Kurowski, who is 0 for 2, steps in. Field is a step toward the left. Throw to first, and Hop has to come back on his chest and reach for first base with his hand, but he gets back in time. Hassett returns. Bonham sets. Kurowski, right-hand batter, waiting. Bonham throws. Kurowski has to lean back. High inside. Ball 1. George is 0 for 2 this afternoon, and he went 0 for 3 yesterday. Bonham comes down in position, looks at first, delivers to the plate. Kurowski swings and goes around missing. 1-1. At this moment, Marvin Brewer gets up to start warming down the Yankee bullpen. For St. Louis, Ernie White now begins throwing too. Also, right-hander Harry Gumbert goes to work. Throw back to first. Not in time. Hop again, sliding back on his chest. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's the count. George Kurowski finishing up his rookie year. Bonham, another look at first. Throws to the plate. Kurowski swings, and there's a high fly ball going out toward the left field corner. It's coming down in foul ground, and finally into the stands. Charlie Keller was over. But, of course, they don't allow the outfielders to run up in the stands. So that's a long second strike. 1 and 2. 1 man out. Cardinals ahead, 2-0, and trying to start something cooking in the last of the 7. Bonham carefully down in the pitcher's position. Delivers. Kurowski swings, and there's another foul. This one on top of the stands behind third base and out of the park. 1 and 2. Brewer is throwing relatively easily, although he isn't fooling about it. Being warmed up by Coach Schulte. Bonham studies the runner at first. Johnny Hop, there he goes. And with a hit and run on, there's a drive going to the left field corner. Keller comes over, and he can't hold it. And the ball is fair for an extra base. Here's Hop coming around third. Here is Kurowski coming into third. Keller finally recovers, and Rizzuto relays it, and it's a triple. With the hit and run on, Kurowski slapped a low, long line drive just inside the left field line toward the corner. Charlie Keller, cutting over, could not quite get down to grab it. And it's a 3-bagger. The ball went through all the way back to the left field wall. Kurowski made it to third base standing, and of course Hop scored, and it is 3-0 in favor of St. Louis. 1 man out. Kurowski at third base. Slats Marion is the hitter. And the Yankees, of course, have the infield drawn in tightly, hoping for a play at the plate. Outfield is straight away. Marion tripled, if you'll recall, in the 9th inning of yesterday's game. Swings on the first pitch, and there's a hot one to third, and Roth drives the runner back to third, throws to first in time. Marion is out. Kurowski is forced to hold on at third base. That ball was hit straight at the third baseman. It was hit sharply, righted wrong. And the experienced third striker knew what to do with it. And here is Beasley stepping in. He's quite a fair-haired child out here, and we say that as a figure of speech, as he is quite a brunette. Infield is back. Outfield is practically straight away. Bonham throws. There's a swing and a miss for strike one. Beasley cutting it a low curveball. Karowski's on at third. Just got his first World Series safety, and he got it with a hit and run on. Three-bagger. Southworth feeling better about things, coaching back to third. Karowski takes a long run down off third. Beasley swings and misses, going after a fastball. Strike two. When we say that the outfield is straight away, we mean that they are not pulled off normal either toward left field or toward right field. Bonham takes the sign, delivers. Beasley swings and misses. Strike three. And so that ends that threat. That's the third strikeout for Bonham. And it is 1 run, 2 hits. 3-0 St. Louis. And that ends the 7th inning. Maybe you've never noticed them, but every Gillette Blue Blade has marks resembling the Roman numerals 1 and 2 on the ends projecting beyond your razor. These enable you to distinguish between the edges and to give each equal use, thereby prolonging the life of the blade. In principle and results, this is like crisscrossing automobile tires, and it's mighty worthwhile, for you get several extra shaves from every blade. Here are the 7th inning totals for the visiting Yankees. No runs, 5 hits, 1 error, half a dozen men left, and for the Cardinals, 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors, and just 3 men left. And all eyes are being glued faster and faster on this strapping 6-foot figure of a rookie right-hander stepping onto the mound, his very key assignment, and doing very nobly. Johnny Beasley. However, as time grows shorter, ball game going into the 8th inning, manager Southworth is not any longer going to risk not having a man ready in the bullpen. So Harry Gumba, who is a very experienced right-hander. This is his 3rd World Series. He was in the last 2 with the Giants. Gumbut, poor leave to 1 batter yesterday, is in the bullpen for St. Louis. Now Rizzuto, first up in the 8th. Swings, fouls the first pitch off, strike 1. Rizzuto singled his last time out. He walked in the 1st inning, fly ball, left field in the 3rd, single to left in the 5th. Very stocky, sturdy little right-hand batter crouches, bunts and misses completely. There he was at his famous specialty and didn't even touch the ball. It was a fastball that he tried to bunt. It was really blown right down in there, too. 0-2. Outfield, a couple of steps around toward left field. On Rizzuto, they play him to pull. Swings on a curve and pulls a line drive foul. Out past left. Count hangs. 0-2. First man up in the 8th. The score is 3-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Young Beasley delivers a curveball, foul down into the ground, bounced up against the knees of catcher Walker Cooper. Still 0-2. Beasley goes up over his head, twists, throws, curve low outside, threw it down into the dirt just outside the plate. Rizzuto failed to be tempted. 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 3-0. Favor the Cardinals. Fighting to get this series on an even keel. A pitch, curveball, swung on and missed. Strike 3. And we have time right now in this 2nd game of the World Series to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Red Rolfe, left-hand hitter. 1 out, nobody on. 8th inning. Takes a fastball low inside. 4-1. Rolfe has 1 for 3 this afternoon. Doubled. right field. Third inning. Digs in. Takes a fastball over. Ball strike. And Beasley, if anything, has grown faster. The ball game has progressed. In fact, he couldn't be any faster than he is right now. Comes down, curveball, swung on, hit down to second. Up with it is Brown, throws to first, and Rolfe is out. Second to first. And it is 2 up. 2 away. Roy Cullenbine is the batter. Roy's gone 0 for 3. Struck out in the first inning. The fly balls to left in the third and in the fifth. 2 out. Bases are like Mother Hubbard's cupboard. They're empty. Fastball low inside. 4-1. 3-0. Favor the Cardinals. Young Beasley licks the ends of the fingers of his right hand. It's a pitching mannerism of his. The outfield's around toward right on Cullenbine. Takes a high outside fastball. Ball 2. Roy is a switch hitter, and he hits with equal facility, too, from either side of the plate. It's right-handed pitching, such as he's facing today, and Johnny Beasley, he's batting left-handed. Right side of the infield is deep. First baseman Hop step in toward the line. Strike, call, fastball. 2-1. Beasley has a great deal of poise, especially for a kid. And remember last year, down in New Orleans, he only won 16 ball games. Here's first year in the big leagues, he won 21. Roy takes a call, second strike. The ball was right off the belt buckle, over the inside. Roy stepped up on the pitch and was off balance a little bit. And also, he didn't like the call of the plate umpire. 2-2. Roy sets. Beasley delivers. Roy swings at a bounding ball. Hit to deep second. Brown knocks it down, but he can't recover in time. And Cullenbine is on, hitting the ball through the hole between first and second. Brown, at the edge of the right field grass, knocked it down, but couldn't recover. And it is scored as a single. This is the first man to get on since Rizzuto singled with nobody out in the fifth inning. In other words, 10 Yankees went down in order. This is the first batter in the last 11 to get on. And Joe DiMaggio stepping in. That's hit number 6 for the Yankees. Curve low outside into the dirt. Cooper blocks it. Ball 1. DiMaggio this afternoon is 0 for 3. Cullenbine ready to go on anything, leading down off first. Outfield is just as deep as it can get. Round toward left on Joe. There goes Cullenbine. There's the throw down to second base, and Roy is safe. Brown put the ball on him, not in time. And Cullenbine sliding around, reaches a hand for the bag and makes it.
Stolen base. Stolen base.
Stolen base is credited to Cullenbine. Down he was going. Look, for the moment, the play was closed, as though Cal Hubbard was going to put the out sign on, and then as he got down, seeing the plate closer, he flashed the save. Cullenbine walking off second. 3-0. Favor the Cardinals. DiMaggio takes a strike. 2-1. The other pitch on which Cullenbine went down was a ball. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. DiMaggio swings, and there's a base hit out into right field. Here's Cullenbine around third base, and the throw is cut off to hold DiMaggio at first as the run scores. Cullenbine comes in, and DiMaggio singles into right, and the Yankees get their first run. Now it is 3-1. That for Joe is his 4th hit in the World Series. Second run that he's batted in. This is hit number 7 for the Yankees this afternoon. And Harry Gumbert is not sparing the horses as he warms up Cardinal bullpen. 2 down. DiMaggio is at first. The tying run's at the plate. Charlie Keller has 1 hit, a single this afternoon, 1 for 3.
Keller swings. There's a high one, which is going out toward the pavilion roof. And it's a home run. Charlie Keller dug in. As you know, he is very wicked with that wood, and teed off on the first pitch. It was a high line drive, and it went well to the top of the right field pavilion roof. There was no question when the ball was struck. And it is now quickly 3 runs in for the Yankees, and it's all tied at 3-3, and Joe Gordon is the batter. Takes a strike, fastball over. A single by Cullenvine, followed by a single by DiMaggio. Cullenvine scored. He had stolen second base. And then came Keller's home run. So it's all tied at 3-3. There's a high foul ball hit out along left and into the stands. And it is strike 2 to Joe Gordon, the acrobatic second baseman. And Keller really took a toehold. Apparently he was looking for that fastball on the first pitch, and he certainly waded into it. Beasley comes back. Gordon swings and misses. Strike 3, and he was struck out on a low outside curve. That's the 4th strikeout for Beasley. 3 runs for the Yankees on 3 hits. There's nobody left. It's all tied, and that ends the first half of the 8th inning. You've listened, I hope, to the hints we have given you on how to prolong razor blade life and get more comfortable shaves, too. Please keep them in mind, and by all means remember Gillette shaving cream. At the moment, I'm thinking of Gillette lather cream. Frankly, we believe there isn't another lather cream that's 1, 2, 3 with this one. Made with 3 beneficial oils, it whips up into a rich, creamy lather that holds plenty of moisture and softens tough beards in a hurry. What comfortable shaves you get. Take it from me, they're quick and good-looking, too. But maybe you're a brushless fan. Well, just let me tell you about Gillette Brushless, if you don't already know. It's fresh-scented, greaseless, speed shaving, and can't clog razor or drains. Made with peanut oil, it's particularly kind to tender skins. Your dealer has Gillette shaving cream, either lather or brushless, 25 cents. Get a tube, and for an especially good buy in the brushless, ask for the giant size economy tube, only 33 cents. Going into the last half of the 8th inning, it's the top of the order. For the Cardinals, little Jimmy Brown to be followed by Terry Moore, then by Country Slaughter. And it's a brand new ball game. You might say a sudden death ball game right now. It's all tied, 3-3. And here's Big Bonham, who's restored to parity, delivering outside fastball for ball 1. Bonham had pitched from behind since the first inning on until this very moment. Charlie Keller's high line drive to the top of the right field pavilion. Only round tripper so far of this World Series, tied it up a moment ago. Has a pitch low outside for ball 2. For Keller, hitting home runs in a World Series, of course, is no novelty. This is the 4th that he's unloaded. Bonham, back of the mound, picks his uniform. He's behind 2-0. Down in the Yankee bullpen, Donald and Brewer, both right-handers, warming up. Bonham delivers in there for a strike. Fastball over, scrub the knees. 2 balls, 1 strike. Throw, low inside for ball 3. Down in the Cardinal bullpen, a little right-hander who's finishing up his rookie year, Dixon, quite successful. He was quite a relief pitcher for the Cardinals. Their great drive. He's warming up. Bonham delivers. Over for a call, second strike, and the count is full, 3-2. It's quite a ball game. Sir, I'm going to have both my ears read back to hear what Sage Bill Coram has to say when he comes on with his summation after the action is over. Brown swings as a line drive into the dirt in front of second. Gordon up with it, throws to first in time. And Brown is out.
The ball was hit down by the second baseman, exploded in the ground in front of him, but Gordon unflinchingly went in, dug it out, did the play over to first, and Brown, hitting the ball right on the nose, is nevertheless retired by a step at first. Second to first. Gordon to Hassett. And Terry Moore, who is hitless, 2 official at-bats today. Outfield straight away. Moore, right-hand batter. Swings and tips a ball right back foul into the chest protector of the plate umpire. In the American League, their umpires stand squarely in back of the catcher, as compared in the National League to the National League umpires who move to get off the catcher's shoulder into the crack between the catcher and the batter. And there's a difference in chest protectors. The pitch, low for 1, 1-1. In the American League, the outside inflated windbag chest protectors used. In the National League, they use a fiber and metal protector that fits right over the vest and is worn under the coat, which is called the inside protector. Moore takes low outside, 4-2. 2-1, 2 balls, 1 strike. 1 man out for the Cardinals, last of the 8th inning, which is all tied at 3-3. You couldn't ask for a prettier ball game than is going on today. Here's Big Bonham, pumping, throws, Moore swinging, fouls it straight back up against the screen. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Southworth pacing up and down, back of third base. He's his own third base coach. It was announced after yesterday's game, you know, that Southworth's managerial contract with St. Louis had been renewed. A pitch high inside to Terry Moore, and it's 3-2. Mike Gonzalez switching back at first for the Cardinals. In fact, Mike is going to be honored when the World Series gets back to the stadium. There's a foul tip. Moore swinging on a 3-2 pitch. Dickey couldn't quite hold it. Mike is quite a figure down in Cuba. And Cuba is very, very much interested in American baseball. They're very proud of their citizens who have participated in this game. And a Cuban flag has been sent. Moore swings. There's a long fly ball into deep left center. Back goes DiMaggio. Back, and pulls it down. That's the outfield. That's the outfield catch so far of the series. And Terry Moore is out. He's robbed by a great catch that a lot of people would say only the other fella could catch against him. That's one great fielding center fielder being retired by another one. Terry Moore being robbed by DiMaggio. That's the 7th putout for DiMaggio, who's 1 shy now of tying his own record for putouts in the outfield. That's the World Series record. Country Slaughter swings on the first pitch. There's a line drive hit down to the right field corner. And it's an extra base. There's Slaughter on his way for second. And slides. It's going to be close. The ball gets away from Rizzuto. Slaughter's up. He's on his way for third base. Keller retrieves and then runs it in. And it is a double and an error, and Slaughter is at third. With 2 down in the last of the 8th inning. Slaughter poleaxed a line drive, and an error is charged against Rizzuto, who took Cullenbine's good throw at second base and let it get away from him. So it's a double for Slaughter, double to right field, and he moves right on down to third base on the shortstop's error. So, 3-3 ball game. That's the 5th hit for St. Louis. Second error for the Yankees. And the situation now is how about pitching to Stan Musial? He's stepping in. Bonham looks around. Dr. Slaughter walking down off third. Musial swings. There's a bounding ball back through the middle. It's a base hit into center field. And the Cardinals break the tie. Stan Musial cracked a clean base hit right back to the middle. It's his first World Series safety, and naturally Slaughter cruised in from third, and it's 4-3 St. Louis. And the batter now is Walker Cooper. Swings and has a line drive out into right. And Cullenbine grabs it for the out. And Walker Cooper savagely slashed a line drive, which the right fielder caught. And it is 1 run. On 1 hit, you score. That run is earned, as it would have scored from second, despite the error. 1 run, 2 hits. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error. But the run is earned. And it is 4-3 in favor of St. Louis. The Yankees come in for the top of the 9th. They heroically got 3 runs to get even in the 8th. Now they find they have to get 1 to stay alive here in the top of the 9th inning. Boy, it's a battle, isn't it? You said it. Say, you know, next to a letter from home, you can scarcely name a thing that servicemen appreciate more than easy shaving Gillette blue blades. And remember, folks, Christmas gifts going to men overseas should be mailed immediately. Down in the Cardinal bullpen, left-hander White and right-hander Gumbert. If there's going to be the slightest bit of trouble. And Slaughter, in his mad dash around the bases, tore his trousers. And the start of the 9th inning had to be delayed while he went back into the clubhouse and another pair. You know, tomorrow night, the sensational welterweight Ray Robinson meets Jack LaMotta, Madison Square Garden in New York. Bill Corum and Don Dunphy will be there to report this cavalcade of sports feature for you. Now here's the first pitch to Bill Dickey as we go into the 9th inning. High outside for ball 1. For good listening for the fight tomorrow night, be with us by way of your mutual station at 10 p.m. Eastern War Time. It's tomorrow, Friday night. Dickey swings as a bounding ball, hit wide of first. Jimmy Brown fumbles it, and Dickey is on safely. And they're waiting the judgment of the official scorer. A ball hit deep in the hole between first and second. And Dickey is on at first base. In just a moment, he's immediately giving way to a pinch runner, George Steinbeck. Former Cardinal, by the way. And that is scored as a base hit. Figured it was too difficult for second baseman Brown to handle cleanly. Single for Dickey. That's Bill's second safety this afternoon. And the batter is Buddy Hassett. And Steinbeck immediately takes over at first. Steinbeck running for Dickey. 4-3, favor the Cardinals. Hassett 0 for 3 so far in the ball game. Throw, swung on, there's a bounding ball and the base hit. It's in the right field. There's Steinbeck around second on his way for third. Slaughter's throw. It's going to be close. And Steinbeck is out. Slaughter throws him out at third base. Runner George Steinbeck, who's very fast, tore right around second base without hesitating and streaked for third on Hassett's sharp single into right field. And Slaughter, who opened up with a double in the last half of the 8th inning, is making himself more solidly one of the first citizens of St. Louis when he threw a strike from deep right field all the way on the fly, on the carry, not on the bounce at all, to third baseman Karowski, and Steinbeck was out, sliding in. So, one man is out. Top of the 9th inning. Buddy Hassett's on at first base. The Yankees still have the tying run on, but now one man is out. And that great throw by Slaughter changed what would have been runners at first and third and nobody out to a man at first base and one out. And a pinch hitter is coming into the ball game, and who do you think he is? The Yankee pitcher of yesterday, Red Ruffing. And Ruffing is going to bat for Bonham. Red Ruffing. Great hitter in his own right. Ruffing stepping in. Hit for Bonham, the 9th inning. The Cardinals lead 4-3. They're fighting like hungry cats to hang on. Slaughter has suddenly come alive. Last inning in this one. Outfielder step toward right. Roughing takes a curveball. It's over for a called strike. Bases going all the way. Back of him in the bullpen. Left-hander White. Right-hander Gumbert. In the Yankee bullpen, right-handers Brewer and Donald. 4-3, favor the Cardinals. Hassett leads off first. Roughing swings as a fly ball going into right field. Back goes Slaughter and makes the catch, a step out in front of the wall. Back to first base comes Hassett, and it's 2 gone. And the Yankees now have 1 out left, and they are run behind. Top of the order, Bill Rizzuto. Saying be sure and stay with us now for the summary and highlights of today's very thrilling ball game, which will be given you by Bill Corum. Rizzuto up. The Yankees down to their last out, 4-3 St. Louis. There's a call strike. Fastball over. 1-0. Johnny Hupp holding first. Hassett leading off. He, of course, is ready to go on anything. The pitch. Fastball is hit down by second base. Up with it is Marin. Throws to first. The game's over. Right down to the finish. And needless to remark, they are throwing hats and papers and cushions all around Sportsman's Park. St. Louis is very, very happy. This time yesterday, they weren't so happy. The series is now all even at a game apiece. Well, Bill Corum will come in any moment now with his highlights of today's game. But before we hear from Bill, let this old redhead say just one more thing. In all this world, there is no other blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as the Gillette Blue Blade. Responsible for this are the high-precision standards observed at shaving headquarters, plus skilled technicians in specialized facilities. Now, as you would expect, in addition to supplying razors and blades to our armed forces, Gillette is taking an active and important part in the war production. This work falls into 2 classifications. First, manufacture of war material. Second, and most significant, manufacture of precision dies and machine tool parts for America's most outstanding tool makers. This, of course, is a real tribute to Gillette and clearly emphasizes the fact that in the entire field of precision manufacture, there is not a more exacting operation than production of the Gillette Blue Blade. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to give you all the highlights, the drama, the human flow that was in this battle this afternoon in which the Cardinals won 4-3 to get even, and to also give you the official totals, is our good friend and sports columnist for the New York Journal-American, Bill Corum, who right now, I don't know whether he's going to be from his native town of St. Louis or from his adopted town of New York, so let's listen.
Fred, I'm not going to be in either one, but these finishes really got you pretty dizzy around here, haven't you? This 8th and 9th innings of these series are something. You get all set, for instance, to welcome Johnny Beasley as the first fella who shut out the Yankees since old Jess Haynes did it in this park in 1926 when the Cardinals beat them 4-0, and then boom, here come the Yanks in typical Yankee fashion to tie it up with 3 runs, largely, of course, on Charlie Keller's tremendous home run onto the roof over the bleachers and Grand Boulevard. As Hank Greenberg said here before this game started of yesterday's game, too little and too late, and it happened to be with the Yankees the same case this afternoon, too little and too late in the 8th. Although they got the tie, the Cardinals came ripping back with a fella who was something of a goat yesterday. Although only 1 error was charged against him, a lot of good baseball men thought that Eno Slaughter might have caught 2 doubles that came off that right field screen yesterday. One, of course, was scored as a 2-base error. The other, they thought he might very well have handled had he been again playing in his custom fashion. But he didn't do it yesterday, so he did it today. A great baseball player with 2 out. He rammed a double down the right field line, and the Cardinals came charging back to get the run that gave Mr. Beasley, a freshman pitcher and a fellow who won 21 and lost only 6 in the National League this year, a victory over the mighty Yankees, who played, as I said before, in typical Yankee fashion behind the masterful pitching of Ernie Bonham. And here are the totals to show you that Bonham was a great big pitcher, and a big pitcher in more respects than one this afternoon. 4-6-0-4, 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 4 men left for the Cardinals. 3-10-2-7, 3 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors, and 7 left on base for the Yankees. So the Cardinals won the ball game with 4 less hits than the Yanks got, and Bonham was truly a master out there until Stan Musial stepped up and shot a single over second base. He'd been pretty helpless before that, but he hit it when it counted. He shot a single through the middle of the box and of the infield over the box, and in came the winning run. And I can tell you these St. Louis fans are certainly happy here this afternoon, as they have every right to be, and I think we all have every right to be, because it's made it a series where the Yankees obviously are not going to run off and hide. It's going to be a series right down to the wire, I'm sure. As I said to Red, I'm not for anybody. I'm for the better ball club. These Yankees are real champions, but I do take pride in seeing a bunch of kids like these Cardinals step in there and give them such a battle. We had old Grandpa Ruffing in there, a fellow who'd pitched 8 World Series games. Yesterday he won his 7th to become the greatest World Series pitcher of all time. 38 years old in my book. Some say 37, but my scores show that 38. We won't quibble over that. 37 or 38 Red is. And here's a 21-year-old kid that comes back this afternoon and is right on the verge of pitching a shutout against the Yankees. And as I say, that hadn't been done since 1926. Just as close he was as Ruffing was to pitching a no-hit game yesterday. So all the drama comes piled in these last innings, as it should. And I can say that this was a real honey of a ball game. Not because the Cardinals happened to even up the score and make it 1-1 as far as the series goes, but because it was a good ball game in every respect. And for the first time in the series, that vaunted speed that everybody has talked about the Redbirds, made itself felt and was in evidence. They took chances. They were tearing around those bases, and here's a little item for you. When Slaughter came out in the 9th inning, he was wearing a new pair of baseball pants. I don't know whether he traveled so fast that he left his first pair back of them when he went around those bases in the 8th, but I do know that he came out to field the 9th inning in a new pair. And he was certainly traveling, as he was when Cullenbine pulled what is known in baseball as a rock and threw behind the runner early in the game. You can't do that with these Cardinals. When he threw that ball to first base, Mr. Enos was gone to second just as surely as anything could be, even if Hassett hadn't dropped the ball and been charged with what was a regrettable error, in my opinion. An error, nevertheless, because he let the low throw get away. But really, it was Cullenbine who violated the cardinal rule of baseball by throwing behind the runner, and you can't do it with feather-footed fellows like these, I assure you. Now, the great credit, the hero of this ball game is unquestionably Beasley. They said a right-hander, a speedball pitcher, a strong-arm boy couldn't beat the Yankees. Well, he beat them. He almost had them shut up. The Yanks came back, as they will, and Keller, a powerhouse if ever I saw one, King Kong they call him, and he lives up to that name, almost won it and would have, naturally, if they could have just got 1 run on there ahead. DeMadge, who's been hitting wonderfully well, the Yankee clipper in this series, was the fellow that broke up Beasley's no-run, that is, scoreless game, by singling into right field to score the first Yankee run. Keller, however, hadn't been hitting up to the day, and I thought yesterday Cooper pitched beautifully to him. Today, however, he got the feel of the ball, and he is going to hit, as he always does, and when he hits for distance. So did Whitey Kurowski. The pitchers in this series have been handling him perfectly, too, pitching under his wrist, you might say, keeping the ball in there close to him, and the Dodgers and others found out in the National League that that's the way to handle him. But today he got a hold of one that rode down the left field line for a triple, and he hits that ball pretty hard, and when he hits it, like all the Cardinals, he travels pretty fast. So I think we're going back to New York to see one of the greatest World Series of all time, played on into the 3rd game there on Saturday. I think that it's still anybody's series, as the standing now shows, and I have a hunch, just a hunch, that maybe the Yankees will find some trouble with southpaws. That's a little difficult to say. I'll say it left-handers. I'll say the Cardinal left-handers may conceivably trouble the Yankees' great hitters. But it's going to be a series right down to the wire, and if the Yankees should be upset, you may be sure that they will have been upset by a great ball team, because they are a great ball team themselves and a great bunch of champions. Now tomorrow we'll be en route to New York, headed for the Yankee Stadium, where the third game of the series will be played Saturday afternoon. Make a special note of this. We come on the air sharply at 1:15 Eastern Wartime Saturday. That's an hour earlier than starting time yesterday and today. So plan accordingly. Tune in Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports for the third game of the World Series at 1:15 Eastern Wartime Saturday afternoon. For you fellas who like a good scrap, Don Dumphy and I will report the 10-rounder between Ray Robinson and Jack LaMotta tomorrow night from ringside at Madison Square Garden. Be with us, radio-wise, for this next boxing feature on Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports. Tune in your mutual station at 10 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Until then, smooth sailing, smooth shaving. This is Bill Corum saying good afternoon for the Gillette Safety Razor Company, Red Barber, and Mel Allen. This is Mutual.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast. Sailing 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in. Boy, oh boy, listen to the roar of that motor as Hop brings his ship in for a landing. And believe you me, when Hop brings her in, it's never anything but a perfect three-point landing. Because Hop's an expert flyer. How did he get to be so expert even though he's only 18 years old? Well, there's only one answer to that. He was thoroughly trained in the groundwork. Learned all the fundamentals of flying while he was still in high school. He had to do this all on his own, too, at great expense to his Aunt Agatha. But that was before pre-flight aviation courses were made available in high schools. Fellas and girls, now you have an opportunity to get the same basic pre-flight training that makes Hop Harrigan such an expert flyer, at no cost to yourself or your parents. How? By taking the pre-flight courses now being established by the United States Office of Education in high schools from coast to coast. These courses teach navigation, meteorology, aviation, aerodynamics, engine design, and other things that make a good flyer. What's more, you can take these courses as part of your regular high school curriculum during regular school hours. You fellas who are planning to join the Army or Navy Air Forces to help win this war, and you fellas and girls who are looking forward to careers in peacetime civilian aviation when this war is won, don't waste any time. Start preparing right now by taking advantage of this great opportunity. Pre-flight training courses are open to boys and girls who are juniors or seniors in high school or between 16 and 18 years of age. If some of you boys and girls listening are not yet old enough to meet the age requirements, tell your older brothers and sisters about it. If pre-flight aviation courses are not yet available in your school, talk with your principal about them and ask him to include them in the curriculum for next semester. For additional information about pre-flight aviation courses in high school, address inquiries to the United States Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers. And now to our story. Yesterday, we learned how Hop Harrigan, making use of a small flashlight, managed to signal a fleet of British fighter planes in time to save them from a German Gestapo trap. However, Hop's mission in occupied France is far from accomplished. He must still get hold of a Messerschmitt plane mounted with a new deadly cannon, a cannon the British are anxious to examine. To make the necessary contacts that will eventually lead to the stealing of the plane, Francois Briget, a loyal Frenchman, decides to take Hop to Paris, headquarters of the Free French Underground. Under cover of darkness, Hop, Briget, and Lisa Collard, a young French girl who engineered Hop's escape from the Gestapo, board an empty car of a freight train going south. At the town of Saint-Omer, outside of Calais, the train lurched to a stop, and to the accompaniment of guttural commands, squads of German soldiers prepared to come aboard. Listen.
Nazi soldiers. Hundreds of them. They're boarding this train.
Pop, what will we do?
Shh. Keep back from the door.
Einlauf. See if this car is empty. Yeah, that one. 436.
That is this car up.
What can we do?
Well, there's one sure thing. We're not going to wait here for them to catch us. We'll make a break for
But
it.
we cannot up. There are troops right outside the car.
Look, how about the door on the other side? Maybe we can duck out and get away.
Einlauf. Inspect that car. Schnell, los.
Let us try it. It's better than waiting here. Come on.
Okay. Oh, it's locked.
Open the door, Einlauf.
Too late. Now remember, no matter what I do, you two follow me.
Come on, men. What are you waiting for? You expect the Führer to bring the Russians to you? Come on, get in.
We are caught up.
Herr Kapitän.
Oh, what's denn da los? Who is it? Come out of there, whoever you are. Squad, alert. There's someone in this train.
Kapitän.
Ah, Frenchman.
Oui.
What are you doing in this car? All refugees are ordered to the other side of the yard.
Oh, I am sorry, Herr Kapitän.
So, speak in English. Now come down. Let me get a look at you.
I studied English here in France, Herr Kapitän. I thought this was the refugee train, sir. We were told...
I do not care what you were told. This train is for the troops of the Reich.
Oh, but, Herr Kapitän, we want to go to Germany to work. We want to...
Oh, yeah. That's good sense. Why don't you go?
My father and my brother and myself, we have no money, Herr Kapitän.
Your father and your brother? They're also here?
Oui, Monsieur le Capitaine.
And without money, how can one go to Germany to work?
And what do you expect me to do, you stupid pig of a Frenchman? Am I supposed to give you money?
But how can one travel without money, Herr Kapitän?
Ah, stop your verdammtes whining. Here, this money is worthless in Germany anyway. It will take you to the border. Here's 300 francs. Charity for the once proud French. The new Germany is a kind conqueror, no?
Very kind, Herr Kapitän. After all, how can one travel without money?
Enough of your crying, Frenchman, enough. How can one travel without money? Now get out of here before I lose my pensions. Cut your legs off.
Oh, merci, Herr Capitaine.
Now go on. I have troops to place aboard this train. Be on your way, Louis.
Oh, please, Herr Capitaine. Just one more thing.
Well, what is it now?
Just one thing. Where is the refugee train, Herr Capitaine?
Oh, thunder, better must I also feed you from a bottle. I said once it was on the other side of the train yard, did I not?
Oui, you did.
Then go there at once.
Oh, thank you, sir. Come, Papa. You too, Jacques.
Merci, Herr Capitaine.
Those poor French pigs. They do not know that the money I gave them is that verdammte victory money, the underground prince. For riding in troop trains, the punishment is only the concentration camp. But for passing the victory bills, it is death. Will be a very funny joke on them, boss. They bought the car,
Look at these poor people, huddled together for comfort on this refugee train.
Well, where are they all going?
To become slaves for Hitler. They have nothing else. If they refuse, they are starved to death or shot. That is the way the Nazis fight. That is their weapon.
But some of these people are old.
The old ones go in place of their sons.
Come here, old fella. Sit down here. I can stand. Merci. Merci.
Asseyez-vous, mon vieux.
What'd you say?
I asked him to sit down. He's truly an old one. How old are you, vieillard?
I am 83.
You would like a piece of bread, monsieur?
Bread? It has been so long since I have had bread.
Here, grandpapa.
Are you...
It is not much, but eat.
But you have none for yourself.
Oh, I have plenty, grandpapa.
Are you going to Germany, monsieur?
Oui, my son. So that others may be free to fight the Boche.
Oh, I see.
Hop. What will we do in Paris when they ask us for our traveling permits?
Well, I thought we were going to get off before Paris.
I just spoke to the conductor. This train makes no stops all the way to Paris. We had better do a little thinking up. The station will be full of Nazis.
Gee, I should have asked that stupid officer for some papers. He might have given them to me.
I am sorry, mes amis, but I overheard you.
Oh, that's all right. We trust you, Grandpa.
I have been thinking. one of you three young men, one of you can have my papers.
Oh, Grandpapa, it is very kind.
It is not kind. The Nazis have taught us never to be kind, but to be smart. I am only an old French shoemaker. But, for instance, I know that you are not French, my boy.
What? Oh, how can you tell?
I can tell. And I know that you, little one, are a girl, despite the clothes you are wearing.
Oh, but Grandpapa, no.
I will tell no one. I am sure that your mission in Paris is more important than mine. So, I offer you my pass.
Oh, thank you. Merci, but we cannot accept.
No, Grandpapa. You are not made for their concentration camps. You are made for better things. Go on, keep your papers, and maybe someday...
If you change your mind...
No, I don't think so, Grandpa.
I am old. To me, it is a matter of small consequence whether I am here or in the concentration camp.
Well, you stay here, old fella. But you better get away from us. The train's slowing down.
You mean for me to leave you? But I thought we were friends.
Oh, we are, Grandpa. But it's dangerous for you to be with us. There's liable to be trouble at the station.
I will stay with you. You fed me. You are my friend.
You had better not, monsieur. You will only make it more difficult for us.
Then that I will not do. Good luck, my friends. And down with the Nazis.
Up. We must think of something quickly. The train is coming into Paris. I can see it. It is just getting light.
Oh, maybe we could jump.
Oh, no, Lise, you couldn't do that. Look, I got another idea.
Yes.
It's a long shot, but now listen. Our job is to get that plane. That's the important thing, isn't it?
Oui.
Well, now, here's what we have to do. One of us has got to get to Paris to continue the job.
Yes, but how?
Okay. Now, I'm going to cause a disturbance. A fight or something at the terminal. And when that happens, you and Lise make a break.
No. I will cause the disturbance. It is my place.
This is no time for arguments, Brigitte. Will you follow my instructions?
All Frenchmen, form a single line. Present their identification papers and travel permits.
Listen up.
You're first.
I cannot fly a plane. You can. You must be free to steal the plane. I cannot.
How about me? I will do it.
Look, I insist. It is my right as a Frenchman.
No, Brigitte. I caused enough trouble for all of you. No, this time I'm going to do it alone.
No. I will not hear of it. I will do it.
But
As soon as you two stupid French swine are through arguing, maybe you will present your papers. Who is next?
I am.
No, he is not. It is I.
No, me.
You are in a hurry to get to Germany, eh? Well, the big one looks healthiest.
Eh bien, that is me.
Yeah, you big clod. Step up. Show your papers.
Hop's breath catches in his throat as Brigitte steps up to the German railroad official. How will the loyal, self-sacrificing Frenchman explain his lack of credentials? And will Hop and Lisa make good their escape? Don't miss tomorrow's thrilling episode, same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. Say, doesn't the sound of that plane motor do something to you? Doesn't it make you want to be a flyer? Well, here's an opportunity for you to get a thorough grounding in pre-flight aviation, to prepare yourself for the time when you're old enough to get into a plane and learn the actual mechanics of flying. It costs you nothing, and you can learn during regular school hours by taking pre-flight aviation courses as part of your regular high school curriculum. This goes for you fellows who plan to answer the call of the Army and Navy Air Forces, for thousands of young cadets, and also for you boys and girls who are planning careers in peacetime civilian aviation. Don't put this off. Remember, if there are no aviation courses available in your school, talk about them with your own high school principal and ask him to include them in your curriculum for next semester. Further information may be obtained by addressing inquiries to the United States Office of Education in Washington, D.C. Remember, America needs flyers. CX4 to control tower. CX4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station. Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan has come to you from New York.
Oh, this looks good.
Oh, Daddy.
Snooks, what are you doing out of bed at this time of night?
I'm sleepy, Daddy.
Well, I am.
Then why don't you go to sleep?
Because I've got insomnia. I can't sleep. I haven't closed my eyes for 3 nights.
Maybe that's why you can't sleep, Daddy. Now, if you would close your...
I close my eyes, but they won't stay closed. And I can't stay in bed.
Why?
I told you I have insomnia. It's a nervous disorder which produces abnormal wakefulness due to psychological stimuli, and sometimes brings about a complete maladjustment of the neurological fibers.
Imagine that.
Now, do you know why I can't stay in bed?
Mm-hmm. Mommy kicked you out.
She did not. Mummy has nothing to do with my condition.
Well, who done it?
Nobody. It comes on suddenly, and they haven't found an adequate cure for it yet. I've tried deep breathing, relaxing, counting sheep. Nothing helps.
Have you tried sleeping?
I've tried everything. Now I'm going to try a light snack.
Do you want some ketchup for them pork chops?
No, thanks. I won't eat them all anyway. Just 2 or 3. And a piece of cold lamb. Possibly a couple of potatoes, but that's all.
What about that pickle, Daddy?
I don't know. I'm not certain whether I could keep it on my stomach all night.
I bet it would roll off.
I mean digest it. I guess the milk's just about ready, too. Take it off the stove, Snooks.
Can I drink some?
Sure, drink it all. I'll take some cold beer.
I want some beer.
Snooks.
I want some beer.
Beer is not for children. The only reason I'm drinking it is because it might have a sedative effect on me.
You drink it all day.
Well, I've got to kill this case of insomnia.
You killed a case of beer, too.
It's none of your business. You've never seen me touch the stuff until I got this attack, have you?
No, Daddy.
Well, all right. It's bitter medicine, and I only take it on doctor's orders. Well, go to bed.
No, I want to help you go to sleep. My sweet little Daddy.
Now, how can you help me go to sleep?
I'll let you do my homework. It always makes me go to sleep.
You mean to say you haven't done your homework for tomorrow?
I ain't even done it for yesterday.
Snooks, how can you hope to get educated if you don't pay attention to your work? Haven't you learned anything in school this year?
I learned to be very polite, Daddy. I learned to say yes, sir, and no, sir, and yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, I can see you forgot it in a hurry. What's your homework for tomorrow?
Gazinta.
Gazinta?
Yeah. 2 goes into 4, 4 goes into 8.
That's division. What's your first problem?
My first problem is, where's my homework?
What do you mean? Didn't the teacher give you the questions written on paper?
Yeah. But it got tore up.
Well, how did it get torn up?
When I was making spitballs to clink my teacher on the head.
Clink?
Yeah, I clinked her.
Snooks, I don't believe it. You wouldn't have the audacity to throw spitballs at your teacher. You wouldn't.
Wouldn't I?
I'll talk to you about that in the morning. Right now, it's way past midnight, so you'd better go to bed.
Are you getting sleepy?
No.
Well, would you like to help me with my yesterday's homework? Sweet
Oh.
little Daddy.
All right. Get your stuff and let's go to the bedroom. It might put me to sleep. Let me bring my sleeping tablets.
What are they for, Daddy?
To cure my insomnia. I've already taken 9. And I'm supposed to take another one at 1 o'clock.
Well, I'll remind you.
Okay. Where's your homework? Is this it?
Uh-huh.
Let's see how many of these questions you can answer by yourself. Got a pencil and paper?
Uh-huh.
All right. First question, what's the shape of the Earth?
Flat.
We're not talking about its condition. And the Earth is not flat. Now, what shape is it?
Round.
How do you know it's round?
All right, then it's square. I don't want to fight.
Good enough for me. Put down square. Second question. Can you tell in 10 words or less what the equator is? Can you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Mm.
Well, what is the equator?
I don't know.
I thought so. Write down that the equator is an imaginary line running around the Earth, everywhere equally distant from the two poles and dividing the Earth's surface into two hemispheres. You got that?
Mm-hmm. Is there 2 F's in hemisphere?
1 F. Put it down. Here's the next question. Australia has a very damp climate. What do they raise there?
Umbrella?
No. Sheep. Australia produces more sheep than any other country in the world. Name the members of the sheep family.
Robespierre, Plato, Hibiscus.
Those are my kids. Not sheep. What's the father sheep called?
Daddy.
It's called a ram. The mother sheep is you.
Me?
Not me, you.
Is you the sheep, Mommy?
Yes, you is the sheep's mother.
Well, who is it, me or you?
It's neither of us. It's you. E-W-E.
Oh, Ewee.
Ewee. The daddy sheep is called a ram, the mummy is you, and the lamb is the baby. Put that down.
I got it.
What have you got?
You're the mummy, ram the daddy, and lamb the baby.
You'll really mop up with this homework.
Yeah.
Sign your name to it and go to sleep. I'm getting drowsy. Must be those sheep.
See, I told you my homework would do it, Daddy.
Uh-huh. I'll lie here on the couch. Good night.
Good night, Daddy.
Oh.
Daddy,
Yes?
will you tell me a sleepy little story?
Sure.
Mm.
There was once a man who had insomnia. He didn't sleep for 3 nights.
Yeah.
So his little girl asked him to help her with his homework. And he did. Then he got very sleepy.
Mm-hmm.
And he was so happy when sleep finally came.
Daddy!
Huh? Oh, what happened?
Wake up quick!
Oh, what's the matter? I was fast asleep.
It's 1 o'clock.
Well, what of it?
It's time to take your sleeping tablet.
Oh, you little...
The Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Beecher, with Vincent Price, Edward Ellis, star of Our Town, Milton Douglas, David Brookman and his orchestra and chorus, and a couple of Americans, in a sketch by Robert Nathan, whom he has whimsically called Mr. Jones and Mr. Washington.
This is Vincent Price, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. I've been very much interested lately, as I know you must be, in some of the new and exciting music which has come out of the tremendous emotional upsurge of the war. For example, there's the powerful new rhythmic music of the Russian tank song and the sturdy, unfaltering beat of the Chinese March of the Volunteers. Everywhere, the music of freedom and patriotism has come into its own. Here at home, we have thrilled to the rhythm of Buckle Down Winsaki, and Irving Berlin has contributed the outstanding hit of Broadway, This is the Army, and there are a score of others. Yes, it's the Army Field Day in music. And the surprising thing is how much of it is being written by the soldiers themselves. Just the other day, 2 boys who had just come in from camp on leave wandered into our studio and sat down at the piano and played a tune for our Mr. Brookman, in which we found we had a particular interest because it was right up our alley. Those two songwriters were Sergeant Richard Ewell and Corporal Tom Adair, and the title of their song, Everybody, Every Payday. For our singer, we have been fortunate in acquiring one of the finest baritones in the country, Mr. Milton Douglas, singing Everybody, Every Payday.
Folks, we've got a little proposition, a chance that will but rarely come your way.
It's solid life, the Plymouth Rock, and better than the Gilded Rock. You'll agree it seems to be okay.
Here's a little plan, it's mighty handy to help you be a Yankee Doodle dandy.
Everybody, every payday, buy a bond the USA way. That's the job. It's up to you and me. Put your baker, banker, scholar, take a dime from every dollar. Everyone pitch in for victory. Everybody, every payday, every farmer, every heyday, top the crop with dimes for Uncle Sam. 10%, that's the rent, everyone can pay for a home in the USA. Everyone can help to save the nation. Everyone can help to win the war. There's no time for resting. Let's begin investing in the things our country's fighting for. Everybody, every payday, buy a bond the USA way. That's the job. It's up to you and me. Put your baker, banker, scholar, take a dime from every dollar. Everyone pitch in for victory. Everybody, every payday, every farmer, every heyday, crop the crop with dimes for Uncle Sam. 10%, that's the rent. Everyone can pay for a home in the USA.
You like it. I said it was up our alley, but really it's up everybody's alley. It makes me think of something that happened just the other day. You know, my wife Edith has just come back from California with a youngster, and I don't mind saying I was glad to see them. So by way of a celebration, we took the weekend off and went out to visit some friends in the country. It was one of those warm afternoons, and I'd been sitting by the window. Suddenly I saw the little man across the street. I guess I must have watched him for nearly an hour. Pert little guy, smiling from ear to ear, bouncing along up and down the street, ringing everybody's doorbells and talking to them. I thought he must be selling something, but everybody he sold seemed mighty happy about it. Then he crossed the street and came up the sidewalk to Banker Smith's place, which was right next door. Well, eavesdropping's not exactly according to Emily Post, I guess, but the window was open, and there I was, and I couldn't help overhearing what he said. He came bouncing up the walk, and up the steps, and reached out and pushed the bell. And the maid came to the door and answered it.
Yes?
Mr. Smith at home?
Just a minute, sir. I'll see. Who'll I say?
Oh, just tell him that George Washington is calling.
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Yes?
A gentleman to see you, sir.
Yeah? Who is he?
Well, he says his name is, Washington. George Washington.
What?
Well, that's what he said, sir.
Some smart guy thinks he's funny, huh? Well, I'll take care of that. Well,
Good day, Mr. Smith.
Now, what's all this about? Your name Washington?
No, sir. My name is Jones.
Then what the devil do you mean by telling my maid that you were...
Oh, there, Mr. Smith. George Washington is with me.
Well, I'm a busy man, Mr. Jones. I don't like jokes.
Abe Lincoln's with me, too. And Thomas Jefferson.
Now, that's enough. There's the door, mister.
You don't understand, Mr. Smith. We want to give you something, George and Abe and me.
Give me something?
Yes. We want to give you a chance to buy into something.
I thought it was something like that.
We've got a mighty attractive proposition here, Mr. Smith. George and Tom and Abe and myself want to sell you a share in a mine.
Not interested.
Want to sell you a share in a gold mine.
Yeah, I'm a busy man, Mr. Jones. Good day.
This gold mine is really something, Mr. Smith. $13 billion worth of gold, all dug, assayed, and counted, and set away in a cool, dark place.
That's a swindle, if ever I heard of one.
No, sir. The gold is there. That's guaranteed. But say, the gold's not half of it. In fact, that's the smallest part of it, the gold. This company of mine is a big company. There's 1,000 million acres of good forest farmland goes with it.
That's a lot of real estate.
Yes, sir, quite a lot of it. Richest farmlands this side of Russia. Finest timber in the world. Oak, pine, elm, spruce, redwood, sequoia, tulip, cypress. Timber and dams, powerhouses, rivers and lakes. You like landlocked salmon, Mr. Smith?
Timber, farm, salmon. What kind of a gold mine do you call that?
Well, it's only a gold mine in a manner of speaking. You take our factories, for instance. You've got no idea of the factories we've got in this company of ours, Mr. Smith. Guess we've got about 1 million cubic miles of factory space laid down. And, of course, we're only a young company yet. We're only beginning.
Anything else?
Oh, yes, indeed. Take our oil wells. Best oil in the world and the most of it.
Oil? Well, now.
And steel. Big steel, little steel, copper mines, coal mines, blast furnaces. Why, we're even starting to make our own rubber.
About time somebody did.
Yes, sir. And there's another thing I'd like to interest you in, Mr. Smith, and that's the personnel of our company. 130 million men and women work for us, Mr. Smith. Some of the finest people you ever saw. We've got the best mechanics in the world right in our shops. The ablest businessmen in our offices. The finest chemists in our laboratories. And the best inventors in the world sitting at home thinking things over. We can put more brains and more power into anything we want to do than any other company working in the field today. You know about the pioneers, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
Well,
sure.
We're pioneers. We had to start the hard way from the ground up. And what we earned the hard way by hard work and hard thinking. And that's the way we're going to keep on doing.
Look here, what kind of a company is this, anyway?
Well, it's a kind of a mutual company, sir. Assets valued at $300 billion. Pays its dividends regular as the seasons. Sound as a nut.
Dividends, huh? How do you pay them?
You can have them in gold, or you can have them in freedom and peace of mind. Or both.
Let me see those shares. Why, look here. These aren't shares of stock. These are government bonds.
That's right, Mr. Smith. They're government bonds. Bonds of the United States government. They're a share in the United States of America. In all its wealth. In all its hopes of what's to come. A share in the past and the future of the greatest country in the world. They're a share in Boulder Dam and the Village Creek. In the great motor companies. In the steel, the copper, and the coal. They're a share in the farms of Kansas and the city streets. They're a share in the oil fields of Texas and the forests of Oregon, in the cotton fields of the South and the wheat fields of the West, in timber, alfalfa, and cattle and corn. They're a share in the hearts and homes and hands of 130 millions of men and women from the coast of Maine to the blue Pacific. Men and women who talk your language, think your thoughts, dream your dreams. These bonds are a share in the world's last hope for freedom, in children's laughter, in dignity, and peace. Take your share of it, Smith, while you can, while it's still there for you to take. Take your share of America.
So that was how it happened and how I met Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones. Banker Smith was smiling when Jones got through talking to him, and Smith wasn't a man given much to smiling. He had a reputation for being a shrewd businessman and hard to get along with. But now he was smiling and digging down into his pocket.
because he also has the reputation for being able to tell a good thing when he sees it. And I began to realize why everybody Jones had called on had been so happy about what he'd been selling them. A share in freedom and peace and dignity in America. Man, what an investment. You know, in the past few months, all of us have been hearing a lot said about our duty to buy bonds, about the necessity of buying them. And all of the things you've heard said are true. But there's more to it than that. I don't think that Americans really have to be told that buying war bonds is a duty, and we all know it's a necessity. What needs more telling is what kind of an investment war savings bonds really are. When they understand that, you won't be able to keep them from buying. Just as you budget your income, rent, food, and clothing, you should budget your savings. And when you meet your war bond quota call, which is at least 10% of your total income in war savings bonds, more if you can, your savings are going into the safest investment in the world today, your country, the United States government. When that goes, no other investment in the world will be safe. As long as it endures, your investment is safe. And whether or not it endures is up to you. An investment in war savings bonds is as secure as your country, and your country is as secure as you make it. That's the real reason for buying war savings bonds. And a good one, isn't it? Remember, this is your country. Keep it yours.
The United States Treasury Department wishes to thank the distinguished artists who gave their talents to this program. Mr. Vincent Price, Mr. Edward Ellis, Milton Douglas, Robert Nathan for his sketch, Mr. Jones and Mr. Washington, and this station for the use of its facilities. The orchestra and chorus were under the direction of David Brookman. Additional writing was by Malcolm Meacham, and the entire production was under the personal direction of William A. Bacher. This is Larry Elliott speaking.
Anchors Away, a fighting song of a fighting Navy. And today, the Navy fights first in the air. Fighting Navy flyers protect our northern convoys, hammer and tear at the Japs in the South Pacific, patrol our coasts and harass the submarine packs of the enemy. Fighting planes and torpedo planes, patrol boats, scouts and dive bombers, all over the ocean, all over the world. These are our finest young men, these Navy flyers, bombardiers, gunners, navigators. These radio men, mechanics, ground and carrier crews. Many of them decorated as heroes. Many of them unsung. What do we really know about them?
I know quite a lot about them. You see, my son's a naval aviator.
I know a lot about him. I've been building plane models for the Navy for 6 months. Got my certificate as a lieutenant model aircraftsman.
Do I know about Navy flyers? Tell him, Tommy.
Yes, I guess Betsy knows about naval aviation, sir. She came over to my house with a pile of booklets and sat right there while I read them. That's how I happened to go down to the selection board and sign up. You see my V5 pin? That means they'll call me for pre-flight training any day now.
Well, now, hold on here. Maybe I started something I can't finish. What do you mean, pre-flight training?
Oh, for gosh sakes, Mr. Even, I know that. That's the 3 months physical training in ground school and
Indoctrination, Joey.
Okay, don't rub it in. I remember now. How many pre-flight schools are there? And one at a time now. Don't gang up on me.
4, sir. One each at the universities of North Carolina, Iowa, and Georgia, and one at St. Mary's in California.
And you'll be off to one of them pretty soon, will you?
I hope so, sir. That's the first step, you see. After we get in physical shape and learn what the Navy's all about, we go on to primary training for 3 months. That's when we get to flying. Then we get intermediary training at a Navy training station like Pensacola or Corpus Christi for 3 months, and then...
And then you get your wings.
Yes, Betsy, I get my wings. And I'll be making nearly $300 a month, and we can get married. Unless you change your mind by that time.
And miss the chance of being Mrs. Ensign Tommy Martin, naval aviator? I hardly think so.
You see, sir, after we get our wings and commissions, we have another 3 months of operational training before we join the fleet. We get the real stuff there. So Betsy and I would have at least that 3 months together. And, of course, during that first 9 months of training, I hope I'll see her once in a while anyway.
Well, I won't be sitting under any strange apple trees, Tommy, honest.
Can I get a word in here, Betsy?
Why, certainly.
Now, just a minute, Lieutenant. I've got a feeling I'm being ganged up on again. Where do you fit in this picture?
Well, I'm one of the men who's going to teach Tommy Martin to fly.
No kidding.
No kidding, Tommy. I'm Lieutenant Mitchell. After you finish your 3-month free flight training, you'll be coming down to me in Dallas. But I don't want you to waste any time thinking about actual flying until you're all set and in top physical shape. So I think I'll fade out of the picture for the time being.
What a fine young man Lieutenant Mitchell is. Like all the Navy flyers who are teaching our boys. Like the young men who taught my son to fly. With the guidance of instructors like that, I know he's doing so well out there. Just as they're all doing. Just as I'm sure you'll do, Tommy.
Well, I'm going to try awfully hard. I'm certainly going to try.
Goodbye, Tommy. Good luck, darling.
So long, Tommy. Get a couple from me.
Goodbye, Tommy Martin. God bless you. And shoot straight.
Yes, good luck, Tommy, and shoot straight. That's one of the things you'll learn in your training, to shoot straight. You'll learn that flying your plane becomes secondary, that your plane itself is only a flying platform for your gun. Remember your arithmetic, Tommy? 2 and 2 are 4, not sometimes, but always. Gunnery is only arithmetic, Tommy. If you aim right, you hit. Not sometimes, but always. You won't forget that after all the early discouragement, after all the practice, and after the great surge of elation you feel when you finally realize your guns have become part of yourself, and you hit regularly and hard. I know you won't forget it, Tommy, when you're out with the fleet on one of our powerful carriers.
Ready room, please. All fighter pilots in the ready room.
What's up, Wilson?
Don't know, it's a confab of some sort. Skipper said right away, sir.
Here we go. Don't sit under the apple tree with anybody else but me.
Hi, Tommy.
Hi.
Hey, sit down,
Oh. Hi, Al. What's cooking?
I don't know.
All right, quiet, please. Everybody here?
All here, sir.
I'll come right to the point. Our scouts have just come in from patrolling a wide area. They didn't turn up anything specific. However, we have good reason to believe that we'll make contact with the enemy pretty soon. And we have a good solid force with our 2 carriers and the cruisers and destroyers. We'll attempt a complete surprise, but you'll get those details later.
Sounds pretty good, Al, huh?
Couldn't sound better.
Meanwhile, while this fine weather holds, I want you fighting pilots to get out there and keep up your gunnery practice. Scouting 18 has loaned us some of their scout planes, and I'm going to send some experienced pilots out on the front seats to demonstrate the gunnery runs to the youngsters who just joined up. Towed target sleeves, all runs. We'll get out this afternoon. And tomorrow morning. Schedules will be on the board. I called you in because I want to stress this practice hard to all of you. Now, you know what we face with those Zeros. They're fast, they're maneuverable. But we're better, as long as our marksmanship holds up and as long as we shoot and hit. Now, we've been licking them, and we'll keep on licking them. But we've got to keep that gunnery improving. So go to it. And I want to see those target sleeves so full of holes you can fly through them. That's all. Carry on.
What do you say, Al? All set?
I'm all set, brother. Come on out this afternoon. I'll give you a couple of lessons on how to make gunnery runs.
Say, when he says we might run into the Japs any time now, how soon do you suppose he means?
Why, Junior, you're not nervous.
Oh, don't give me that stuff. I'm not nervous. Anxious.
It's all right. I'm just as excited as you are, in spite of the fact I've had action and you haven't. Come on, let's get a shot of coffee, huh?
Glad we came out together in this, Scout. You're a lousy flyer and a worse shot, but I'll admit you might be able to give me some pointers.
Just sit there in that rear cockpit and keep your eye on top of the old veteran. Oh, here we go gathering. Jeps in me, Jeps in me, Jeps in me.
Stop that noise and let's see you make that first run.
Noise? You call the voice of Pensacola's finest baritone that noise? I can hardly believe it. Yeah, here we go. See that target sleeve? I'm going in so close that... Watch it now. See where you have trouble, Tommy, is in holding your fire, that's all. We'll go right in. Looks right now, doesn't it? But not yet, though. Now.
I see what you mean. You're right. I'd have let go a couple of seconds sooner.
Tommy, let me tell you again what they've told you before. Gunnery is about all there is to this air fighting. Leading your target into your fire and holding your fire long enough so you're in close. Flying gets to be automatic when you're good.
Another run, Al. Now take a crack at the sleeve with a free gun from back here. I'll fire when I think we're close enough. You check me later.
Okay, sonny boy, here we go again. Good boy, fine, fine. Ain't too bad that's the target sleeve. If that had only been a zero.
Al, climb! Huh? Climb! Look, over the horizon. The Jap flying boat. Come on! You see him? See him?
Yeah, right. He's at about 8,000. Over we go. Call the carrier. Call the boys.
Plane to carrier. Plane to carrier. Jap flying boat 5 miles to southeast. Jap flying boat 5 miles to southeast. We're going over.
Carrier to plane. We hear you. Go over. We'll cover you. Good luck.
They've heard me, Al. They're sending the boys. Come on, let's get that guy first. Look at those destroyers move.
Watch the Jap, not the destroyers. I'll take the first pack from up here with the fixed gun. Pull out, and then you get that free gun going. Don't waste any ammunition warming up. The shots we've wasted on that sleeve, we haven't any too much to spare.
I suppose that louse has radioed his whole fleet. The skipper wanted a surprise. Come on, Al, here we go. Watch that rear gunner.
Yeah, not very good shooting, Nippy. Try some of this.
Good work, Al. Now me. I hit him! I hit him! One of his blood engines is burning. Back again, Al.
Yeah, get that little cutie on the rear gun, Tommy. He kind of bothers me.
Well, get in close and introduce me. That's nice. There we are. Now, you're still off, Nibby. Wait till Jojo hears about this. Here you are, monkey face.
That's it, kid. You got him. Now for that other point.
He's going down. Stop it, engines out. Stop it.
Hey, my turn, Tommy. Don't get greedy. We got to finish up quick. Here come the boys.
No, wait a minute. He'll land on the water. Let's take him. They can't do a thing now. Watch him. He's gliding in.
Right. We'll fix his starboard engines anyway, just to make sure. Going down, boys.
Got him. Lightning slide. He couldn't pull up now with a derrick. That one was about Betsy. Having a wonderful time, Betsy. Wish you were here. Go on, circle him, Al. Here comes one of the destroyers.
Plane to destroyer. Plane to destroyer. Jap flying boat on water. 1.5 miles dead ahead. We'll circle him. Destroyer to plane. Great show, boys. Nice shooting. We'll pick up monkeys. Plane to carrier. Plane to carrier. May we come into land? Running out of gas.
May you come in? Wait till we get on the red carpet. Extra lump of sugar in your coffee, boys. Nice work. Come in to land.
Hey, Tommy, take over, will you? I just want to sit and think how wonderful everything is. Don't bump me on the landing, you know. I got a slight slug in the foot from your friend, the rear gunner.
Al, are you hurt?
Yeah, I'm hurt, but not much. Didn't break anything, but it's kind of sore. I'm glad you got him anyway. No manners, the punk. Circle him twice more and then let the destroyer find him, huh? Yes, it's really low. Some fun, eh, kid?
Are you sure you're all right, Al?
Sure. I got it all tied up now. Here we go. Some target practice, Tommy. Some target practice.
Some target practice indeed. Score 1 Jap flying boat for 1 foot flesh wound.
Gee, they certainly can dish it out, can't they?
They can dish it out, and when they have to, they can take it too, Joey. Those are some boys, those Navy flyers of ours. Training, teamwork, precision. Always alert to danger from the enemy or to be of help to one another. These are your naval aviators. These are your young men who fly and fight with the fleet.
Oh, wasn't Tommy wonderful? Lieutenant Mitchell, you taught him. Weren't you proud of him?
Sure, I was proud of him. I was proud of Al, too. He was another one of my pupils.
You can be proud of yourself, too, Betsy. You showed him what he could do in this war, gave him your understanding, urged him to go out and help in the destruction of our enemies.
Hey, you know something? Both of those guys learned how to recognize enemy planes by studying the models I make.
They certainly did, Joey. And they studied hard, too. And I can tell you this. All of you boys who are building these models for the Navy are helping, more than you know. Did you hear how quickly Al yelled to Tommy that plane was a Jap flying boat? We couldn't teach quick recognition like that without your models, Joey.
More than half the fellas I know are building those models, Lieutenant Mitchell. And it's no game either when you have to get them accurate. Within 1/32 of an inch.
You can be proud of your contribution, Joey, just as Betsy can be proud of herself for standing behind Tommy. Just as all of you can be for your actual help and your understanding. We have a long fight and a hard fight. In the air, on the land, and on the sea. But whatever that fight is, we'll have men to wage it. And they are men, young as they are, doing men's work in a world that needs strong men, trained men, efficient and brave men more than it's ever needed them before. The naval aviators, their mechanics, radio men, gunners, and navigators, the enlisted men who man their carriers and the officers who command them are trained, efficient, and brave. Stand behind them. Support them. Young men of America, join them. These are your airmen in your Navy. This is your fight for your country and your future. You will not stand and watch them fight alone.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who could change the course of mighty rivers, bend the steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Yes, fellows and girls, here is an important message for you. A message direct from our fighting Marines in the Solomon Islands, echoed by our blue jackets on the high seas, by the boys who wear our Army and Navy wings, our tank troops in Africa, our commandos in England. In fact, by every man in the American armed forces, no matter where he may be. And here's the message. We're going to win this war, they say. We're going to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. We've taken on the job, and we're going to see it through, but we can't do it alone. We can't do it without the help of every boy and girl and every man and woman back home. Now, we know the one way we can help those boys fight this war to a victorious finish is to see that they get all the guns and tanks and ships and planes they need. But those things require an awful lot of money, and that's where you and I come in. We help our government to buy those war materials by lending them our money, by buying all the war stamps we possibly can as often as we can. And for the duration, let's pledge ourselves to do without those things we'd normally buy, things we can well do with us, so that vital materials will be used for the manufacture of war goods. And the money we save may be turned into war-saving stamps to help pay for those goods. So let's promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps daily as often as we can. Remember that every dime is important, because 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets to be used by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective. And a dime a day from all the fellows and girls in the United States will buy enough fast pursuit planes to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the sky. So start right now to do your share to help win this war. Remember, every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. When Superman, in his guise of Clark Kent and Lois Lane, girl reporter, decided to accompany Editor Perry White into the wilds of northern Canada, things began to happen. The purpose of the trip was to investigate an urgent letter White had received from an old friend of his, Sebastian Beauvais, owner of a hunting lodge in the Hudson Bay region. In the letter, Beauvais begged White to come to his aid at once, though he did not explain the nature of his trouble. While purchasing some necessary clothes in a sporting goods shop, Perry White was almost killed by a man who fired a rifle at him. The man, whose name was Kilrain, claimed that he did not know the rifle was loaded. But Kent, suspecting Kilrain, followed him to a penthouse apartment in a very fashionable part of town. Dropping his reporter's disguise, he confronted Kilrain in the penthouse apartment as Superman. Kilrain seemed mortally afraid of awakening someone whom he said was asleep in another room, and begged Superman to keep his voice low. Gripping Kilrain's arm, Superman tried to force a confession out of him. Listen.
Why did you fire that rifle at Perry White? Answer me.
I can't tell you. He do things to me.
Who would do things to you?
The Laugher.
The Laugher?
Yeah. He's called that because... Hey, wait. Did you hear someone moving?
Yes. Someone moved in the next room.
Then he's awake. Half an hour before his usual time. We woke him up, you and me. We did it.
You sound as if it was something to be worried about.
Oh, you don't know the Laugher. He's always laughing, but we shouldn't have woke him up. Nothing makes him madder than that. Hello, Laugher.
Well, I've witnessed some amusing scenes in my time, but this is the oddest. What a singularly queer picture to be confronted with when one has just wakened from a deep slumber.
I didn't mean to wake you, Laugher. This guy come through the window was almost breaking my arm, trying to get me to tell him something.
I forgive you, Kilrain. Such is my pleasure at witnessing so strange a scene that I feel generous. Sir, I know not who you are, but you and your costume amuse me mightily. I hope you're not offended.
Offended? Certainly not. I'm, sort of a little surprised, that's all.
Surprised? What do you mean?
At the reception you've given me. You see, Laugher, or whatever you're called.
Laugher. That is the name.
Well, you see, Laugher, I have amazed people, astounded them, sometimes even intimidated them. But I don't ever remember amusing them. This is the first time I've ever been laughed at.
And it distresses you? Oh, well then, sir, forgive me. I would not hurt you for the world. The truth is, it is my good fortune to see everything in an amusing light. Even funerals, sir, make me laugh until my chins quiver like jelly in a jar. Oh, you seem puzzled, sir. A bit baffled.
Oh, I'm not baffled. It's just as you find me amusing, I find you a little queer. I've never met anyone like you.
I'm not adverse to being considered unique. Come, sir. I have criticized your costume, told you what I find you amusing. Tell me what you think of me.
You remind me of a frog. A puffed-up, bloated, unhealthy frog. That fat face of yours with its triple chins and its gray color, your mountainous body, your fat fingers covered with diamonds.
Ah, yes. I love jewelry.
That's easy enough to see. You're practically covered with them. If you don't mind my saying so, it's a bit sickening, almost as sickening as your laughter.
Sir, in you I see at last a man worthy of my medal. I will tell you something. When I first laid eyes on you, I knew you were my enemy. But I knew more than that. You are my enemy to the death. When our acquaintance is at an end, sir, one of us will not be alive. Does that not amuse you?
I've never been able to see anything amusing in death.
That is unfortunate. But come, sir, let us know one another better. Who are you? And why do you wear that gaudy costume, that red cape, that blue suit?
I have a reason for wearing it, which we won't go into. As to who I am, I'm called Superman.
So you are Superman? I've heard of you.
Well, now I am flattered.
Well said, sir. Well said. Superman. Perhaps that is my fate. Perhaps here stands before me the one being who will in the end defeat me. But no matter. Tell me, Superman, what are you doing here in my apartment?
I followed your friend, Kilrain. Something happened this afternoon to some acquaintances of mine, something I didn't like. I decided I'd better investigate.
Tell me about it.
I think you know. However, just to be sure we understand each other, I'll go over it briefly. Editor Perry White of the Daily Planet is planning to leave tonight by plane to visit a friend of his who owns a hunting lodge in the Hudson Bay region of northern Canada. This friend, a man named Sebastian Beauvais, has called on White for help which he desperately needs.
Yes, indeed. Continue.
Well, several friends of mine, Clark Kent and Lois Lane, both newspaper reporters, and probably a young boy named Jimmy Olsen, are going along with Mr. White. This afternoon, they visited a sporting goods shop to buy equipment that they'd need. While they were purchasing it, Kilrain came in and pretended he was interested in looking at some rifles. Quite by accident, one of the rifles went off, just as Kilrain was pointing it at Mr. White, not 10 feet from him.
How unfortunate. How desperately unfortunate.
It wasn't really, because the bullet somehow missed White, even at that close range.
You mean the Perry White is not dead?
Listen, boss, listen. Hey, Lifer, don't get that look on your face.
Do be quiet, Kilrain. Am I to understand that White is not dead, sir?
You are. The bullet missed him.
Odd. Extremely odd. It's the first time you've made a mistake in years, Kilrain.
I don't understand it myself. Honest, I don't. I couldn't have missed him, and yet
And yet you did. Well, that's unfortunate. Most unfortunate for you, Kilrain.
Listen, boss, Please,
Needless to say, Kilrain, you'll suffer for this.
Laffer, I tried my best.
Quiet, you fool. So then, Superman, you came here to force a confession from Kilrain?
That's right.
No need for a forced confession. No reason that I can fathom why you should not be told what you wish to know. Kilrain did attempt to kill Mr. White at my orders.
You admit it?
Why not? What can you do about it? Certainly you can't prove it.
No, that's true, I can't. I haven't any proof as yet.
And you will never have any proof, Superman.
Well, that's to be seen. Why do you want Perry White out of the way?
Mr. White, I tell you in all honesty, will never reach Hudson Bay alive. Nor will Miss Lane, nor Mr. Kent, nor the young boy you mentioned. An unfortunate circumstance from your point of view. An amusing one from mine. Since I shall find extreme delight in devising means of keeping them out of Canada at the cost of their lives, if necessary.
Why are you so anxious to keep them out of Canada?
You are very inquisitive, aren't you? Nothing but questions.
Now, look here, I've had enough of this. You'll tell me what I want to know, or...
Don't try to defend me, Kilrain. It isn't necessary.
But he's got his hands on your throat.
And I haven't even started.
Of course you haven't. I can sense your fingers amazingly strong.
You'll find out how strong unless you talk.
What will you do? Kill me? You could do that easily. But where would he get you? Nowhere. Besides, I suspect you are not the killer type. You will inflict pain if necessary, but you will not kill.
What are you driving at?
If you will take your fingers from about my throat. Thank you. I do find it easier to talk. You ask me what I'm driving at. Simply this. It is my belief that I am possessed of the greatest brain in the world. You, by reputation, are the most powerful human ever created. We must try our strength against one another. Pit courage against courage, brain against brain, power against power.
You're making a big mistake. You haven't a chance.
We shall see. You won't kill me, and no amount of pain inflicted will make me do your bidding. So then you must seek other means to destroy me. Clark Kent and Lois Lane and Editor Perry White leave tonight by plane for Ottawa? I think not. For I shall think of some way of stopping them. Let us see if you can catch me before I catch them. It'll be a hard fight, but a merry one. Now shall I show you to the door?
I'll leave the way I came, through the window. But I warn you, you'll suffer if anything happens to those people.
It will be your job to see that nothing does. And so until we meet again, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Up, and away!
Great heaven. Did you see that, Kilrain? He actually flew out the window. Now, by heaven, that is the most amazing thing I've seen in years. He actually flew out of the window. It's amazing.
With his triple chins quivering, the strange diamond-studded creature gazes out the window at Superman's departing figure. But even as laughter rocks his huge body, his small, dark eyes narrow into ominous slits. Who is this man known only as the Laugher? Why is he trying to prevent Perry White from reaching Hudson Bay? This is no ordinary enemy Superman is pitted against. Be with us again tomorrow for another thrilling episode. Yes, and listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Because there's one important thing everyone can do. Buy war stamps regularly. Now, we've all heard news commentators speaking about inflation. And you and I know it's just another name for prices of goods going sky high. Just because everyone wants the same things and there aren't enough of them to go around. Now, one of the best ways to prevent inflation is to always stop and think before you buy anything. Ask yourself, do I really need this? If you don't, and you go ahead and buy it anyway, you may be preventing someone who does need it from buying it. So if you make a habit of thinking before you buy, you will find you're saving quite a bit of money with which you can turn into war stamps. And remember the slogan that we've adopted. A stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky!
It's a bird! It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
I'll Silver!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains, led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's murder on the trail ahead! I'm Silver!
Excitement rippled through the hot, dusty town of Excalibur like a refreshing breeze. The tense whispers of men and women gathered on street corners and house steps rose and fell in the thick summer heat. Suddenly there was a hush as a bell tolled, and all eyes looked toward the courthouse. Paul Zenber, a young vagrant and stranger to the town, was on trial for his life for the murder of old Zeke Martin.
Who
Order in the court.
Judge McKesson, his voice lined with emotion that he struggled to conceal, leaned forward from his bench and looked down at the defendant.
Zenber, the evidence presented against you in this court has been purely circumstantial. Haven't you any alibi to offer in your defense?
I didn't kill him, Judge. I swear I didn't. I was playing poker when Martin was killed.
You mean you were playing poker at the time of the murder?
Yes. I was playing with 3 men at the Black Casino. That's how I got that money the court accused me of stealing from the old man. I won it fair and square.
That sounds like a reasonable alibi. Would you recognize these men if you saw them again?
Well, sure I would.
Do you know where to find them?
They're sitting right in the courtroom, Judge.
You say those men are here in this court?
Yes.
Where are they?
There they are. Sitting right there.
It's a lie, Judge. We never saw the kid before. That's right, Judge.
We never laid eyes on him till this. You're lying, all of you. You're lying.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
Order. Order in the court. You 3 men come up here. What are your names?
Cole Rankin, Your Honor. Lem Parsons.
Seth Hollins, at your service, Judge.
You deny that you played poker with the defendant, Paul Zenber, in the Black Casino the night of the murder?
We do, Your Honor. We ain't been in the Black Casino since it opened.
He's lying, Judge, I swear it. That money they accused me of taking from Zeke Martin, I won it from these men. It's the truth, Judge. You've got to believe me. I didn't murder any old man.
The kid's daffy, Judge. It wasn't anywhere near the Black Casino the night of the killing.
That's right, Your Honor.
You men are lying, and you're hanging me. You're just the same as murderers.
Let's get out of here, Lem. I need a drink.
One year passed. As the 3 men pushed their way through the excited courtroom, a grim-faced man with small, shrewd eyes pulled his hat lower over his features and watched them pass. Then as the clock ticked away what seemed a lifetime to the crowd, which tensely awaited the outcome, the trial came to an end.
The defendant will rise and face the court. Paul Zenber, you have been found guilty of murder. It is my duty to sentence you for the term of your natural life to the state prison.
Life? Prison. Come along, Zenber.
But I'm innocent, Judge.
Yes, Zenber?
I just want to thank you, Judge. You and those 3 men who framed me. Today is my birthday. Thanks for the birthday present.
One year passed. In the town of Excalibur, the case of Paul Zenber was virtually forgotten. Then one night, Cole Rankin was celebrating his birthday with friends.
Happy birthday, Cole.
Hey! Speed!
Oh, no. Cole, give us a toast.
No. Here, Cole. Here's a drink. No, give us a toast.
Come on, Cole. Don't be bashful.
Well, I ain't much on speech-making, folks. But here's hoping you're all as happy on your birthday as I am on mine. Drink up. Cole drank that liquor and passed out like he was poisoned.
Lem Parsons slept late the morning of his birthday. His wife, knowing him to be an early riser, wondered at this and finally went up to wake him.
Lem, wake up. It's almost noon. Oh, drat that man wasting half his own birthday. Lem, get up. It's your birthday. Lem. A knife. Lem's been knifed.
Seth Hollins began celebrating his birthday in a cafe, but he didn't seem to be enjoying it.
Step up to the bar, boys. The drinks are on me.
Sure enough, Seth. Be right with you.
What are we drinking to, Seth?
My birthday.
Your birthday? You don't look very happy about it, Seth.
I don't blame him. Look at what happened to Cole Rankin and Lem Parsons on their birthdays.
Yeah, that's right. Forgot about that.
There was just accidents. Nothing's going to happen to me.
Of course not, Seth. Well, here's to you.
Yeah, many happy returns of the day, Seth.
Happy birthday.
Well, guess I'd better be going. promised the wife I'd take her to the new tent show tonight.
Sure, we know how it is, Seth.
I'll see all you boys later.
Sure, Seth. Have a good time at the show. Give our regards to the missus.
His birthday, eh? I wouldn't be in Seth Holland's shoes tonight for all the gold west of the Panhandle. What was that? Sounded like a gun.
Somebody just shot Seth Holland.
Once again, the hot, dusty streets of Excalibur buzzed with excitement, this time over 3 murders. The Lone Ranger saw the story of the sudden deaths in a copy of the local paper and took it with him to camp near town.
What papers say?
Doesn't tell a great deal more than we already know, Tonto. 3 men were murdered. All 3 by the same man. The fact that each was killed on his birthday proves that. But why on their birthday?
Me not know.
All right, Tonto. I'd certainly like to. Now, wait.
What?
The last paragraph says that the Good Citizens League of Excalibur is holding a meeting tonight to protest the murders.
Order. I mean to conduct this meeting in an orderly and respectable manner. Those of you who are unable to comply are invited to leave at once.
We don't mean to be troublesome, Judge. But we came here to find out what's being done about their murders. We don't aim to leave till we do.
That's right. Speaks for all of us, Judge.
That's right, Judge. We want action.
Very well, Shane, but I suggest that you address your remarks to Sheriff Tim Runyon like a gentleman.
Well, Sheriff, what about it?
Shane, all of you. I've told you I'm doing my best to solve the murder.
Well, your best isn't good enough, Sheriff. Cole Rankin was poisoned more than 3 months ago. And you haven't arrested the Jasper that did it yet.
Hook's right, Sheriff. Lem Parsons was stabbed. You haven't done anything about that either.
No, and now Seth Holland has been shot. It's getting so this town ain't safe to live in anymore. What are you aiming to do about it, Sheriff?
You only give me a chance,
I'll try your chance, Sheriff. Rankin, Parsons, and Hollins all testified against Paul Zember at his trial. Due to their say-so, Zember was convicted of murder on his birthday. All 3 of them men died on their birthdays. Why, it's as plain as daylight who the killer is.
Sure, I remember when the kids said it at the trial.
I've already considered Zember Hook. He can't be the murderer. He's in the state prison.
Are you sure?
Of course, Tim, sure. He was sent to prison for life. I sentenced him myself.
Maybe he escaped.
Nonsense.
Yeah.
If he had, the prison would have notified the sheriff to be on the lookout.
Maybe it did, Judge. And the sheriff neglected to tell you because he didn't want to admit he couldn't catch up with Zember. That's a lie.
Don't make no difference, Sheriff. You got to admit Hook's got an angle on this case, and you ain't.
We're asking you to step down and surrender that star, Sheriff. If you aren't man enough to catch Zember, we'll appoint someone who is.
We're with you, Shane. Let's make Hook sheriff.
Oh, wait. Why don't you give your sheriff a chance?
It's a masked man.
Yeah, look who's with him, an Injun.
What's that you said, stranger?
I know about Tim Runyon. He's entitled to that star.
You got no call button into business that don't concern you, stranger.
A masked man and an Injun. That's a mighty odd combination, eh, boys? Maybe they're working with Zember.
What are we waiting for? Let's get them.
That's right. Let's go.
Get him, boys.
Come on through that window.
They're swinging on the horse.
Yeah, let me throw a beat on him.
Come on, Silver. Get him up.
Thundering into the night, the silver-shod hoofs of the great white stallion and the flying feet of the paint soon outdistanced any thought of pursuit.
All right, Tonto. They're out of sight. Slow down. Easy, Silver. Easy, boy. Easy.
Steady, fella. Steady.
Well, everything seems to point to Paul Zember as the killer. Zember must have escaped from prison and returned here for revenge on the men who convicted him.
What we do now?
We're going to make sure of that fact, Kimosabe. You ride to the prison where Zember was sent. Find out all you can about him. I've got another job to do.
Tonto's happy.
We'll meet at the camp.
Get him up.
All right, big fellow. We're heading back to town. Come on, Silver.
Late that night, Tim Runyon was packing his belongings, preparatory to taking leave of the sheriff's office in the town jail, when he heard the door open stealthily.
Who is it? Don't make a move or I'll shoot.
You don't have to hold a gun on me, Tim.
Oh, it's you.
I wanted to talk with you.
Who are you? At the meeting tonight, you said you knew about me.
I do, Tim. You've been doing fine work in Excalibur. It's men like you who are upholding law and order in the West.
Not anymore, I'm not.
Oh, what do you mean?
They took away my star after you left the meeting, and they gave it to Hook.
So Hook is sheriff now, huh?
I know when I'm not wanted. I'm clearing out.
Now, don't be hasty, Tim. I'm here to help you get that badge back.
Well,
Shane and Hook worked together to get the crowd to vote you out of office and Hook in. I wonder why.
I don't know.
They were pretty anxious to pin the murders on Zenber, too.
But if it was Zenber, the state prison would have notified me of his escape.
We'll soon know whether Zenber is in prison or out, Tim. Meanwhile, Judge McKesson must be warned.
Warned? What about?
Judge McKesson is even more responsible for Zenber's being sentenced to prison than the 3 men who were murdered. He may be the next victim.
I'll go with you. The judge is my friend. His daughter Jane and I are...
I understand, Tim. You'd better wait here. The judge may be concerned that you're investigating the case now that Hook is sheriff.
But I don't even know who you are.
I've left something on your desk that may tell you.
Something on my desk? What? A silver bullet.
Come on, Silver!
A silver bullet, a mask, and a white stallion. The Lone Ranger.
Well, Silver! Fire!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger rode toward the McKesson ranch to warn the judge against the dreaded killer, the old gentleman listened patiently to his daughter Jane in their parlor.
But, Dad, you promised me you'd be careful. Not when you return to the ranch after midnight alone.
Come now, Jane. I'm not a child, you know. Besides, I didn't realize the meeting would last so long.
Oh, Dad, you know how I worry about you. After those 3 men were murdered, I just had a horrible feeling that you'd be next.
Oh, now, what put that fool idea into your pretty head?
It's not a fool idea, Dad. Those 3 men testified against Paul Zenber at his trial, and you were the judge who sentenced him. Oh, why'd they take away Tim's star? I was counting on Tim to help me protect you.
You're in love with Tim, aren't you?
I guess I am, Dad.
I'm glad, Jane. Tim's a mighty fine boy.
Thanks. Tim thinks a lot of you, too.
Jane.
Yes, Dad?
If anything should happen to me, I want you to take this key. It unlocks a box in my name at the bank.
Well, Dad, what are you saying? You don't really think that...
Of course not, Jane. It's just that
Who's that?
I don't know. It's pretty late for anyone to come calling.
Don't go near that window, Dad.
Jane, what's come up? Jane, put down that rifle.
It's a masked man, Dad. You can see him in the moonlight. I'll bet it's the same man you told me escaped the meeting.
Jane, what are you doing?
He's riding up to the house.
Jane! Jane, put down that gun.
Came from Tim Runyon.
Oh, Dad, did you hear? He's come from Tim. Well, come ahead, stranger, but keep your hands up. Open the door, Dad.
Yes.
Good evening, Judge.
Good evening.
Tim told me about you. Who were you expecting when you took that shot at me, Jane?
Well, I didn't...
She had a crazy idea the birthday murder was coming for me.
It isn't a crazy idea, Judge.
There, you see?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You may be next on the murderer's list.
Why would the murderer want to kill me?
For the same reason he killed the other 3. Revenge.
Then you think Paul Zender is a murderer, too.
Don't you?
Well,
When is your birthday, Judge?
Well, you don't think
We
that...
can't be too careful, Jane.
Well, it's Wednesday.
Wednesday. That gives us a week before we can expect the murderer to strike here.
Oh, what makes you think he'll wait to strike at Dad on his birthday? Oh, what if he strikes before?
He won't, Jane. Zenber was sentenced to prison on his birthday. Apparently, he seeks revenge by murdering the men who sent him there on their birthdays.
Oh, Dad, what'll we do?
There's only one thing we can do, Jane. Stay here and face it.
Oh, no.
What are your plans, stranger?
You'll hear from me, Judge. Adios.
4 days later, a few miles from the camp, the Lone Ranger awaited Tonto's return.
Hold, Scout. Hold.
What did you learn, Tonto? Must be important to make you ride Scout so hard.
Plenty important. Tonto bring big news.
What is it, Kimosabe?
Zenber, him escape prison.
Oh, how long ago?
Warden say 4 months.
That would give him plenty of time to return to Excalibur and murder the 3 men who testified against him.
But that not the only news.
What else did you learn, Tonto?
Zenber, him judge's son.
Zenber? Judge McKesson's son? Are you sure?
Judge make visit to prison after Zenber make getaway. Him bring pardon.
You mean Zenber was innocent of the murder?
No
wonder he wants revenge, Tonto. His 4th victim will be his own father. We better head for town. Come on, Silver.
Come on, Scout.
Why didn't the warden notify Sheriff Tim Runyon of Zenber's escape?
Him say him send message by man named Hook.
Hook?
Him sheriff now.
Hook took care not to deliver the message. I have a hunch he and Shane are mixed up in these murders, Tonto. They're as thick as thieves. All right, Silver, let's go.
Get him up, Scout.
That night and the following day, the Lone Ranger and Tonto carefully observed the movements of the new sheriff and his friend. Then late the following night, their vigil was rewarded.
They went into the office of the mining company, Tonto. That company was owned by the 3 men who were murdered. This may be the lead we've been looking for. Come on. There. Look, Tonto. There's Shane and Hook in the back. Let's get closer so we can listen.
Yeah, it ain't big enough to make a real explosion.
Still don't see why you have to do it.
I told you once. There's records in that safe naming me as a partner in the mine along with Rankin, Parsons, and Hollins. If anybody sees them but us, they'll stop suspecting Zenber as the murderer and start suspicioning me.
Well, why didn't you get him before?
Them 3 partners of mine left me for dead 10 years ago when they cheated me out of my share. They found the records missing. They'd have known I was alive and turned me into the sheriff.
Oh, that's why you killed them all, huh?
Yeah, that. To get back my share in the mine. And now I'm taking over the company.
What was that?
Just your nerves, Hook. Take it easy or you'll get yourself a mess of goose pimples.
I'm regretting I ever let you get me into this.
You're getting paid, aren't you?
Yeah, but why'd they have to vote me in as sheriff?
Because Tim Runyon was getting too curious. He was planning to examine the papers in that safe for a clue to the killer after Rollins died.
What'll everybody say when they learn this safe's been blown?
They'll say Zenber did it, Hook. See, I'm leaving his pocket knife with the kid's initials, PZ, right here on the floor for you to find.
Did you take that knife off the kid's body after you killed him?
Yeah. Now, hand me some more of that powder, Hook.
You sure are a slick one, Shane. Murdering your 3 partners and then framing Zenber's escape from jail to make it appear he did it.
Yeah, on their birthdays, too. That way, them killings led right to the kid's door. Being 6 feet under himself, he'll never show up with an alibi.
Just the same, I never have agreed to free Zenber if I'd known you meant to murder the kid.
You got paid a mighty fancy bribe for that, Hook. More than you made in a year as prison deputy.
I'm not complaining about the money, Shane. But I didn't know I was putting my neck in a noose.
All right, stop worrying. Give me the willies. I can't prove nothing against you.
No? What if the warden learns I never delivered his message to Tim Runyon about Zenber's escape?
He won't. Besides, it was necessary to keep Runyon from warming my 3 ex-partners before I could get to him.
Yeah, but I can't help feeling that...
Step back, Hook. I'm going to blow this thing up.
All right, Tonto.
What the...
Wait 10 minutes, man, Shane.
Drill him.
No, you don't.
Oh, my arm. Drill him, Hook. You'll hang us.
Good work, Kimosabe.
You've got nothing on us.
We've got plenty, Shane. The records in that safe and Zenber's pocket knife clinch you as a birthday killer. You can tell your story to the sheriff you ousted, Tim Runyon. Get the keys from Hook's pocket, Tonto. We'll lock these two in their own jail.
Early the next day, the day before the judge's birthday, the old gentleman was alone with Jane in their parlor.
Oh, Dad, I wish this suspense were over. Your birthday's tomorrow.
It will be soon, Jane.
Dad, you sure you're all right?
Of course, child. Why shouldn't I be?
I don't know. I'm just nervous, I guess. Only, you've been acting so strange lately.
Says Jane, it's just your imagination.
Yes, I guess you're right.
Jane.
Yes?
Jane, I want you to go into town.
Town? Why?
I need some pipe tobacco.
But I just filled your tobacco jar yesterday.
Jane, I want to be alone.
Oh, Dad, you don't expect a murderer today.
No, it's not that, Jane. Please go.
All right, Dad, if it'll make you feel better. Take care of yourself, darling.
A few minutes later, Jane rode away from the ranch house and anxiously headed her horse toward town. Suddenly, she heard hoofbeats and saw the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Tim approaching.
Oh, boy. Tim! Oh, Tim!
Jane, what are you doing here?
Tim, I was riding to see you. I'm so worried.
What is it, Jane?
Well, it's Dad. He's acting so strange. He asked me to leave the house so he could be alone.
Leave the house? Well, that's funny.
Oh, Tim, if anything happens to Dad,
Nothing will, honey. You leave it to the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? You mean...
Sure, didn't you know?
Oh, thank heaven my aim was bad the night I shot at you from the house. Dad!
Come on, Silver.
Get up, boy!
Through the door of the ranch house rushed the Lone Ranger with the others close on his heels.
I'll take that pistol, Judge.
Dad, are you... Oh, Dad, you were going to shoot yourself.
Yes, Jane, I was. But this pistol is loaded with blanks. I tried the gun before I put it to my head.
I put them there, Judge.
You?
Yes. I suspected you might try to take your own life to shield your son from punishment as the birthday murderer.
Yes. I wrote this suicide note confessing to the murders myself.
I'm going to destroy this note, Judge. Your son didn't kill those men. The real murderer has confessed.
But
Your son is dead, Judge. Paul Zenber was also killed by the murderer.
Paul dead?
Paul Zenber was my brother?
Yes, Jane. His real name was Paul McKesson. I think you'd better tell her the rest, Judge.
Yes. You were just a child when Paul ran away from home, Jane. I thought he had died. Then at the trial, I saw that Paul Zenber was my son grown up.
Oh, Dad.
Hold on to my hand, honey.
The hardest task I ever had was to sentence my son to prison. Then not long ago, I learned that Paul was innocent. A confirmed killer who was scheduled to die came to me and confessed to Zeke Martin's murder.
Then the three men who testified against Paul lied?
Yes. I went to the prison to have Paul released, to welcome him home as my son. But they told me it'd be his escape.
Oh, Dad, don't.
Those three men were murdered. Everyone believed Paul had returned here for revenge. I came to believe it myself. I wanted to make amends to him for sending him to prison when he was innocent. For making him a murderer. I decided to clear my son by confessing to the murders myself. Then
the Lone Ranger saved your life. I'll never stop thanking you. Oh, he's gone.
Yes, Jane. He's gone.
I'll Silver!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
It's half past 8. Half past 8. It's half past 8, New York time. Time to wake up America and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike runs a coast-to-coast quiz party with 4 bulging brains as the floor show. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica plus a $50 war bond plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid. And all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, spontaneous and completely go as you please, Information Please tonight offers those practically Siamese twins, Franklin P. Adams and John Kieran, and the music critic and radio commentator, Deems Taylor. And as our fourth guest, we give you the distinguished NBC London commentator, author of the bestseller From the Land of Silent People, Mr. Robert St. John, who's just back from London on leave. Now, Mr. St. John had one date and one date only to give us, and we took advantage of it. This was made possible by the following telegram that we received from Gregory Ratoff, who was originally announced for tonight. This telegram was addressed to the producer of Information Please, Mr. Dan Golanpole, and it reads as follows. My heart is broken into 1,000 pieces that I cannot keep my date on your sensational program tonight. I am not finished with my new picture. My new picture is Something to Shout About. That is its name. But I will positively be with you next week, rain or shine. Please believe me, I couldn't avoid it. Every word is the truth. Best regards, Gregory Ratoff. Now, although we regret that Mr. Ratoff, we regret that he can't be with us tonight, but we are also glad that his appearance won't be long postponed, and we're very happy to have the privilege offered us of having Mr. St. John on in his stead this evening. We're going to begin with a question from Julia Mullen of New York City. How did each of these people, of fact or fiction, rise to a particular emergency? And the first person is Bessie. Of course, you have to know who Bessie is. Mr. Kieran.
Well, it was Bessie who was the heroine in Curfew Shall Not Ring Tonight.
That's right. But
she rose by clinging to the clapper of the bell.
That's quite right. And what did she do by so clinging?
Saved Basil Underwood, who was doomed to die at dawn.
That's right. Very good. I wonder how many of us remembered all those details. Mr. Adams, did you?
I remember that, and I also remember that it was written by Rose Hartwick Thorpe.
You do. And what else do you remember, Mr. Kieran?
That's enough.
That's enough. All right. How did General Simovic rise to an emergency? Mr. St. John.
By staging a coup d'etat, or putsch, in Yugoslavia on the last week of March of last year, leading indirectly to the war in the Balkans.
Yes. He gave the spark to the resistance, which is still continuing, wouldn't you say?
Right.
And what is Simovic doing now?
He was Prime Minister of the refugee government in London. He has since been replaced by Jovanovic, and Simovic is now in sort of retirement somewhere in England.
Mm-hmm. At the time that Simovic started this coup d'etat in Yugoslavia, was the present General Mihalovic very much in evidence?
No, he was almost an unknown. He was an insignificant man in the army.
But apparently he's quite a guy.
He had the stuff, and it still has got it.
You bet. All right. How about Johnny Stout? How did Johnny Stout rise to the emergency? You ever hear of Johnny Stout, Mr. Adams?
Never.
Never heard of him? Your acquaintance is limited. Mr. Taylor, have you ever heard of him? Mr. Kieran.
Who'll pull him out? Little Johnny Stout.
Why, certainly.
Her out. Pussy's in the well, isn't that it?
Yes.
Something's in the well.
Mr. Kieran, Mr. Adams still hasn't heard of. He doesn't have any idea what this is all about.
That isn't the way I heard it.
I don't suppose you even know little Johnny Green, Mr. Adams.
He threw
He
her
put him in.
Oh, you do know. All right. Now, don't be a snob next time. Grover Cleveland Alexander rose to what emergency and how? Mr. Kieran.
In the seventh inning of the final game of the 1926 World Series, played on a rainy Sunday at the Yankee Stadium, he struck out Tony Lazzeri on a low outside ball and thus saved the series for the Cardinals.
Very good. Your head is full of that sort of thing, Mr. Kieran.
Can't get it out.
Can't get it out.
Did Karen answer that question or write it?
He sounded as if you were reading, didn't he, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah. Well,
He's a wonderful man.
he's not, though.
I still admire him after all these years.
In spite of doing stuff like that.
Oh, that's terrific. How about this one, gentlemen, from Barbara Redfield of West Los Angeles, California. What nation raised an open city, that's R-A-Z-E-D, raised an open city by air after it had surrendered? Mr. Taylor.
Germany.
Raised what city?
Rotterdam.
Rotterdam is right. And what was the date, remember?
The date?
The date, the month and year.
Why don't you speak to Mr. Kieran?
Well, this isn't far back enough for him.
Oh, well, it was 1939.
No, it was 40, I think.
40.
May 1940, yes. After Rotterdam had surrendered, Germany gave evidence of
Well,
a
the
kind
war
of...
began in 1939, anyway.
That's right.
I remember that distinctly.
Yes. Mr. St. John, do we know anything at all about the present condition of Rotterdam since the half-destruction of it?
Very little information gets to London from that particular part of Europe.
Yes.
A great deal gets there from other parts like the Balkans.
Yes.
In fact, we can tell you in London within about 24 hours what the price of beef cattle is in Zagreb, Croatia.
That's a useful thing to know.
Oh, yes.
Okay, what is it?
You would ask that. Today or yesterday?
Today, on the hoof.
He's a tough baby, Mr. St. John.
Why did you put
How about
next
this
to
one? What nation bombarded an undefended island after a 24-hour ultimatum? Mr. Adams.
Japan.
No, I don't think that
Well, it's
is
an awful
true.
good guess.
Well, it's the sort of thing she would do. Now, it was Italy who bombed the island of Corfu in 1923 after a general and some other people had been killed in Greece. The ultimatum had some impossible terms. Greece turned it down, and the undefended island was bombarded, and Italy at that time gave evidence of the sort of nation that she wanted to become. That was way back in 1923. What nation shelled a defenseless city in Spain, claiming an attack on one of its warships as an excuse? This was a very famous episode, very early in the present war, during one of its earlier phases. It was Germany who claimed that the loyalists in Spain had bombed the Deutschland, and as a reprisal, 4 warships fired on Almeria, wiping the whole town out. This was way back in May 1937. It's a good thing for us to remember that these atrocities began before what we call the opening of the present war. That the Spanish War was merely the first of the great battles of this war. Wouldn't you say that, St. John?
Yes.
That, however, gives us 2 wrong out of 3 and sends a $50 war bond to Miss Redfield and a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica and passes us on to a question from Miss Anna L. LaForge of Morris County, New Jersey. Now, gentlemen, if you are suggesting the following people as guest experts for information, please, what quotations would you give to prove their qualifications? For example, or rather, here's the first one. Suppose you were suggesting the village schoolmaster in the deserted village as an information, please, guest. Mr. Kieran.
And still they gazed, and still the wonder grew that one small head could carry all he knew.
That's perfectly right.
Oliver
yes.
Goldsmith.
Oliver Goldsmith, and that is a perfect quotation. That's just as true of Mr. Kieran as it is of the village schoolmaster. How about Sally in Our Alley? I suppose you were suggesting her as a guest of information, please. Not a bad idea. Mr. Adams.
There's none so sweet as Sally.
That wouldn't be a good reason for having her on the program.
I think it would. We've had those.
Mr. Taylor.
Well, it's curious. All I can... Of all the girls that are so smart.
Now you're cooking with gas. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Of all the girls that are so smart, there's none like pretty Sally. 100% for you, Mr. Adams. Who wrote the poem? Henry Carey.
Somebody that didn't write much else.
Henry
Yes,
Carey.
he wrote,
Carey?
I think he wrote Rule Britannia.
I'm not sure about that. If he did,
I think he did.
He certainly wrote a
Rule
mouthful.
Britannica.
Or
in this program.
either that or God Save the King. One of the great songs of England he wrote.
A famous song.
Either
How
one.
about this one? Suppose we wanted to have Major General Stanley from the Pirates of Penzance on this program. How would you recommend him? In what quotation? Mr. Adams?
I would recommend him for almost omniscience.
And how would you prove it by a quotation?
He's the very pattern of a modern Major General.
Yes, that's right. What sort of information did he have?
Animal, vegetable, and mineral.
Animal, vegetable, and mineral, yes. You know the kings of England? I quote the fights historical and so forth. That gives us 3 out of 3. Now, Mrs. Arthur Hayes Sulzberger of White Plains, New York, sends this one in. What part of the anatomy is associated with each of these characters? And the first character is Elisha, E-L-I-S-H-A. Mr. Adams?
What character?
What part of the anatomy is associated with him? Mr. Kieran?
The bald head.
That's right. Who was Elisha?
Elisha was in the Old Testament.
Yes.
And the
right.
children mocked him.
Yes.
And he called a pretty bitter vengeance on him, I thought.
What did he do?
He had the bears come out after him.
Yes, that's right. Bears appeared from the woods and devoured the children. Very bloody tale. Yes, it's his bald head that caused all the trouble. Now, how about Benedict Arnold? What part of the anatomy do you think of when you think of Benedict Arnold? Mr. Kieran?
Benedict Arnold, what do you mean physically? He was shot.
Right.
He was crippled.
What part of his
Well,
body?
I'm trying to think whether it was a leg or an arm.
Well, pick one part. Pick one of them. Pick a limb.
His brain.
I think probably it was an arm.
Oh, well, it was a leg.
Well, I'm sorry. I was half right.
Yes, he was wounded in the leg during the Battle of Saratoga, and at that time he became a great national hero.
That's right.
It wasn't until sometime later that he began making his mistakes. I think we ought to call you wrong or right.
No,
Wrong,
call me wrong.
Call you wrong, all right.
You're wrong.
Lord George Hell. That was his name.
Hell?
Hell?
Please.
Well, that's what it says here.
We're on the air.
That was his name, Lord George Hell, H-E-L-L. Mr. Taylor.
I should say the face.
Who was Lord George Hell?
He was the hero of a story by Max Beerbohm.
That's right. What was the story called?
Who was the incarnation of evil, more or less.
Yeah.
And to win the girl, he had a mask
That's
made
right.
that expressed a great beauty and sweetness and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And then, by an odd coincidence, he lived up to the mask.
That's right.
And finally, in a spirit of noble self-sacrifice, he resolved to take it off and show the girl that he'd been fooling her. He took it off, and lo and behold, he had the same face as the man.
That's very well told.
Very well.
That's exactly right, yes. That's the famous story of the happy hypocrite by Max Beerbohm.
And no dough for Mrs. S?
No dough for Mrs. Salzberg. I'm awfully sorry. You've been worrying about Mrs. Salzberger all this time while Mr. Taylor was telling us that nice story. How about this one from Mrs. Julia A. Ames of Berlin, New Hampshire? Can you identify the president whose birthplace is suggested by each of these songs that you're now going to hear? There are going to be 3 of them. Let's get 2 out of 3. Let's have the first. Now, be careful. This is kind of a sticker. The president whose birthplace is suggested by that song, Mr. Kieran.
I'd say President Roosevelt.
Which one?
Theodore.
Ah, that's right, yes. Theodore Roosevelt, born in New York City. Where was Franklin D. Roosevelt born?
Well, I guess up the state, wasn't he?
I think he was, yes, up the river a bit. How about the next one? Mr. St. John.
Warren G. Harding.
Warren G. Harding. What was being played?
Beautiful Ohio.
Beautiful Ohio. Yes. What part of the country do you come from yourself?
Do I come from?
Yes.
Chicago.
Well, you
No kidding.
Good.
Couple of buddies.
Well,
yes.
almost
Harding.
any president is born in Ohio.
Unless he's born in Virginia, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah.
Be careful. Well, Taft was born in Ohio. Name another, Mr. Taylor.
William McKinley.
McKinley's
Rutherford
right.
B. Hayes.
Rutherford B. Hayes. I don't think he was born in Ohio.
James A. Garfield.
I don't think so. No, Grant was. Harrison was. McKinley, Harding. Now, how about the third and last, Mr. Kahn? Of course, you have to know what's being played.
Know what that
Yeah,
tune is.
that's the trouble. It's kind of reminiscent, Mr. Adams, isn't it? Isn't it kind of reminiscent?
Not a bit.
No,
Never
you've
heard of it.
Never heard of it before? Has cotton wool in his ears practically all his life. Mr. Taylor?
I've heard it thousands of times, and I haven't the remotest idea.
It's called Jersey Bounce. Jersey Bounce. Now, what president?
Thomas Woodrow Wilson.
No, he wasn't born. He was born in Virginia.
That's right.
Mr. Kieran?
No, I was going to go wrong on Wilson.
No, the only one that I know of that was born in New Jersey was born in Caldwell, New Jersey, a very nice, flourishing suburb. Grover Cleveland was born in Caldwell,
well, he grew
New
up
Jersey.
in Buffalo.
Grover
That's what
Cleveland.
threw me
That's
off.
right. He did. That gives us 2 out of 3. And now Mr. Rysdale, with admirable modesty, points out that Luckies speak for themselves far, far better than he can speak for them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, fine tobacco tells its own story of mildness and better taste. Frankly, we feel that if we can stimulate your interest sufficiently in Lucky Strike cigarettes to make you buy just 1 package, the cigarettes themselves will so stimulate your taste that you'll become a regular day-to-day smoker of Luckies. For in fact, every package of Luckies contains 20 proofs, 20 round and firm and fully packed proofs that in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. For at auction after auction, we consistently buy the riper, the lighter, the naturally milder leaf. The real Lucky Strike leaf. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Mr. Fadiman, have I shown good common sense reasons for buying and trying that first package of Luckies?
Mr. Rysdale, like Luckies, your facts speak for themselves, and I clocked you at 58 seconds. And now a question from C.L. Layton of Chicago. What's the present name of the city once known as the following? Let's get 2 out of 3 on this. Once known as Christiania. What's its present name? Mr. Taylor.
Oslo.
Oslo. And what country is that?
Norway.
In Norway, yes. Principal city of Norway, isn't it? Wouldn't that be right, Mr. St. John?
I think so.
Now, the present name of the city once known as Tsaritsyn. Tsaritsyn. I may be mispronouncing it. It's Tsaritsyn. Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen. This is the name of one of the most famous and one of the greatest cities in the world.
Petrograd.
Stalingrad.
Well, Stalin.
Yes, once known as Tsaritsyn. That gives us 1 wrong. Let's remember its present name, gentlemen, even if we can't remember its former one. And now, what's the present name of the city or township once known as Stern Park Gardens? Mr. Adams.
Lidice.
And what is Lidice?
It was a village that was utterly destroyed by the Germans.
Yes.
On, I think, June 10th.
That's right, June 10th.
And all the men were put to death.
Yes, and remember Hitler boasted that the village would be destroyed and forgotten, and one of the first things that happened was a little town in Illinois renamed itself immediately, Lidice. Another town in Mexico has done so, and I would bet that before this war is over, there will be 29 Lidices of the 29 United Nations arising to confute Mr. Hitler's boast that the little village's name will be forgotten. Here's a question from Mrs. M. Bernstein of Cincinnati, Ohio. Oh, it's an opera question. You'll love this, Mr. Taylor.
I bet I will.
Yeah. This is all about who kills whom in certain operas. Now,
I said the sparrow.
Doesn't cover all eventualities. In what opera, gentlemen, does the tenor kill the soprano?
Oh, thousands.
Now, that's just wishful thinking, Mr. Adams. Mr. Taylor.
Well, for one, in Verdi's Otello.
In Verdi's Otello, Otello kills Desdemona.
Yep.
And he's a tenor.
He certainly is.
And Desdemona's a soprano.
Yeah, up to
I guess
going
that's
to
right. That's right. And Iago is the baritone in that one. You'd think Othello would have a very deep voice somehow, but that isn't the way it works.
But this is opera.
That's different. Isn't there an even more famous opera, I Pagliacci, in which the tenor kills... how does he kill her?
He kills Neda.
Yeah, how does he do it? I like to think about these things.
Oh, well, he stabbed her.
He stabbed her, yeah, sure. Well, you might as well enjoy it while you have a chance. And what opera does the tenor kill the baritone? Tenor kill the baritone.
Tenor kill the baritone.
This gets kind of tough, I guess. Tenor kill the baritone.
Is that the last act?
You mean you never got
I
that
wouldn't
far?
know that.
It is in the last act.
Tenor kills the baritone.
Well, it's in Lohengrin. Telramund is killed by Lohengrin. Remember that now?
Oh, steady, old man.
All right, what's wrong with me now?
No, I don't think so.
No?
Uh-uh.
It doesn't Lohengrin kill Tellerman?
No.
What did he do with him?
Well, he sailed away on a duck, but...
Now, I am no Wagner expert, as I think I can prove without much difficulty, and you may be right.
Well, you're frightening me into thinking that I'm not.
My information is that Tellerman is killed by Lohengrin. Also, doesn't Faust kill Valentine in the opera?
Yes.
And isn't Faust a tenor? And isn't Valentine a baritone, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, all the baritones begin by singing Valentine.
Begin by singing Valentine. Well, at least we got one of those wrong. Now, how about an opera in which the baritone, this part I like, in which the baritone kills the tenor? The baritone kills the tenor.
Doesn't he then commit suicide?
I don't think so, no.
I can give you one in which the soprano kills the baritone.
Well, that's sweet of you, Mr.
Did
Taylor.
kill him on the stage?
Yes, I think so.
Baritone kills
Yes.
Tosca?
Well,
No, Tosca's no baritone.
No, but Scarpia, wasn't Scarpia a baritone?
Yeah.
Does he
Wasn't
kill
the
a tenor?
tenor killed in that play?
Well, he had him shot.
Oh, it isn't the same thing as a real murder.
I claim a foul.
Well, it's in Cavalleria Rusticana, isn't it? Alfio kills
Well, that's
Toledo.
only hearsay because somebody just comes in and
Says he's done so. That's
Alfio was killed neighbor of Toledo, and you may or may not believe him.
Now, in Tristan, isn't Tristan killed by somebody called Melot?
Yes.
I don't know if that's on stage or not.
$60 a week
Yeah.
baritone.
Well, that's something. That's something. Well, we got two wrong on that. That sends a $50 war bond to Mrs. Bernstein and a set of the Britannica. How about this one? From Foster Victor of Franklin, New Jersey. What time of day is it, and what's going on in each of these compositions? You're going to hear them played. You want to get 2 out of 3. You want to find out what time of day it is and what's happening as the compositions are played. Does that come back to any of you? That cotton wool still in your ears, Mr. Adams?
No, sir, I don't know the
Don't know the tune at all. Know the air, Mr. Taylor?
This is the time of night when I think of Oscar Levant.
Well, that's from Noel Coward's Mad Dogs and Englishmen Go Out in the Midday Sun. And, of course, midday is the time and walking is the activity. Let's see if you can get the next one, Mr. Cohen. I have 2 hands, Mr. Taylor and Mr. Kieran.
Yeah, you better give it to me. I mean,
Oh, I'm not
I
so
gotta
sure.
save my face.
All right, I don't see why you should want to. Mr. Taylor?
Well, I can't get a better offer. It's afternoon.
It's afternoon of what?
Mm-hmm. It's what somebody called afternoon on the farm, but it's the afternoon of a fawn.
Afternoon. And what are the fawns doing in the composition, presumably?
Well, I'd rather you wouldn't ask.
At a venue. Well, roughly speaking. Perhaps that's the wrong way of putting it.
Well, he's fawning. He's
having fun.
He's daydreaming.
Well, enjoying the afternoon in the company of the nymphs, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, more or less. Do I have to put these words in your mouth, Mr. Taylor?
Well,
Mr. Conn, let's have the third and last. Well, now that's something, seems to me, we all heard in school at a very early age.
Sounds like Mother McCree.
Well, something like it. It isn't exactly. 3 fishers went sailing away to the west as the sun went down.
By Charles Kingsley.
Is it by Charles?
Yeah,
That's right,
not
by
the
Charles
music.
Kingsley. So it's sundown, and it's a description of 3 fishers going sailing. And that loses us a $50 war bond going to Mr. Victor and a set of the Britannica also. How about this one from Irving Miller of New York? This is about various kings and princes and generals. First, what king, after surrendering to Germany, remained in his own country as a prisoner? Mr. Kieran.
King of the Belgians.
Yes.
In this war.
What was his name? What is his
Albert.
name? No.
Leopold.
Leopold the what?
King of the Belgians.
Leopold II,
I think it's the third. I think it's the third. Leopold III of Belgium. What German prince is helping to fight the Nazis? The German prince helping to fight the Nazis. Mr. Kieran?
What do you mean? Prince Louis of Battenberg, of course, is no longer. He's of German.
He's of German, some German blood.
German royal blood.
Well, I meant one who is the other German, as a matter of fact. It's the Prince Bernhard zu Lippe-Biesterfeld, the husband of Princess Juliana of Holland, who is a firm anti-fascist.
What does she call him?
I have no idea. Bernie, I imagine. Bernie. Now, what general, after his country had surrendered, remained to organize a continued resistance? Mr. Kieran?
Well, his country was conquered. General Mihailovich.
General Dragan Mihailovich of Yugoslavia, yes, one of the great heroes of this war.
Except that technically he wasn't a general when he stayed.
Is that so? Well, he's a general now.
He was just a mere colonel.
Well, he was a colonel then, but he's going to stay a general from now on. And now, before we go on to the next question, here's Mr. Cross, who believes there'd be one sure way to stump Mr. Orson Welles next time he visits this program.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think a real tobacco quiz would stump nearly anyone, except an independent tobacco expert. For there are many, many questions about tobacco that can be answered only by the men who earn their living buying, selling, and handling the leaf. These auctioneers, buyers, and witches all over the South know tobacco from A to Z, the kind of tobacco that gives you a better smoke. The overwhelming preference of independent tobacco experts for Lucky Strike is well worth remembering. At market after market, year after year, these experts see the makers of Lucky's buy the riper, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike leaf. And with these experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. Smokers, a friendly tip from the tobacco experts. Remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. That took 60 seconds. See if we can get started on this one from Helen Hobbs of Indianapolis. Each of the following is a member of a union or league of states or nations. Identify the whole group. Azerbaijan, Uzbek, Tajik. Mr. St. John.
They are Soviets within the Soviet
Correct.
Republic.
Holland, USSR, Belgium, Brazil. What larger group contains all those? Mr. Adams?
United Nations.
That's correct. United States, Costa Rica, Argentina. Mr. Kieran?
Well, that's the Union of North and South America.
Well, I'll give it 3 out of 3, and that's all we have time for. Thank you, Mr. St. John, for joining in the fun tonight. In a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guest, and tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out 3 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica and 3 $50 war bonds.
From WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Gillette presents the World Series. From the Yankee Stadium in New York this afternoon, we bring you the third game of the 1942 World Series as a feature of the Gillette Safety Razor Company's year-round cavalcade of sports, which embraces the Kentucky Derby, the football bowl games, New Year's Day, all major boxing bouts month after month, and other sports events of national interest. This is Mel Allen speaking for Gillette over the Mutual Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and hundreds of affiliated stations, plus shortwave outlets WGEO and WGEA Schenectady, KGEI San Francisco, which beam these games to our armed forces abroad. Now, this third game of the 1942 World Series is played by the National and American Leagues and the St. Louis and New York clubs as the agent for the USO, the United Service Organizations. It's a jam-packed stadium today, seething with tremendous excitement, generated by those 2 hectic games that started the series rolling in swell shape out in St. Louis. And today, the Yankees will present a revamped lineup as a result of Cardinal manager Billy Southworth's choice of Ernie White, a left-hander, as his pitching nomination. So in the background, we hear the folks laughing, and it's Al Shack entertaining them. But here quickly are the starting lineups for today's game. For the St. Louis Cardinals, no change from the lineups which they presented in the first 2 games outside of the pitcher. It's Jimmy Brown leading off playing second base, Terry Moore hitting second playing center field, Enos Slaughter batting third right field, Stan Musial in the cleanup spot left field, Walker Cooper hitting fifth catching, Johnny Hopp hitting sixth playing first base, Whitey Kurowski, whom we thought might be out of action because of a slight injury to his throwing arm in the second game, is back in there. He's playing third base. Marty Marion hitting eighth, playing shortstop. Ernie White pitching and, of course, occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order. For the Yankees, we have a revamped lineup, as we told you. It's Phil Rizzuto leading off, playing shortstop. Buddy Hassett hitting second, playing first base. Roy Cullenbine hitting third, playing right field. Joe DiMaggio in the cleanup spot, playing center field. Joe Gordon hitting fifth. He's been elevated from sixth to fifth, playing second. And Charlie Keller, who has been hitting fifth, has dropped to sixth, playing left field. Bill Dickey hitting seventh and catching. Jerry Priddy is going to play third base in place of Brad Ralph. Priddy playing third base, hitting eighth. Spurgeon Chandler is going to do the pitching for the Yankees. Of course, he's occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order. So there is the Yankee lineup. As you note, Hassett, who hit eighth earlier in the first 2 games, is batting second. Priddy is hitting eighth. Joe McCarthy wanting to inject as many right-handed hitters into the lineup as he could to face the left-handed pitching Bernie White. The umpires back to the plate: George Barr of the National League, Cal Hubbard of the American League at first base, George Major-Kurtz of the National League at second base, and Bill Summers of the American League on third base. And that very quickly is the picture as we see it here at the stadium as the Yanks and Cards get set to go into action. And right now, here to give you his observations, a brilliant columnist of the New York Journal-American, a member of Gillette's staff of their cavalcade of sports, Bill Corum.
Thanks, Mel. To me, this is it. This ball game, as I see it, is the game that will decide the 1942 and 39th World Series. I believe the winning team today will go on to win the championship, and my reason for feeling that way is that this is the place where the Yankees, mighty men that they are, McCarthy's big boys, overpower their opposition. They've done it in the American League year after year, and they've done it with National League clubs in the series, and this is their spot. I don't think, aside from Ken O'Day, Whitey Moore, and Harry Gumbert, that a single player on the Cardinal squad has ever seen, that's active player, of course, has ever seen the inside of this stadium. And certainly not packed as it is today with 70-odd thousand persons. One of the great, tremendous crowds that baseball has produced, and in a spot that I think is the finest stadium and the finest field baseball has. Certainly it's a relief to see an infield after that infield at Sportsman Park where the grass looked like the spinach on Grandpa's chin. They put something called molder's dust on it out there and took all the grass off. And, of course, the Cardinals and Browns both playing. It gets no rest. And, as I say, it's really a relief to see a great field that we have here this afternoon. Now, the records of the rival pitchers: Ernie White, won 7 and lost 5 for the Cardinals. He's a southpaw, comparatively small fella, not nearly as big as his opponent, Spurgeon Chandler, who won 16 and lost 5 for the Yankees. White is what is known as a sore arm pitcher. That is, he has a lot of trouble with his arm, but when he's good, like the little girl, he's very, very good indeed. And, of course, he pitched a game that clinched the pennant for the Cardinals in their great rush when they practically came from behind the grandstand to down the Dodgers and win the National League flag. Shaq is getting a big hand from the crowd as he trots in and waving to the people. A great entertainer and a great fella, Al. Now, to get back to White for a minute, he's one of Southwest's great left-handers. I don't say perhaps great in all time, but on this Cardinal squad, what you'd call a very, very good journeyman left-hand pitcher at least. And left-handers have troubled the Yankees some this year. Smith and Chubby Dean and others, and the theory is that they don't like them as well as they like speedball right-hand pitchers such as Cooper and Beasley. We'll see whether that's true or not. My experience with the Yankees has been that they like pretty near everything in the way of pitching and can hit almost anything. But if Southworth can get away with this one, if he can beat Chandler with White, he is going to be sitting in the driver's seat, as I see it, as far as the series goes, because he can come right back tomorrow with a fellow named Max Lanier, who is his exact counterpart for White as I could think of. Practically the same size, throws the same way, and they have pretty much the same sort of stuff. If White wins this afternoon, I'm reasonably sure I can tell you that Cooper will not pitch tomorrow, but will be held for Monday. On the other hand, if the Yankees win, I expect to see Cooper back in there in tomorrow's game here because he's Southwest's ace, and you've got to play your ace when you're in trouble. And I repeat that whoever wins this game, the other side definitely is going to be in trouble. And that's the picture as I see it here at the stadium as the Yanks and Cards go into the third game.
You regular World Series listeners will recall that on previous broadcasts, we've urged you to lay in a real supply of Gillette Blue Blades. But today, that's all off. Actually, Gillette's current stock of blades is far smaller than the average wholesaler's required inventory. Now, that's due to several things. First, production has been drastically cut by government order to save steel. On top of that, requirements for our armed forces are constantly increasing. Now, these 2 points alone, not to mention others, mean less Gillette blue blades for civilian use. So if you run across a store that's out of stock, particularly in defense areas, you'll know why. Of course, we're making every effort to distribute available supplies evenly. Now, no one wants to deprive others of the comfort of shaving with Gillette blue blades, so we particularly request that you buy fewer blades and use them thriftily. Don't overstock, and be sure to get maximum service out of every blade. It's easy to do this without sacrificing comfort if you know how, and during the game we'll tell you several ways to make every Gillette blue blade last longer. At the moment, the band is out in center field, entertaining the crowd. The bleachers are absolutely jam-packed. They've been out there since early this morning, with Al Schacht having come out earlier to do his stuff to amuse them, to keep things humming and keep interest so they wouldn't get too tired waiting for activity to start on the ball field. Spud Chandler is still warming up below our booth, and so is Ernie White of the St. Louis Cardinals. We might give you a quick picture of where our booth is located. It's directly over home plate, atop the third deck of the Yankee Stadium, so that we have a perfect view of everything in the playing field. The Yankee groundkeepers are putting on the finishing touches. At the moment, they're out at the mound, smoothing things off, a few of them out in right field. The umpires are at home plate, talking with each other, awaiting Art Fletcher, who will come out for the Yankees, and Billy Southworth, who will come out for the St. Louis Cardinals. Out in deep center field at the flagpole, incidentally, the distance from home plate to that point just to the right of it is 461 feet, is another of the groundkeepers who has a hold of the long rope by which they hoist up the flag. And that will be raised in a moment, and we, of course, will have the national anthem before the game gets underway. All the Cardinals out in front of their dugout got on some red jackets, looking around at the crowd, chatting, apparently very much interested in what's going on in the stands. We don't see any of the Yankees in the front of their dugout as yet, although in the extreme left-hand corner there is Joe Gordon standing with his chin resting on his hand, awaiting something to take place. George Levy of the stadium, who has been in attendance at 12 World Series and who is always at the Yankee Stadium through the regular season, he's the man who walks out the plate to get the batteries for the day's game, goes over to the public address announcer here and gives them to him. Then they're announced. There's Morton Cooper trotting across back of home plate, just having come out of the runway leading to the Cardinal clubhouse, trotting over to the St. Louis bench. Johnny Schulte, Yankee coach, has his mitt up under his left arm, is ready to walk out to the bullpen. The bullpen's, by the way, at the stadium. The Yankee bullpen is out between the left field grandstand and the right field bleachers, the left field bleachers, and the visiting team bullpen is located between the right field stands and the right field bleachers, so that the boys have quite a long walk coming in when there's a need for changing pitchers. Well, at the moment, Art Fletcher and Billy Southworth are at home plate with the umpires. Terry Moore, the Cardinal captain, is there. They're discussing the batting orders and ground rules. And before the start of this third World Series game, we'll have time for station identification. We'll pause 10 seconds. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
We're ready for the national anthem, and here it is. So with the playing of the national anthem, Old Glory is raised to the top of the flagpole in deep center field, and being raised right underneath it is the flag, or bunting, or pennant, whichever you want to call it, emblematic of the Yankees' World Championship, which they won last year, and which they are defending now. There go the Yankees trotting out onto the field, and now the ball game is going to get underway. Just listen to the cheers for the Yankees for a moment. Here's the announcement of the batteries, which we've already given to you. We'll let you listen.
Number 28, pitching. Cooper. Number 15, catching. Deep battery for New York. Chandler. Number 21, pitching. Dickey. Number 8, catching.
And now Judge Landis, High Commissioner of Baseball, is ready to throw out the ball and does to Bill Dickey. And Dickey trots back to home plate. We're going to be underway in just a moment or so. And to take over and describe for you in his inimitable fashion the first 4.5 innings of this third game of the World Series is Red Barber, who is now doing his 8th World Series. One of America's premier baseball announcers, a World Series fixture. And here he is, the old redhead.
Thank you very much, Mel. At the moment, out in the heart of the diamond here at Yankee Stadium, Spurgeon Chandler limbering up his right arm, throwing down to his battery mate and catcher, Bill Dickey. At first base, Buddy Hassett. At second, Joe Gordon. At shortstop, Phil Rizzuto. And at third is Jerry Pretty, who hits right-handed. And Pretty is getting the nod today with the Cardinals starting a left-hander over Rolfe, the veteran third baseman who played the first 2 games but who is a southpaw swinger. And so once again, the team of Pretty and Rizzuto are shoulder to shoulder. They first came to fame as a second base combination, but since that time, Pretty has been made into a third baseman and utility infielder. In the outfield and left is Charlie Keller, who's busily tying a shoelace at the moment. DiMaggio is in center, and in right is Roy Cullenbine. Stepping in to be the first batter for the Cardinals is little Jimmy Brown, a switch hitter, who hits with equal facility from either side. He has 1 hit so far in the 2 games played. He's batting left-handed. Right-handed Chandler comes down, and Brown swinging fouls it off. This is Chandler's second appearance in this World Series. You recall he relieved and finally got the Cardinals out after they made 4 runs with 2 men down in the 9th inning of the first game. Brown got his hit as one of those Cardinal base hits in that last moment flurry and fuselage at St. Louis in the opener. George Barr of the National League is working balls and strikes back at the plate. The pitch is in there for a called second strike, a big curveball. A right-handed pitcher throwing to a switch hitter batting left-handed. And Chandler's now ahead, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. It's the game's first hitter. The defense is straight away on Brown. Infield up a step. Jimmy swings, beats it down foul. He breaks for first base. In other words, he didn't wait to see whether the ball was fair or foul. Now comes walking back, picks up his stick. The other 3 umpires, Big Cal Hubbard is coaching back at first. And Major Kurth, who's just as big of the National League staff, is at second. Now the American League staff is Bill Summers back at third. The umpiring alternates who are dressed and in reserve if an emergency should arise are Basil of the American League and Dunn of the National. But still no balls, 2 strikes. That's the count to Brown. And just a moment, time is called. Plate umpire Barr asked the Cardinal bat boy to get back over closer to the dugout. In fact, to get into the dugout. In other words, to get off the playing field. Chandler pumps, delivers. Brown swings and hits it right back to the mound. Chandler takes on a big bounce, throws to first. Plenty of time. Brown is up. 1 up and 1 away. Chandler being ahead of the first hitter all the way through. The pitcher to the first baseman, that's Chandler to Hassett. Terry Moore, Cardinal center field and captain, stepping in. Right-hand batter. He has 2 hits. He got the first hit for the Cardinals, which came in the 8th inning of the first game, and then followed up the next inning in the 9th with a single. Swings and misses at a low outside curve. Chandler really snapped it off, too. He has quite a curve ball. The outfield is around toward left. The biggest hole is right center. Infield straightaway on Terry, who crouches, right-hand batter, swings and lines it foul into the lower right field stand. Long second strike. And here Chandler is still staying completely ahead of all the hitters that he's facing. This is his number 2 batter. 1 man out. Ball game just began a moment ago with Jimmy Brown bouncing out, pitch to the first baseman. Chandler to Hassett. The game was a few moments delayed in its start. There was a very prolonged discussion over ground rules with the umpires. Here's a pitch. A curve in for call strike 3. And Chandler has been the completely dominant factor here to start. 2 up, 2 men out, and Country Slaughter stepping in. One of the Cardinal heroes in their win, which was the second game. A 10-hitter. He has 2 hits so far. Takes a curve, good for a called strike. This Chandler isn't fooling around. He's a good-sized fella, strong. He's always been quite an athlete. Quite a halfback at the University of Georgia in his collegiate days. There's a pitch low inside that has Slaughter skipping rope. Down around his ankles, ball 1. And this is the first pitch that hasn't been in the strike area, thrown here at the start of the ball game by Chandler. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 men out, nobody on, no score. The defense is around toward right slightly. Slaughter takes call, strike 2. Quick curve that came in and got the outside. Waist high. 1 and 2. Slaughter stands right off the plate. He's a medium-sized, stocky individual, heavy hipped. Backs out, gets Harder waiting on Chandler. Now Enos stepping in again. Outfields that wood. Pulls that hat right down to the end of the handle. Chandler comes down. A screwball swung on and missed for strike 3. And there was a screwball. He had been throwing a strictly orthodox curveball to the 3 batters. And then when he got 2 strikes on Slaughter, he then gave him the screwball. And it was a big one, and it was over the plate, too. If Slaughter hadn't swung, he'd have been called. And so, I guess you can't ask much more of a pitcher. He threw out Brown himself, then got a 3rd strike to Moore, and struck out Slaughter swinging on a screwball. And speaking of a screwball, the fact that the young man who's now on the mound for St. Louis tried to develop one last September is what began his forearm troubles. White is on the mound for St. Louis. The arm is perfectly all right now. He's telling him in the dugout before the ball game that his arm first began to get sore right after Labor Day last year when he started trying to develop a screwball. He hurt something in his elbow, and then when he came back to training camp this year, he made the same mistake again of going after the screwball again. And he hurt his arm seriously enough to where it was sore until 2 months ago. But he said he hasn't tried since spring training to break off a screwball, never intends to try again, and the arm is sound again. He's learned his lesson on that. He said somebody else can throw a screwball, but not me. So it's White on the mound for the Cardinals. Back of the plate, Walker Cooper. First base, Johnny Hopp. Second, Jimmy Brown. Shortstop, Slats Marion. Third, George Kurowski. His arm's all right. Stan Musial is in left. In center, Terry Moore. And in right field, Country Slaughter. And the scooter, Bill Rizzuto. Stocky, little speed merchant. Right-hand hitter. Up at the plate. White takes a little ground. He's a very cool customer to this blonde southpaw. Pumps. Comes down. Fastball is running toward third. There's Kurowski up with it. Throws to first. Not in time. Not in time. It's a base hit. White made his first pitch, a fastball that was coming down low inside around the knees, and Rizzuto caught it down there on the meat and bunted it neatly toward third. He bunted it just hard enough to where the pitcher couldn't field it. And by the time that Kurowski got in, the third baseman made the play. He made it faultlessly all right, but there wasn't time, and Rizzuto beat it out for a base hit. And he's on at first, possessor of the game's first hit, and he's the game's only runner. The batter is Buddy Hassett. In across, left-hand hitter swings. There's a high foul back of first and into the stands. Hits into the upper tier. And the upper tier at Yankee Stadium is really an upper tier. 3 floors here. Main stands. The lower level, the mezzanine, and then the upper deck. That's 1 strike to Hassett. No score in the ball game. Infield, of course, for the Cardinals has to be ready for a bunt. That means Kurowski's in close. White a left-hander, checks his runner. Hop holding it first. The pitch. Hassett tries to bunt and fouls it off, and in fact nicked his thumb. In just a moment, is he going to be waved down to first base, or is he hurt? No, I believe only time is called. A high inside pitch, the bunt was on, and Hassett, in trying to bunt it, hit the left thumb of his finger. You know how a batter would slide his hand up on the barrel of the bat to try and bunt, to get the bat exactly right on the flight of the projectile. And Hassett got a little bit too close. Doc Painter, the Yankee trainer, has met him and is walking with Buddy now back toward the dugout. And it looked apparently as though that ball got Hassett on the thumbnail of his left hand. And manager McCarthy's now come over. Of course, that would be a serious thing if Hassett, his regular first baseman, has hurt a finger to where he wouldn't be able to carry on. So time is called, and Rizzuto is still standing at first base. In other words, there was a fine point that we had to wait and see whether the umpires thought that he was hit by the pitch ball or was hit accidentally while he was bunting. And now, according to the move of the plate umpire, that was a foul, that he was trying to bunt the ball, hit the bat first, and then went for the finger, which means it's just a second strike. Hassett's finger is still being checked and administered. Back now underneath the Yankee dugout. We can't see what's going on. Just as soon as he comes out or there's some other definite move to indicate just what it is, we'll let you know. And whatever happens, whether Hassett can come back or whether he will have to have a replacement, it will be either Hassett or his substitute who will have to come back in the batter's box with the count 2 strikes. Make no mistake on that. And the runner is at first base, Rizzuto, standing there quietly. So, in case you just joined us for this third game of the World Series, brought to you by Gillette, here's Hassett coming out now. So he's going to carry on, but he still is clenching and probing around that sore finger. For those of you who just joined us, the Cardinals went down 1-2-3. Chandler, starting pitcher for the Yankees, being in magnificent form. And the first Yankee up, Rizzuto, bunted the first pitch for a base hit down toward third. And Hassett is now returned to batter's box for the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Left fielder Musial is straight away. Center fielder Terry Moore is veered over toward left center. And right fielder Slaughter is straight away, which means that the gap in the outfield against Hassett is right center. Infield up a step. White looks at first, delivers, and misses with the fastball outside. Ball 1. Tried to make Hassett go for one going away, but he didn't. Sort of flexes that sore left hand a moment. Now grips the bat again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White asks for the sign. Gets it. Stares a while. Now comes into pitching position, looks at first. Delivers to the plate. A curve high and outside for ball 2. And as soon as White turned that ball loose, in other words, that he immediately went down into a crouch. Because I imagine that when he made that delivery, he thought Rizzuto might be going, and he wanted to get out of the way in the event that his catcher was going to fire right back over his head toward second base. But Rizzuto didn't budge. In fact, he's been standing, you might say, suspiciously still at first base. White looks at first, delivers 2-2. Hassett swings. There's a high foul ball that catcher Walker Cooper's under halfway over to the Yankee dugout and grabs for the out. Rizzuto takes a run down off first, bluffing as though he's going for second, and then quickly goes back into first base. Walker Cooper walks the ball back out to the mound. So it is 1 out. And Hassett was defeated as he attempted, first of all, to sacrifice, and then was retired, a foul ball to the catcher. Roy Cullenpine, the switch-hitting right fielder, stepping in for the Yankees. He, of course, is going up there as a right-hand batter. Left-hander Ernie White on the mound for the Cardinals. Outfield's around toward left on Cullenpine. They're playing him to pull. Infield is up a step, except for first baseman Hop, who's rolling the bag against Rizzuto. Throw to first. Not in time. Rizzuto fading back on ahead. Cullenpine sets his feet wide apart and digs in. Crouches. The pitch. Swung on and fouled. A curveball. Curve was breaking down. Roy swung above it, beat it into the ground right underneath the catcher, and apparently nicked the ball because after a quick examination, plate umpire Barr throws it out. And as he throws it to the ball boy, waves his hand in a negative way, meaning that ball's no good for future use in this game, so get rid of it. You rag it. White rubs it, roughs it a little bit, uses the rosin bag. No balls, 1 strike, 1 man out for the Yankees, no score here in the first inning, first game at the stadium and third game of the series. Shaw, who's fast, and a threat, leading down off first. Cullenpine crouching at the plate. White delivers, curve swung on and missed. Fast curve, strike 2, 0-2. Ernie is working very deliberately. He's quite cool. He doesn't get excited. Defense remains as it was. Left-hander steadies the runner. There goes Rizzuto. Columbine swinging, fouls it off. And it's still strike two. Rizzuto was going. Now he comes trotting back to resume his lead. Whether that was a hit-and-run play or a run-and-hit play, you'd have to wait and ask somebody with the Yankees after the ball game. Because you don't know. The batter had two strikes, the pitch was over, so he had to swing. In other words, there could possibly have been a run-and-hit in which had the pitch been outside, Columbine would have taken and let Rizzuto go on. Anyhow, it's still 0-2. There's called strike three. A quick curveball catches the outside, and Columbine is caught looking. And that's the first strikeout for White, and it is the second out for the Yankees, and Rizzuto remained at first base. Joe DiMaggio stepping in. Right-hand batter. Outfield is deep, around toward left. The infield swings well around toward third base. They play this strong 6-foot right-hander to pull toward left. Third baseman Kurowski is deep. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. High for ball one. 1-0. Two men out. Rizzuto, who's the game's only runner, here in the last of the first inning, still at first base. Hop is grimly holding the inside corner against him. They're not giving Rizzuto an inch. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. A curve good for a called strike, just above the knees. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. White works with a very easy motion. In other words, he doesn't put on any acrobatic show when he's pitching. And he throws his curveball and fastball with one and the same motion, which is one of the reasons for his success. Steadies first. Delivers to the plate. Strike two swinging. DiMaggio reached for a fastball low outside. 1-2. White busily going to the rosin bag, rubbing up the ball. He's taking no chances. He's not being hurried. Figuring out every single pitch. It's no score. Just the start of things. Key game. There goes Rizzuto. There's a pitch out. The throw down to second base is an overthrow into center field. Rizzuto is up and on his way for third. Terry Moore recovers, throws to second, and Rizzuto is at third base. Rizzuto was going down. The steal was on, or you might say a run and hit was on, because if the pitch was outside, DiMaggio would take it, which he did, and it was a ball. Ball two. The count is now 2-2. And Walker Cooper's throw to second with Jimmy Brown going in to take the bag was way high and went into center field. Score that as a steal for Rizzuto off second, and he advances to third base on catcher Walker Cooper's overthrow, which is charged as an error. This changes, of course, the complexion of things, which pitcher White had very carefully tried to keep under control. Now Rizzuto's at third. Quite a bit of difference between first and third. 2 out, DiMaggio up there, 2-2. Pitch is high for ball 3, a high fastball. So that's a steal for Rizzuto and an error charged against Walker Cooper. DiMaggio standing out of the box. Let's see, time just for the moment. And there's to be a conference now between plate umpire Baugh, who is the umpire-in-chief for today's game, and third base umpire Bill Summers. And we'll see just exactly what it is. And they apparently... Wait, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. There was trouble at St. Louis in the second game about the fact that the Cardinal pitcher was taking his sign off the rubber. You see, in the American League, there's a rule that the pitcher must take his sign while being on the rubber. National League pitchers do not have to take the sign on the rubber. And so at St. Louis, why, it was allowed to go on despite the Yankee protest. But here in this ballpark, which is an American League park, White has to take his sign from the rubber, and that's what DiMaggio is kicking on just now. 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. And DiMaggio struck out on a 3-2 pitch. It is scoreless, and that ends the first inning. And here's a change. Pretty, who began at third base, moves to first base. And Hassett's left hand, I think it is his left thumb. At least it looked that way when he was trying to get that bunt. Hassett's injury forces him out. And Pretty, the utility spare part for the Yankee inner defense, Pretty goes to first base and to still have a right-hand hitting third baseman, Frankie Crosetti. One-time great shortstop for the Yankees, goes to third. That's the announcement now coming up over the public address.
Number 1, playing third base, Pretty. Number 14, playing first base for New York.
And Pretty, who began the ball game and played the first inning at third, is now at first base. And Crosetti makes his first appearance in this World Series as he takes over at third. Now stepping in as we continue this scoreless third game. First up in the second inning is Stan Musial, left-hand hitter. Bluffs a bunt, and then the pitch is over for a call strike. A sharp curve right under his hands over the inside. The Yankee infield now is Jerry Pretty at first base, Joe Gordon at second, Scooter Rizzuto is at short, and at third base, Frankie Crosetti. A pitch swung on, beaten foul on the ground, back over toward the Cardinal dugout. Here at the stadium, the Yankees use the dugout on the third base side, and the visiting club, which in this case is the St. Louis National League team, uses the dugout on the first base side. Mike Gonzalez coaching back at first. Billy the Kid, manager Southworth, is his own third base coach. Stan Musial, left-hand hitter, waiting. Chandler, right-hander throw, screwball, hit down to short. Rizzuto's up with it, fires his throw to first. In time, Pretty takes it, and Musial is thrown out by a step. Short to first. Happily passed around the Yankee inner defense. It's no score. One man out, nobody on. The Cardinals at bat. Walker Cooper, the catcher, stepping in the batter's box. There's the second inning.
Now it's out.
Bill Dickey stays down after giving the sign. Ball working off the catcher's left shoulder, right-hand hitter. Walker Cooper takes an outside curve low, ball one. It's just the second ball that Chandler has thrown, and this is the fifth hitter to place it. 1-0. Pitch. Swung on and missed. Curve ball off the hands. And Walker Cooper swung all the way around. Such was the force and fury of his swing when he didn't get a hold of it. 1-1. Chandler looks into the dirt for the moment. Kicks with his spikes out in front of the mound. Blows on his hand now. Finally directs his gaze and takes the sign from Dickey. Big catcher comes up high at the pitch. Screwball hit down to short. Rizzuto up with it on a big bounce. Throws over to first. Plenty of time. Walker Cooper's out for 4 steps. And that's the second time that Chandler has thrown that screwball. So, 2 Cardinals up. Both of them thrown out by shortstop Rizzuto. Rizzuto to Pretty. And Johnny Hopp stepping in. The Cardinals have not changed their batting order, except for the pitchers throughout the series. In other words, Southworth is standing pat. Hopp stands midway in batter's box. Swing that stick from the end. Pitch. Over for a strike, and there was another screwball. That one came on the inside by the hand and broke back from a left-hand hit and over the plate. Chandler looks around. 2 out, nobody on for St. Louis, second inning. Hopp swings and misses with a curveball under his hands. And it is 0-2. Hopp walks out of the box to compose himself for the moment. Now gets in again. Southworth cups his hands around his mouth. Hollers him back to third. You can do it, Johnny. Chandler throws. It's a screwball, which is hit down to short. Rizzuto grabs it. Throws to first. Plenty of time. Hopp out about 2 steps. And Chandler, taking complete usage of that screwball, had the 3 batters in the second inning all hit right down to the left side and all get thrown out at short, so it is still no score, and that ends the first half of the second inning. I hate to go technical on you, but in a few brief words, I want to give you what's behind this positive statement. In all the world, there isn't a razor blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as the Gillette Blue Blade. Men, manufacturing is directed by graduate specialists in metallurgy, chemistry, physics, mechanics, even electronics. These experts and the skilled operators in all departments are provided with every facility to produce blades of unmatched keenness and uniformity. There are high-powered microscopes wherever you turn, Vickers hardness testers, and other devices usually found only in scientific laboratories. Most of the manufacturing equipment is Gillette-designed and Gillette-built. 5-ton sharpening machines, microscopically adjusted, grind and hone the blades in filtered oil before the delicate strapping operation. Automatically controlled furnaces temper the steel to glass-cutting hardness. Yes, in department after department, more and more reasons why the Gillette Blue Blade gives you more shaves, more quickly and easily. It's no score. Just had one hit in the ball game, bunt single by Rizzuto in the first inning, and here's Gordon, first up for the Yankees. Last of the second inning. Outfield is around toward left. On Joe, they play him to full. Infield is swung a step toward third. Tender White, finishing his sophomore season with the Cardinals, takes a full pitching stretch, throws. Fastball over the outside for a called strike. Gordon is working deep back in the box for a right-hand hitter. Stands with his rear foot solidly on the back line of the box. Feet relatively close together and moves around a lot. Swings from the end. Leans into the plate. Swings on a curve. Fouls it right back on the screen. Strike two. 0-2. First man up, last of the second inning. Art Fletcher, as usual, has been for years and years third base coach for the Yankees, and Earl Combs, first base coach. Catcher Coop, after giving the sign, remains down on his haunches, keeps pounding his fist into the pocket of his mitt. Throw. Swung on and missed. A low outside curveball. That's the fourth time they've struck him out on that low outside curve. Not in today's game, I mean for the whole series. And this is strikeout number 3 for White. It's the fifth strikeout that we've had so far in the ball game as Chandler struck out 2. And White now, you might say, is in a rut because he's just struck out the last 3 men that he's faced. One up, one away, last of the second inning. No score. It's all pitching. And here he is, Charlie Keller. He really smoked one at St. Louis. Takes a high, fast curve inside. Ball 1. White turned that one loose. He can throw hard. Keller crowding that face behind his left-hand batter, gets tired of waiting. Walks out. Now steps in. Keller's pumping that stick. White pitches. Charlie swings, and there's a ground ball back of first. Hop is up with it. There's the race, and the first baseman wins by a step. Keller is out. Ground ball that was hit sharply back of first base. And that breaks the sequence of White's strikeouts. He had struck out 3 men straight. Cullenbine and DiMaggio to end the first inning, and Gordon to begin this last of the second. And now Bill Dickey getting in.
Dickey, number 8, catcher, not fast.
Dickey sets. He and DiMaggio tied, each having, for the most base hits so far, each having 4. Outfield around toward right on Bill. A 10-hitter. White delivers. Dickey swings. There's a drive into right center for a base hit. And Dickey comes up with his 5th hit, a single. And he now has more hits than anybody else. And Dickey didn't try to slug that ball. He timed a high curve and hit it right over second base. A high line drive, you would call it. And it is a single for Dickey. Score that into right center, which is hit number 2 for the Yankees and hit number 2 for the ball game. Getting in now is Jerry Pretty for his first at-bat in this 1942 World Series. Played the first inning at third base, and then when Hassett was hurt, he got his thumb in the way of the pitch when he was trying to bunt. First inning, Pretty has shifted over to first. Right-hand hitter in a crouch and overly closed stance. Takes a curve low inside, out in front of the shins. Ball 1. Dickey, of course, ready to go on anything, is at first. And Hop is halfway off the bag. He's not holding Dickey tightly on, as they do not figure that Bill, who not as fast as he used to be, will be going down. There's a pitch over. Fastball, nicely, just up above the knees, over the inside. 1-1. Quite another look at first. Delivers. A change of pace curve, which is fouled into the stands. Stands right back of the Cardinal dugout. Here is one little note that may tell you something about how the two ball clubs are approaching this ball game at this moment. There is not a Yankee player standing at the front of the Yankee dugout. They're all sitting back in the dugout. While there isn't a Cardinal player sitting in the back of the dugout, they're all up on the steps at the front of the dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dickey at first, 2 out, no score. Pass to the second. Pretty crouches, White throws. There's a curve hit foul out along left field and into the stands, the upper stands. Still 1 and 2. Pretty back, drying the palms of his hands. Ernie moves a little dirt. He's pitching as though he had all day. And if you ask his manager, he'd say he has got all day. He pitched the way he wants to. Throw. Fastball swung on. There's a 5-ball into center. Terry Moore. Under it, and gathers it in with one of those soft-handed catches. So, no runs, 1 hit. 1 man left. The Yankees. No errors for the Cardinals. Totals for the last of the second, and the full totals for 2 innings. No runs, no hits, and 1 error for the Cardinals. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors for the Yankees. End of 2. And this third game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you from the Yankee Stadium in New York. And now we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
In the third inning, George Kurowski first up, followed by Slet Marion, and then by Ernie White. Now Chandler is ready to pitch first of all to Kurowski, right-hand hitter. George runs up as though would bunt and takes a curve that's low outside, and it goes for ball 1. 1-0. Kurowski is a pull hitter, as they say in the trade. Right-hand batter who pulls to left. Takes a fastball low outside, and it's the first time Chandler has come close to being behind on a hitter. 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. This is the last third of the Cardinal batting list swinging into action here in the third inning. Chandler pumps. Right-hander throws. Fastball over but low under the knees, and Kurowski's ahead. 3-0. George sets. He's a blocky fella. And his very determination is the reason he is standing in home plate this afternoon. One of the 2 bones in his right wrist is missing. There's the strike. In this case, the automatic strike. All Chandler had to do was get it over. Kurowski was taking 3-1. When George was a kid of 11, he had to have an operation. 4 inches of one of those wrist bones was cut off. Swings and fouls the next pitch down, and it's now 3-2. And if you could see his arm right now, which is grown twisted, as those muscles have had to overly develop in order to take up the slack of one of the 2 wrist bones being missing, well, then you would realize that there's a fellow with a baseball heart. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't be here. 3-2, full count. Chandler comes down. Ball 4. Kurowski very coolly took a pitch on the outside. This is the first Cardinal runner, and it's the first base on balls given up by either hurler in this first game of the series for the stadium and game 3 for the series.
Marion, number 4.
Tall, slender shortstop. Martin Marion, better known around baseball circles as Slats because of his physique, steps in. Right-hand hitter. Takes a pitch on the outside, a curve. He looked as though he would punt, then let it go. Pretty is naturally holding first base against Kurowski. Crizzetti, who was playing third, came on the second inning. Hassett had to retire, hurting his left thumb, trying to bunt. Crizzetti right off the bag, ready to run in. The pitch swung on and fouled across the third baseline. Manager Southwest scoops it up. Ball dying as he got down to him. 1-1. Marion has 1 hit. He tripled in the 9th inning. 2 men out, the first game to knock in the first 2 Cardinal scores. Here's a long, tall drink of water. The way he plants his feet, he's just standing from over here to over yonder. Chandler stretches, comes down in position. Delivers to the plate. There's a bunt. Back to the mound. Chandler fields it. The throw has to go to first. And Marion is out by a step. Close play at that. Sacrificing and moving Kurowski down to second. And the Cardinals now have a runner in scoring position. Should a base hit be forthcoming, a walk and a sacrifice. The out was the pitcher coming up with the bunt and throwing over to first base. Karowski slid in towards second, and now the umpires are going to have a conference right now. The McCarthy has come out, and let's see just what this protest is right now. Out at first. Pretty, the first baseman, backed up, took that throw. One man away. McCarthy, Fletcher of the Yankees, Southworth of the Cardinals, and Crizzetti of the Yankees were talking to Barr and Summers, and now this must be something, in other words, there must be an interpretation which is not the same for the two leagues that has come up, because now Summers and Barr have called in Hubbard and Major Kurth. So the four umpires, two from each major circuit, are getting into a huddle right now, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens on the playing field to see just what it is, if we can see it. Some question is raised, and it took all four umpires to discuss it. Just a moment. Karowski is being called out at second base. Let's see, Terry Moore is started to come out of the Cardinal dugout. See, Karowski is being waved back to first. Now Karowski is at first base, just a moment. And here is Marion coming back to a batter's box. Well, now I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, that was not a foul bunt at all. That ball was bunted right back to the mound. We're waiting for word to come up from the press section because maybe the announcer on the field has phoned in. So Marion is now back at the plate, and Karowski is back at first. Forget the sacrifice. There is nobody out in the third inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Marion swings. There's a trickle back to the mound, and Chandler has to play over to first base. Marion is safe. Beats it out for a scratch single. Ladies and gentlemen, we have not been informed as to why Marion, after his sacrifice and apparent out at first, was ordered to come back. The only thing we know is that on that pitch to Marion, it could not have been a legal pitch. And White is coming up to hit now for St. Louis. When Marion was brought back, he topped one, a squib single, as they call it, a high bouncer down toward third that the pitcher had to field, and Marion beat it out. So Cardinals are at first and second. Karowski at second, Marion at first, nobody out, and pitcher White up. He's a right-hand batter. The Yankees looking for a bunt, and White bunts. Chandler has to throw to first base. The throw goes to first in time, and that's all for White. And his sacrifice moves the runners along. Karowski to third, and Marion to second. So now we do get a sacrifice here in the third inning. Pitcher White helps his own cause, and the play is taken at first base by second baseman Jordan. Now, to go back once again to that Marion situation, either the ball was ruled to have been foul and then to trickle out to the mound after hitting the batter, that could have been a possibility, or else there was something about the illegality of the pitch. But when we find out what the umpires do, we'll let you know. Right now, the situation, and we know this, runners at second and third, Jimmy Brown up, hitting left-handed, takes a strike, fastball under the hands, over the inside. And the Cardinals now are putting on the first real major threat of the ball game. It is scoreless. Either way, Karowski is at third, Marion at second. The outfield is straight away, and the Cardinals have one of their great little money players up there, Jimmy Brown, who's very tough in the clutch. We have just been notified from the press box that the umpires ruled, and it took 4 of them to decide it in a conference, that attempted sacrifice play of Marion's was, after all, a foul ball. So that is what we have been informed now is the official reason for the replay of the situation. We knew it either had to be a foul ball or an illegal pitch. That's the only way it could have been called back. Now let's see. No score, but the Cardinals threatening. They got something cooking here at Yankee Stadium. This is the key out right now for the Cardinals if they hope to score one from an out. Chandler, full pumping motion. Delivers. Brown swings and hits it back over the mound toward second. Gordon makes the play to first. Brown is out, but a run comes in. And Jimmy Brown, determined to get a piece of that ball, did. And bounced it on a big hop right over the mound. Gordon had to make the play, the second baseman, right up against the bag. Brown was thrown out by a step at first. Jarowski scored, and thus the walk given up by Chandler came home in the form of a run to haunt him, and Marion moves down to third, where he now is with 2 out. Captain Terry Moore, right-hand batter up. Swings and misses. Fastball. Strike one. A run batted in for Jimmy Brown and the Cardinals. Go ahead, 1-0. Outfield around toward left. More swings, and there's a foul ball over by the Yankee dugout. Dickey's going over. Crizzetti comes down, and Crizzetti gets a glove on it and falls down. And the ball is not caught. The ball was hit right between where the third baseman and the catcher, either one could have gotten it. Crizzetti kept hollering. Dickey kept going. We couldn't, in other words, we were looking at Crizzetti so we could see him holler. Dickey had his back to us the way he was running down toward third. We couldn't tell whether he was hollering or not, but he kept going. And finally, Crizzetti dove for the ball, and in trying to grab the ball and get away from Dickey, too, he just hit the ball with his glove and didn't hold it, and no error is to be charged. It is just strike 2 to Terry Moore. 2 out for the Cardinals. They're ahead 1-0. Marion is the third. Moore takes a call strike. Strike 3. Curveball. It's the second time that Chandler has curved him for the third strike. That's the third strikeout. And it is now 1-0 in favor of St. Louis, and that ends the first half of the third inning. Are you handy with tools? Have you any feeling at all for mechanics? If so, there's a special place for you, and a mighty vital one, in the United States Army. Men, this is a mechanized war we're fighting. Behind every flyer, every tank crew, dozens of men are needed to maintain America's war machines and keep them hitting, and hitting hard. Right now, we're below our quota of skilled mechanics needed for this imperative job. So this is an appeal to you men who are radio operators, electricians, sheet metal workers, garage mechanics, watchmakers, and tractor experts to come to the aid of your country. You can be taught in short order to repair arms, check bomb racks, keep precision instruments working. If you're between 18 and 44, single or married, go to your nearest Army recruiting station and ask for enlistment as a specialist, where you'll find the greatest opportunity for service and advancement. Don't put it off a day. This is urgent. Uncle Sam needs you. Go to your nearest Army recruiting station quickly. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. And first up for the Yankees in the last of the third is their pitcher, Chandler. Right-hand batter. He'll be followed by the top of the order, Rizzuto, and then by Crizzetti. Outfield toward right on Spud, who takes a curve low inside after bluffing a bunt. 4-1. The biggest hole in the outfield against Chandler, despite his being a right-hand batter, is left center. Towards the Cardinals, figure the way White is pitching, that Chandler is not going to be pulling. Throw. Fastball outside. Ball 2. 2-0. Now White looks down into the ground, and there comes a stir now from the Yankee partisans as they see White now defending 1 run. Get behind on the pitcher who's first up, 2-0. And plate umpire Barr walks out in front of the mound and calls for White to come down and talk to him. And here's Brown coming over from second base. He wants to be certain that any discussion that involves the pitcher is not going to be such as going to get his pitcher upset. And now there's catcher Walker Cooper going out. And here's manager Southworth coming out. And they are protesting, apparently, White taking the sign either from or not being on the pitching rubber. In other words, the 2 leagues have 2 definite interpretations on it. In other words, you'd be surprised to know at how many of those apparently small points the 2 major leagues are at variance. I mean, the game is basically the same, but in some of those fine shadings of interpretation, one league goes this way and one goes the other. And this, I believe, it's been years and years since any difference between the style of play and the rules and regulations of the 2 leagues has caused so much of a controversy. And maybe that this has been brought up on the part of the Yankees to try and get the young Cardinal pitchers excited. That we don't know. Now White goes back to work and pitches over for a strike. Right over. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ernie moving around. Chandler crowding the plate from behind, right-hand batter. First man up, last of the third, 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Chandler swings and misses. High fastball. Strike 2. 1-2. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. White set. Throws. Strike 3 swinging. A fastball in there. Chandler struck out. And for the cool left-hander, this is his 4th strikeout. 1 up, 1 down, last of the third. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Got their run without hitting the ball out of the infield in the top of the third inning. Walk, dribble single, halfway to third base, followed by a sacrifice and infield out. Pizzuto takes a fast curve inside at the knees. I guess White threw that one in there with the idea, well, if you're going to bunt the first pitch as you did on him in the first inning, jump on it. 1-0. Pizzuto has 2 hits for the series. He's 1 for 1 today. Swings and has a line drive right at third baseman Kowalski, who grabs it for the out. Two up, 2 down, last of the third. And Frank Grizzetti is stepping in. He's a veteran of many a World Series ball game, but this is his first at-bat in this 1942 series. He sat out the first 2 games and went in the infield emergency created by Hassett hurting his left thumb trying to bunt in the first inning. Grizzetti hitting right-handed. He's a little fellow, but has surprising power at times. Crouches over the plate and takes ball 1. Curveball in by his hands. 1-0. 2 out. Nobody on. Outfield round toward left. Frankie crouches over the plate slightly ahead of it. Takes ball 2. He's a good goaltender up there. That pitch didn't miss by much, but he took it. Ball 2. 2-0. White shakes no. Now nods yes. His catcher stays low, back of the plate. Strike. And Grizzetti moving around, trying to misdirect the aim of the pitcher. Finally had to jump back out of the way. He was right up against the plate. Pitch came over. Ball strike. 2-1. Now Frank digs in. Strokes that stick about 2 inches. Never still. White throws. Grizzetti swinging, fouling it back, going after a fastball that was in there. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jimmy Brown hovering it up down at second base. Jimmy's really a twitching Tilly, too. He's never still. Always moving around, patting the ground with his spikes, looking around, checking the position of each infielder. He's in the major leagues primarily because of his disposition, his baseball disposition. 2-2 pitch, swung on, and there's a high foul. Coming up and back, Cooper chases back, and he can't get it. It's back up onto the screen. 2-2. And the catcher very carefully now walks back toward the plate. And quite a sprint. He came carrying back to the stands. Two. 2 down, nobody on. White looks out toward the scoreboard as though checking the count for his own information. Now the trim left-hander pumps, delivers, swung on and missed for strike 3. A high outside curveball that, as a matter of strict reporting, I don't think would have been in there for a strike. And that is the 5th strikeout for White. And it is still 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals, and that ends the 3rd inning. It is impossible to produce a blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade without the technical knowledge, skilled craftsmanship, and specialized equipment to be found only at World Shaving Headquarters. First up in the 4th inning, Country Slaughter, who struck out swinging on a screwball thrown by Spurgeon Chandler in the 1st inning. Slaughter swings on the first pitch and beats it off foul on the ground. Strike 1. Slaughter, you might say, was the closest thing to being a GOAT in the first game, and he certainly was a great star in the second game, which goes to show that the old adage in baseball is really true. It doesn't make any difference about today. Forget it. There's always tomorrow. Anyone who's been around baseball long enough knows that you can be a hero today and it doesn't help you at all tomorrow, and vice versa. Chandler delivers. As a fastball hit down toward first base, Pretty is up with his steps on the bag and slaughters out by 3 feet. I want to change that. I said fastball. It looked like a fastball when he was thrown. However, it broke a screwball just at the plate, and Slaughter hit it off the end of the bat and pulled it down toward first, about half speed. It was an easy play for Pretty, the first baseman. 1 up, 1 out, first baseman unassisted. And here's Stan Musial, who bounced out short to first in the second inning. He has 1 hit, but that one was for the money. Takes a curve low inside, ball 1. He had the hit that drove in the winning run for the Cardinals in the second game. Outfield, step toward right. Musial braces, swings and misses, and goes all the way around. He winds up on himself when he doesn't connect. He's rangy. Sort of a bill like Teddy Williams. This fellow just wind up like a corkscrew when they swing, don't hit. Chandler blows in his right hand a little bit. One of his pitching mannerisms. Slips the glove, rubs the ball for the moment. Things get sort of quiet. Musial digs in the pitches. A letter ball swung on and belted into center field for a line drive. It's a single. DiMaggio juggles the ball but recovers in time, and Musial holds it first. It's a clothesline. Line drive hit by Stan Musial, his second World Series hit. And this is, without a doubt, the hardest hit ball we've had today. That is, that's gone safe. Rizzuto hit a hard line drive in the third inning, but right at Kurowski, the third baseman. Now with 1 man out, Stan Musial, who can run, leads off first. Pretty holding against him, and the hitter is Walker Cooper, right-hand hitting catcher. There's a curve outside, ball 1. 1-0. Outfield, couple of steps, round toward left. Cooper got a very punishing blow in the second game as far as Barnum was concerned. Double. Swings, and there's a high fly out of the short center. DiMaggio's coming in. Gordon's going back from second, and the second baseman grabs it, Joe Gordon. That's all for catcher Walker Cooper. 2 out, top of the 4th. Musial now ready to start scratching gravel. Anything here in the 4th. He's at first. Because of his speed and because of the way the Cardinals like to run, Pretty is holding first. The batter is Johnny Hop, hitting left-handed, digs in, outfield a step toward right. Hop takes a pitch right over, fastball. Call strike. Southworth howling encouragement. Well, of course, it might be a word sign. Back of third. Mike Gonzalez isn't saying anything. He's just staring at the pitcher now. Hop takes, and there goes Musial. The throw down to second base is in time, and Musial is cut down. Shortstop Rizzuto taking Dickey's strike right into second base. And Musial is cut down trying to steal. Catch it to the shortstop. Still 1-0, favor the Cardinals, and that ends the first half of the 4th inning. We'd certainly be out of line urging you fans to use fewer razor blades unless we told you how to do it. The most important thing, and I can't emphasize this too strongly, is beard preparation. Yes, it'll surprise you how many more comfortable shaves per blade you get if you prepare your face properly. Many of us just give our beards a lick and a promise, call it enough, and begin shaving. But the first thing to do is wash your face with soap and plenty of water. That starts the process of beard softening and removes particles of grit that dull the blade. Next, apply shaving cream. And if you use lather cream, do a good job of lathering. Use lots of water. Saturate the whiskers thoroughly. When you realize that a dry bristle is almost, if not equally as hard as copper wire, you know how important this is. Another hint. Never remove your Gillette blue blade for cleaning. Just loosen the razor handle, hold under hot water, and shake dry. Thus, you avoid possible damage to the super keen edges from needless handling. Follow these easy suggestions and we guarantee even more shaves and easier shaves from every Gillette blue blade. First up now in the last of the 4th is Roy Cullenbine, a switch hitter, who's batting right-handed against left-hander Ernie White of St. Louis. White pitches, a A curve low inside. That made Cullenbine back up a step. Made him move his feet. Ball 1. 1-0. Favor St. Louis. It's steady, very careful, and consistently fine pitching so far. Boy swings as a long foul. Hit into the upper left field stands. 1-1. White took just a little bit off of his fastball, and Cullenbine, swinging out in front of it, pulled it high and foul. 1-1. Outfield is deep on Roy. He's a big, strong fella. And the outfield is drastically around toward left, especially center fielder Moore. Fastball over, the outside, just above the knees for a call, second strike, 1-2. Cullenbine holding that stick within a half an inch of the knob. Takes a low curve. Took good eyes, take that one too, ball 2. 2-2. First man up, last of the 4th. Big end swing into action for the Yankees here in the last of the 4th. Cullenbine, then DiMaggio, then Gordon. White comes down, swung on. There's a high foul ball back of first base. Hop is over, close to the stands, and makes the catch. And Cullenbine fouls out to the first baseman. 1 up, 1 away. And the batter is DiMaggio, who was struck out swinging to retire the side in the first inning and leave Rizzuto at third. Joe steps in. Outfield around toward left. DiMaggio spreads those feet. White pumps, delivers. Joe swinging, fouls it back, went after a fastball. Strike 1. White on the mound. Walker Cooper, the receiver. Cardinal infield is Hop, Brown, Martin, Karowski. The outfield is Musial, Moore, Slaughter. DiMaggio waiting motionless now. Here's the pitch. Swung on. There's a line drive for a base hit into left field. It is a long single for DiMaggio. Musial recovering on the third skip in left center. Throwing into second, and DiMaggio is on. He is the first Yankee to get on since Dickey's single with 2 out in the second inning. This is the tying run at first for the Yankees. That for DiMaggio is his 5th hit, and he and Dickey are once again tied in the duel to see who will have the most hits in the series. Each now has 5. And that was a solid smack by DiMaggio, and hit number 3 for the Yankees. Hit number 5 for the game. Joe Gordon, who was struck out on a low outside curve in the second inning. Except for his second at-bat. Joe has 1 hit this year. DiMaggio at first. Hop holding the bag against him. The outfield around toward left on Gordon. White throws, and Gordon takes a strike. He made sort of a half swing, and he comes back around to protest now to plate umpire Barr. Keller has come up, and he is squawking, and it is Keller now who is squawking. There was a half swing called against Gordon, and Barr shakes his head, tries to walk away from the two. Now he's trying to walk away from him again, back up to the plate. It's a strike call against Gordon. Keller, who's waiting to hit next in the ring, came up, made a very vigorous protest. Now Gordon's back in again, and it is a strike. White looks at first, throws to the plate. Gordon takes a high curve, and it is ball 1. 1-1. That's always a tough play for an umpire to have to call, is that half swing, because you can't win. No matter which way you call it, the other side's on you. 1-1. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. Gordon swings and misses. There was a fastball on the outside, just above the knees. Now it is 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White working carefully. Gordon sets. Maggio at first, 1 out. 1-0 St. Louis. There's a curve swung on and fouled back. There was a high curve. It's over. 1-2. Fletcher pacing up and down, back at third. Holds up one finger, indicating to the manager just one out. Earl Coombs cups his hands, hollers something up to the plate to Gordon. White working very smoothly, steadily delivers. Gordon swings. There's a fly ball hit high into left center. Musial falls down but gets up. More goes on, and it's Musial for the catch. DiMaggio all the way to second base, hurries and gets back to first. It looked for the moment like there might be trouble. First, because Musial fell down. He's been having trouble with his footing so far all through the series. And then he got up and started after the ball, and Terry Moore had really set sail seeing Musial fall, and at first Moore thought he would have to make the catch. And for the moment, it looked as though the two might collide in left center, but Moore, being the old and the more experienced, got out of the way and let the rookie go ahead for the catch, the left fielder. So it is 2 out. And stepping in is Keller, who grounded out to first baseman Hop on assist in the second inning. Outfield deep, round toward right, 1-0, favor the Cardinals. Keller, very rough customer with that lumber, crouches, takes a curve over for a call strike. 0-1. DiMaggio ready to go now in anything. Stepping down off first. And Hop is about 3 steps off the bag. He's not holding first base tightly against the runner. White works. Keller swings. There's a high pop fly into very short right. There is right fielder Slaughter coming in under it and makes the catch. That's all for the Yankees in the last of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. At the end of 4 innings, it is 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 error for St. Louis. No runs, 3 hits, and no errors for New York, and that ends the 4th inning. And ladies and gentlemen, we can't applaud too highly, and we cannot cooperate too deeply with the American Red Cross in its blood donor program, which is a program that simply means the sustaining and the saving of the very lives of the men in our armed forces who all over the world, every hour of every day, risk those very lives in our behalf. And we as civilians are vital cogs in that program because it is up to us as individuals to make appointments and to go in and to give a pint of our blood toward the saving of the life of one of our men. So, on behalf of the men in our armed forces, let us, on this World Series broadcast, ask you to cooperate by contacting your local American Red Cross chapter and asking how you may best help. We're going to the 5th inning. Hop first up, Chandler works. Hop swings, grounds it foul, sharp foul, back at first. Gonzalez waved it goodbye. You know, these coaches are very cute, you know. A foul that comes down, it's on the right bounce and not too hard hit, why they'll make the play and play around with the fans. But when they're really tagged, after all, they know they're only going to have 5 things on one hand, too. Strike 1. Johnny Hop first up in the 5th. Magnificent pitching. It's 1-0, favor the Cardinals. And they got that run without getting the ball out of the infield in the 3rd inning. In fact, without hitting the ball hard. Chandler delivers. There's a pitch high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hop sets. Outfield step toward right. Johnny swings. There's a ground ball down to short. Rizzuto's up with it. Throws in time by a half step. And Hop is out. That is a magnificent forearm throw that Rizzuto has. It's one of the best in the business. Every great infielder throws with his forearm primarily. That's what saves a step, cuts a runner down. In other words, you could tie an infielder's arm against his side, that is from the elbow up, and he could still throw using just his forearm. Rizzuto snapped out Hop. And here's George Karowski. Gets away from a high inside curve. Ball 1. Karowski was walked in the 3rd inning and was later turned into the game's only run. 1 up, 1 away, top of the 5th. There's a half-line drive, hit the short, and Rizzuto grabs it at the knees for the out. The ball was hit into the hole between 3rd and short, not too hard. A soft line drive, and Rizzuto, cutting over to his right, grabbed it, reaching down by his knees. And it is 2 up, 2 down for St. Louis. That's Marion. Takes a fast call strike. Nothing in 1. 2 out, nobody on. Top of the 5th. Chandler throws. Marion swings and misses, going all the way around. Strike 2. That was a 3/4 speed curve that time. It was a curve that the pitcher would say, well, I just rolled it in there. Throw. Swung on as a bounding ball wide of 3rd. Up with it is Crosetti. Throws in time by 2 steps. 2 steps for the average man, 1 step for this long-legged shortstop. And he's out. 3rd to 1st. And it's nothing across in the top of the 5th inning. So it is 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. A brilliantly pitched ball game that is going down to the last half of the 5th. And coming into the microphone is Mel Allen, who will take over for the rest of the ball game.
There is an urgent
And, Mel, let me say that it is a real pleasure to be working with you on this series. And let me say to the listeners that from my vantage point, hearing what you as the announcers say and seeing the play that you're describing, that you're doing a magnificent job. Congratulations, and I'm going to sit back and here you go on the last half of this vital ball game.
Thank you very much, Red. An announcement was just made over the public address system here at the stadium. In case you're wondering what it was about, Red told you all about it for the first half of the 5th inning when he told you about the blood donor drive of the American Red Cross. As we come into the last half of the 5th inning with the St. Louis Cardinals leading 1-0, we'll have Bill Dickey, Jerry Pretty, and then Spud Chandler coming up in that order. Plate umpire George Bard dusts off the plate. Walker Cooper behind, goes down into the crouch. Ernie White, the left-hander, working for the Cardinals, kicks the dirt from out in front of the rubber. Getting set to come in with the first pitch to Bill Dickey as we get set for the last half of the 5th inning. Ernie White looks in, checks his sign. Outfield deep toward right for Dickey. Ernie into the windup. Here's his pitch. It swung on to drive out second base. Jimmy Brown's in front of it. Picks it up on 1 hop. Throws over to hop high, but in time for the out. 1 away as Bill Dickey bounces out. 2nd to 1st, Brown to hop. Dickey had single to right in the 2nd inning for one of the Yankees' 3 hits, which they've gotten off White. First one being a bunt, which Phil Rizzuto beat out in the 1st inning. The 3rd one, a single by Joe DiMaggio in the 4th. Here's Jerry Pretty. Flied to Terry Moore in the 2nd inning, bats him right-handed. White goes into the windup. Whips the left arm around. The pitch is a sweeping curve inside for ball 1. Whitey Karowski's at 3rd, Marty Maron at short, Jimmy Brown on 2nd, Johnny Hop on 1st, Walker Cooper catching, Ernie White pitching. Stan Musial's in left, Terry Moore in center, Enos Slaughter in right. Pretty cocked at bat up over his right shoulder. The pitch comes in. It's a pop-up down to Johnny Hop in short right. He's crossing the foul line, makes the catch. It's in foul territory. Cal Hubbard, umpiring at first base, signals across the foul line into foul territory. And so they're 2 down as Pretty fouls out to Johnny Hop. Coming up now is Spud Chandler, getting a ripple of applause from the fans as he goes in to take his place in the batter's box. Chandler took a 3rd called strike in the 3rd inning, his first time at bat. Bats him right-handed. He had 15 hits during the regular season and 71 times at bat for a batting average of .211. Give you an indication of the kind of hitter he is for a pitcher. First offering is outside from Ernie White for ball 1. Outfield playing Chandler just a step or so toward right in center and right, straight away in left. Chandler stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Ernie White's next pitch to him is swung on and fouled off on the ground into the Cardinal dugout. Sort of got the handle part of the bat on that one. Swinging late on the fastball. 1-1 the count on Spud. Phil Rizzuto is on one knee just in front of the batter's circle. He'll hit next if Chandler should get on base. 2 men out, nobody on. 1-0 favor the Cardinals. Last half of the 5th inning. Karowski at 3rd is in position to guard that 3rd baseline. Here's the pitch to Chandler. He swings and he misses. Cut hard. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's the count. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be on the air a half hour later than today. So make a note now to be with us at 1:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow. Remember, 1:45 Eastern Wartime for the 4th game of this 1942 World Series. Ernie White's next pitch to Chandler swung on to slow roller down the third baseline, but it's foul. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tomorrow, being Sunday, ball games in New York start a little bit later than they do otherwise. As a matter of fact, there's a law which prohibits a game from starting before 2 o'clock. That'll be the starting time of the game. Of course, we'll be on the air 15 minutes ahead of game time. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ernie White ready. Here's his pitch. Chandler swings and hits a long fly ball deep in the left field, but it's curving foul and just grazing the upper deck, hitting the bunting and dropping down below. Spud got a hold of that one, pulled it into the stands in deep left. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chandler holds that bat down to the end of the handle, knees bent. He loves to get his base hits, as does any pitcher. He says one of these days he's going to drive one out of the lot. Next pitch to him, Chandler swings and sends a high hopper down toward third. Karofsky coming in fast, takes in the 1 hop, running halfway across the field, throws to Hop in time for the out. And so that's all for the Yankees. In the last of the 5th, out in order, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. The score at the end of 5 innings, 1-0 Cardinals. St. Louis 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 left on. The Yankees no runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. And that ends the 5th inning. To produce a blade as sharp, as easy shaving, and as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade is such a meticulous operation that the dies, tools, specialized machines, and instruments employed are largely designed and built by Gillette's own technicians. Therefore, you find no counterpart of this blade anywhere in the world. As we get ready to go into the first half of the 6th inning, Ernie White, Cardinals left-hander, be the first batter, and is getting a nice round of applause from the crowd, as you can hear in the background. Listen for a moment. And it dies down as Ernie White steps into hitting position. White sacrificed in the 3rd inning. Bats him right-handed. On deck is Jimmy Brown, then will come Terry Moore as we skip to the top of the batting order after White has his turn at the plate. Spurgeon Chandler blows on his pitching hand, has a sign from Bill Dickey. He, too, swoops way down low as he goes into the windup. Overhand curveball, fast curve outside, ball 1. Ball hit Bill Dickey on the arm and bounced off. Tucks his mitt up under his right arm as he shakes off the little sting. Right on above the wrist on his left hand, which is his mid hand. Not his meat hand, but his mid hand. The next pitch, outside, low, ball 2. 2-0 the count on Ernie White. Frankie Crissetti comes over from third, talking to Spurgeon Chandler. Frankie's a great holler guy. As Red indicated to you earlier, you can hear his shrill voice piercing the atmosphere way up here. Chandler throws, White takes a fastball right at the knees for a called strike. 2-1 the count. 1-0 the score, favor the Cardinals. First half of the 6th inning. Chandler working fast pitches. White takes the ball low outside. Ball 3. 3-1. Again, Crissetti moves over from third, talking to Chandler. Encouraging his pitcher. Outfield playing Ernie White. Just a step or so toward right field. Chandler throws. White takes this one, and it's in there. Called strike. Makes it 3-2. Full count. So just as White ran the count out on Chandler, Chandler runs it out on White. And the payoff pitch. Swung on. There's a bounder out to short. Crissetti goes over, but Rizzuto in back of him takes it, throws to Pretty in time for the out. Rizzuto's been very busy afield. Threw out the side in the 2nd inning. Musial, Cooper, and Hop. Tossed Hop out again in the 5th, and White just now. All told, Phil has had 7 chances. Coming up now is the Cardinal leadoff man, Jimmy Brown. Batting left-handed, the first pitch is swung on, fouled off to the right of the plate, strike 1. Brown, the switch hitter, he bats left-handed against right-handed pitching. And since the Yankees have presented nothing but right-handed pitchers, Brown, during the series thus far, has always batted left-handed. Brown bounced out to Chandler himself in the 1st inning and then grounded out to Joe Gordon in the 3rd. Jimmy's had 1 hit in the series thus far in 9 times at bat.
Chandler taking his time, looks in, has the sign from Dickey. Into the windup, in comes the pitch to Jimmy. Brown takes a fastball high outside. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Outfield playing Jimmy Brown just about straight away. In other words, guarding all sectors of the outfield equally. The 1-1 pitch. Over that outside corner. Sharp hook. Called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Brown. Frank Cressetti's at third. Phil Rizzuto at short. Joe Gordon on second. Jerry Pretty at first. Chandler pitches. Brown takes the fastball outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count now. Pretty opened the game at third base. Buddy Hassett at first. Hassett injured his thumb on his left hand while up at the plate, attempting to bunt a ball. The ball hit the bat and the thumb at the same time, so he had to retire. Pretty shifted to first. Cressetti went in at third. Chandler throws. Brown swings, smacks one on the ground out to second. Gordon boots it, picks the ball up, quickly throws to Pretty in time for the out. So they're 2 away. The ball took a little short hop as it reached Gordon. He booted it. The ball dropped in front of him so that he had time to pick it up and make his throw over to Jerry Pretty to retire Jimmy Brown for the second out. Coming up now, the Cardinal captain, center fielder Terry Moore, who in his 2 appearances at the plate thus far has taken third called strike on each occasion. Bats him right-handed. First pitch to him. Pitch is swung on. There's a drive to deep center. Joe DiMaggio trots back easily, gracefully, waiting for the ball, makes the catch for the out. And that's all for the Cardinals in the first half of the 6th. Out in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Score remains 1-0. And that ends the first half of the 6th inning. Men who like brushless shaving cream get a mighty pleasant surprise when they try Gillette Brushless. And no wonder. This cream, containing peanut oil, makes shaving a lot quicker and easier. What's more, Gillette Brushless is absolutely greaseless. Can't clog razor or drains, and it rinses off in a flash. So if you're a brushless fan, it's a sure thing you'll prefer Gillette Brushless. Ask your dealer for a tube. Only 25 cents. Coming into the last half of the 6th inning, it'll be the top of the batting order for the Yankees. Phil Rizzuto, Frank Cressetti, and Roy Cullenbine. So far, the Yankees have been unable to get more than 3 hits off Ernie White, a bunt which Rizzuto beat out in the first inning. Solid base hit by Bill Dickey to right center in the second. Another ringing single by Joe DiMaggio in the fourth. DiMaggio and Dickey, incidentally, are leading both clubs in total number of hits on the series thus far with 5 each. Up until today's game, the Yankees had reached Cardinal pitchers for 21 hits. St. Louis had obtained 13 off Yankee pitching. Here's Phil Rizzuto leading off. Last half of the 6th inning. Cardinals out in front 1-0. Yankee fans are beginning to bestir themselves a bit. Phil bats him right-handed. Ernie White into the windup. Overhand fastball, low inside, ball 1. Whitey Kurowski at third comes racing in on each pitch. With Rizzuto up there, in position to take a bunt should Phil try to lay one down. Phil did lay one down and beat it out in the first inning. One of the greatest bunters in the major leagues today. White looks around his outfield, which is playing Rizzuto a little bit toward left. Starts into his windup. The next pitch to Phil is right through there for a called strike. George Barr calling balls and strikes. Yelled it out. We could hear him way up here. 1-1 the count on Rizzuto. White ready. Here's his pitch. It's a curve low inside. Ball 2 almost got that inside corner as it swept in toward Rizzuto. Phil Rizzuto at the plate, Frank Cressetti on deck, which is an interesting story in itself. You might say pupil and master, with the pupil having taken the master's place. Phil always admired Frank Cressetti greatly before he ever became a member of the Yankees. The next pitch to Rizzuto is high, ball 3. Cressetti was one of Phil's boyhood heroes, you might say. And when the time came for him to replace Cressetti, he said he just couldn't believe it. 3-1 the count on Phil. Ernie White ready. Here's the pitch. And it's in there for call strike 2. Better high pitch. So the count's run out on Phil. 3-2. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals out in front 1-0. And as the game progresses along towards its end,
Every pitch means a lot. Here it is. Rizzuto swings, pops it high in the air. Foul off the left of the plate. Walker Cooper under it near the Yankee dugout. Makes the catch for the out. One away for the Yankees last half of the sixth inning. And here's Frank Crissetti. Struck out in the third in his only appearance at the plate. Buddy Hassett, whose place Crissetti took in the batting order, fouled out to Walker Cooper in the first inning. Hassett had to retire because of an injured thumb. Pretty, who was on third, shifted to first. Crissetti went in to take Pretty's place at third. Frank chokes that bat about 2 inches or more. Tough man to pitch to, crowds that dish. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike one. He cut hard. Ernie White's got a lot on that ball. Only won 7 games and lost 5 for the Cardinals this year, but he won 5 of his 7 in their great stretch drive. He's ready for the next offering to Crissetti, and it's over that inside corner for call strike 2. And so Ernie White stands ahead of Frankie Crissetti. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Last half of the sixth inning, Cardinals ahead 1-0. Roy Cullenbine's on deck. Cardinal infield is sort of pulled around over toward third. Kurowski guarding that third baseline. Ernie White ready, throws. Crissetti swings and fouls it back onto the screen. He's up there slashing away. Steps out of the batter's box now to regain his composure a bit. Walker Cooper takes his mitt off. Goes down on his haunches, puts his mitt back on. Ready to give the sign to Ernie White as soon as Ernie's ready. Cardinal left-hander went to the rosin bag. Now he's back up on the rubber. Cardinal pitchers have to take their signs off the rubber, playing in an American League ballpark. Here's the pitch. Crissetti swings and smacks one across the top and out to second. Jimmy Brown up with it, throws over to Johnny Hopp, and Crissetti is out at first. So they're 2 away for the Yankees in the last half of the sixth inning. 2 up and 2 down. And here's Roy Cullenbine, who took the third called strike in the first inning and then fouled out to Johnny Hopp in the fourth. Cullenbine's a switch hitter. He's batting right-handed against left-handed pitching. Outfield plays him toward left. Kurowski, deep third, guarding the third baseline. Marty Marin, normal short. Jimmy Brown, a deep second, in position to move in back to the bag. Here's the first pitch to Cullenbine. Fastball, under the arms, inside, ball 1. Johnny Hopp is playing a very deep first and over toward the first base line, so the big hole in the infield would be between first and second. Ernie White continuously goes back to that rosin bag, kicking the dirt in front of the rubber. Fidgets around the mound quite a lot. He's all set. Into the windup. Whips the left arm around. The pitch is swung on the line drive out to center field, and it's in there for a base hit. Terry Moore waiting for the ball. Takes it on 2 hops. Throws into second. Cullenbine holds it first with a single to center. And that brings up Joe DiMaggio. That was Roy Cullenbine's third hit in the series. Two outs, Cullenbine on at first, and here's Joe DiMaggio, who struck out in the first inning, single to left in the fourth. Tying run is on at first base. There are 2 outs, outfield deep toward left for DiMaggio. Johnny Hopp is on at first base with Cullenbine. Ernie White takes the stretch, checks the runner. Pitches to DiMaggio, who moves away from a fast breaking curve inside, ball 1. Kurowski, a very deep third, not more than 3 feet away from that foul line. DiMaggio can pull him inside the line. Marty Marin shorts playing over toward third. Third baseman shortstop, in other words, playing very close together, shortening the hole for DiMaggio to hit through. Hits a lot on that side of the infield. White ready, stretches, pitches. DiMaggio swings and drives one in deep left center. Musial going way back for it, racing, and Terry Moore makes the catch in front of him as Stan Musial falls down. A great catch by Terry Moore. And Terry Moore has pulled one of the finest defensive gems of the World Series. Joe DiMaggio drove one into deep left center. Stan Musial, racing hard toward the flagpole, was all set to attempt the catch when suddenly, like a flash of lightning, Terry Moore raced right in front of him and grabbed it, and just at the same time Stan Musial was falling down. And so it was a brilliant catch by Terry Moore and stopped the Yankee threat in the last half of the sixth. No runs, 1 hit, no Cardinal errors, 1 left on for the Yankees, and the score at the end of 6 innings still 1-0 in favor of St. Louis, and that ends the sixth inning. Here's how you can help keep our fighting men supplied with war equipment. Collect your old junk. Scrap metal, rubber, rags, manila rope, burlap. Your discarded junk makes bombs, ships, and planes. Round up your junk right now. Sell it to your junk dealer. Give it to a local charity. Or take it to wherever you see the official Salvage Depot sign. Throw your scrap into the fight. Getting set now for the seventh inning. And the fans are still buzzing in the background over that sensational catch made by Terry Moore. As we get ready for the first half of the seventh inning, it's Enos Slaughter leading off for the Cardinals. Spud Chandler to the windup throws. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike one. Stan Musial is on deck. Then will come Walker Cooper. Slaughter struck out in the first inning and grounded out unassisted to Jerry Priddy in the fourth. Chandler all set for the next pitch to Slaughter. Here it is. The left-handed hitter swings and hits a looping fly ball foul over near the field boxes. Barry Cressetti's over and makes a nice catch while diving into the field boxes to the left of the Yankee dugout. One away for the Cardinals. From those looping fouls back of third. Cressetti raced over to the field box. It leaned slightly in, made the catch, and his momentum carried him halfway on into the field box. One down. Stan Musial, the next batter. Chandler throws the ball into Dickey. Umpire George Barr looks at it and lets it stay in the ball game. Cardinals 1 run, 2 hits. 1 error, 1 left on through the first 6 innings. The Yankees no runs, 4 hits, no errors, and 4 left on through the first 6 innings. Musial grounded out to Rizzuto in the second. Next pitch to him is low, ball 1. Musial single to center in the fourth innings, had 1 out of 2. Ball 1. Chandler all set. Here's his pitch. Musial swing, sends a hard bounder down to Priddy, who lets the ball bounce off his chest, picks it up, flips to Chandler just in time for the out. There's a hard smash down toward first. The ball hopped up and bounced off Priddy's chest, but he recovered in time to throw to Chandler, and Musial is out. Got to act fast with these Cardinals. Bunch of jackrabbits. They really can run. Remember, folks, Bill Coren will bring you his very interesting summary with highlights of today's game immediately at the finish of the game. So stay with us. We know you're going to enjoy it. Here's Walker Cooper up. Chandler's first pitch to the Cardinal catcher. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. Swung so hard, lost his balance a bit and sat down. 2 away. This has been a game of great pitching thus far. Chandler ready for the next one to Cooper. That's swung on. It's a drive out in the left field. Keller's there waiting, and he takes it for the out. So the Cardinals go out very quickly in their half of the seventh inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Coming into the last half of the seventh, all Yankee fans stand up and hear a roar coming over the vast enclosure of Yankee Stadium. You know, when Gillette engineers designed the sharpness comparator, they took the guesswork right out of razor blade manufacturing. This instrument actually measures sharpness with a beam of light. It enables technicians to adjust the stropping wheels with utmost precision and ensure edges of incomparable keenness. Therefore, you get shaving comfort and economy that positively cannot be matched. Coming into the last half of the seventh inning, Joe Gordon, Charlie Keller, and Bill Dickey will be coming up to face the slants of left-hander Ernie White. Walker Cooper, who just made the last out, is adjusting his catching paraphernalia, and so Ken O'Day, Cardinals' second-string catcher, is out there warming up Ernie White. O'Day, incidentally, is no stranger to World Series competition, having competed in the World Series with the Giants when he was a member of the Giants a few years back, and he had the pleasure of hitting a home run in a World Series. The other day, he came up in a pinch hitting role out in St. Louis and got himself a base hit. Ken is a New York State boy. A lot of his friends down from his hometown to watch him in action if he gets in, at least to watch his teammates play anyway. Cardinals are leading 1-0 in this third game of the 1942 World Series, which up until today stood even, 1 win apiece. Joe Gordon leading off, struck out in the second inning, which incidentally was the 6th time that he struck out in the series. He flied to Stan Musial in the 4th. Ernie White into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Gordon. Swung on. There's a drive deep in the left field. Musial's backing up for it. He's getting under it, though, near the wall. Backing, and makes the catch at the edge of the barrier for the out. Another 2 or 3 feet, and it would have been in. Musial backed up against the wall about 10 feet to the left of the 402-foot sign and took Joe Gordon's towering drive for out number 1. That gave the fans quite a thrill. One of the hardest pokes of the game thus far, one of the deepest at any rate, the longest. Little activity in the Cardinal bullpen. All we can see is the man catching. We can't see the pitcher, so we can't tell you who's warming up. The bullpen is in between the right center field bleachers and the left center field grandstand. Here's Charlie Keller up. The first pitch to him is a curve, but low, ball 1. Keller grounded out to Hop in the second inning, to Slaughter in the 4th. 1 down, nobody aboard. Keller the batter, Dickey on deck. Ernie White checking his sign with Walker Cooper. Outfield deep toward right for Keller. White swoops down low into his windup. Overhand fastball up high, ball 2. 2-0 to count on Charlie. Art Fletcher coaching back of third. Encouraging the hitters, he hollers up to the plate. Earl Combs is coaching back of first. Keller stands just a little bit ahead of White right now. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 out, nobody on. Last half of the 7th. Cardinals ahead 1-0. Here's White's pitch. Keller swings and sends a bounder down the first base line. It's foul, says Big Cal Hubbard. And so it's 2 balls, 1 strike on Charlie Keller. Cardinals whipped the ball around the infield. Ernie White was racing over to first to be in position to take a throw from Hop if that was necessary had the ball been fair. So he has to walk back to the hill. Steps on. Keller just out of the batter's box, adjusting his cap. Now he steps in. Keller entertained the fans before game time by driving a few long ones into the stands. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on. There's a drive going deep out in the right field. Slaughter backing up for it. The ball is caught with a sensational one-handed catch. Enos Slaughter just robbed Charlie Keller of a home run as he went back to the barrier in deep right field and made a glove-handed stab of Charlie Keller's vicious drive. There's a very low barrier, only about 3 or 4 feet high. And Enos Slaughter, as you can hear the crowd rumbling in the background, the cheers that followed that superb catch, robbed Charlie Keller of a round tripper. And so that's 2 sterling defensive plays that the Cardinals have come up with in the last 2 innings. Terry Moore on Joe DiMaggio's drive in the 6th inning, and Enos Slaughter on Keller's. And here's Bill Dickey up, and the first pitch is low outside for ball 1. Bill Dickey singled to right center in the 2nd inning, grounded out to Jimmy Brown in the 5th. What a ball game this is. Terrific. Ernie White ready, throws. Dickey swings, sends a bounder out to short. Marion goes in back to the bag, picks it up, throws to Hop in time for the out. Listen to the hand for Enos Slaughter as he comes into the Cardinal dugout. And that ends the 7th inning. You know, there's no guesswork about the proper tempering of Gillette steel. That's handled by automatic electric furnaces of Gillette's own design. Furthermore, samples from every coil of steel are submitted to the Vickers hardness tester. There are only a few of these costly instruments in the whole country, including one at the Bureau of Standards at Washington. Getting ready for the first half of the 8th inning. In this most closely contested of all the World Series games thus far, and one of the most brilliantly played defensively, especially by that Cardinal outfield thus far. Here is Johnny Hop leading off. His swings at the first pitch, sends 1-on-1 Hop out to Gordon. Gordon throws over to Pretty, and Hop is out at first. Hop having grounded out on his 2 previous appearances to Phil Rizzuto in the 2nd and 5th innings. Coming up now is Whitey Kurowski, whose walk led to the Cardinals' run in the 3rd inning, and who scored it himself. Popped out to Phil Rizzuto in the 5th inning. Bats him right-handed. Drives a long ball. Chandler's first pitch to him. Sweeping curve broke right over that inside corner. Belt high for a called strike. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. First half of the 8th. Chandler ready. Throws. It's another curve, a little bit high. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Corsetti at third, Rizzuto at short, Gordon at second. Pretty on first. Yankee infield. Dickey catching, Chandler pitching. Keller in left, DiMaggio in center. Cullenbine in right. Outfield over toward left for Kurowski. Chandler ready. Pitches. This one backs Kurowski away from the plate. Fastball inside. Ball 2, 2-1. Billy Southworth, Cardinal manager. Billy the Kid, coaching back at third. Mike Gonzalez, he of good field, no hit fame, coaching back at first. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Kurowski. It's high. Ball 3. 3-1. George Barr dusts off the plate. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looking around the outfield, kicking the dirt around the rubber. Frank Corsetti comes over from third, shouting words of encouragement to Georgia Boy. Now he goes back to his third base position. Chandler getting set for his 3-1 pitch to Kurowski. Kurowski digs in, set. Here it is. It's over there for a call, strike 2. Fastball, 3-2 the count now. String is run out on the Cardinal third baseman. Marty Marion is on deck. Crowd at the moment settled back, quiet, easing up a little bit after having yelled as much as they could at Slaughter's great catch before. The next pitch is swung on, hit to past Corsetti as the ball took a bad hop and shot past him out of the left field. Holding it first is Kurowski as Keller fields the ball, quickly throws into second. There was a smash on the ground to Corsetti's left. He went over to field it. And at the last second, the ball, instead of hopping up, laid low and skipped past him. And it scored as a base hit for Whitey Kurowski. A single to left. Stepping in now is lanky Marty Marion, Cardinal shortstop, who had an infield hit in the third inning and grounded out to Corsetti in the fifth. Spurgeon Chandler takes a stretch, checks Kurowski leading off first. Here's the pitch to Marion. Outside, ball 1. That hit was Kurowski's second of the series. Outfield playing Marion straight away. All sectors of the field equally being covered. 1 out. Kurowski on at first. There's a quick throw over to first, but Kurowski's back safe. He hit the dirt coming back in. Chandler sort of fell away from the mound as he threw that ball over. Pretty on the bag with Kurowski. Yankee infield. Short and second in a couple of steps each. Time call as Marion steps out of the batter's box. Now we're all set to resume action. Here's the pitch. Marion takes another one outside. Ball 2. The curveball broke too quickly. Now we have a little activity in the Yankee bullpen. Looks a little bit like Jim Turner. Just can see a bit of the back. Here's the pitch to Marion. It's low outside. Ball 3. Both bullpens are almost hidden from view, so it's difficult to see. 3-0 the count on Marion. Chandler taking his time right now. Remember to listen to Bill Corum's comments on the sensational fielding gems made by Enos Slaughter and Terry Moore immediately at the end of our play-by-play description. So stay tuned with it. Now we're all set for the 3-0 pitch to Marion. Kurowski leading off first. Here it is. And it's through there for a called strike. 3-1. The count. Here it is. Pitch is swung on. It's a slow hopper out towards short. Rizzuto takes it quickly, throws to Gordon. Gordon over to Pretty. Not in time at first, but out at second is Whitey Kurowski. As Marion forced him, Rizzuto to Gordon. Gordon pivoted, relayed over to Pretty, but not in time to nip Marion, who wasted no time getting down to first base. We're waiting for Ernie White to come up, and here he comes out of the Cardinal dugout with the cheers and applause of the fans. Allowed but 4 scattered hits. Has blanked the Yankees through 7 innings. Throws left-handed, but he bats them right-handed. There are 2 outs now. Marion's on at first base. Chandler takes his stretch. Here's his pitch to White. It swung on and fouled off into the stands over the Cardinal dugout. A little scramble for the ball as always. Fans have a lot of fun going after those.
Chandler is standing back the hill, looking out in center field, and motions into the plate that he wants another ball. So he throws it into Dickey. George Bart takes a new one out of his pocket, gives it to Bill, and Bill throws it out to Spurgeon. As most of you people probably know, at St. Louis, they use the National League baseball. And here at the Yankee Stadium, with the home team being the American League team, they're using the American League ball, which to all intents and purposes is just about the same, although Red Ruffing was telling me that the National League ball felt a little bigger to him because the seams are raised a little higher. Chandler's in no hurry. He's taking his time, taking too much time for Ernie White, who steps out of the batter's box. Time is called. Now White steps back in. Marion leads off first. Stretched by Chandler, the pitch to White. White starts to cut, but changes his mind. The pitch goes outside. The ball 1. 1-1 the count. Activity in both bullpens. Chandler again takes a stretch. Here's the pitch. White swings and hits a high pop-up back to the plate. Dickey coming back toward the screen, still coming, has his eye on the ball, and he makes the catch for the out. White fouls out to Dickey. So that's all for the Cardinals in the first half of the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no Yankee errors, 1 man left on base for St. Louis. The score, 1-0 favor the Cardinals at the end of 7 1/2 innings. That ends the first half of the 8th inning. For the special benefit of listeners who tuned in late, here's a way to get easier shaves. Probably a lot of you men have already guessed what I'm going to say, because I'm thinking of Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless. Now, I happen to go all out for brushless, so I want to tell you about that. This cream contains peanut oil. It's free from grease, has a pleasant, refreshing scent, and rinses off instantly. Consequently, it can't clog razor or drains. Best of all, Gillette brushless holds plenty of moisture, does a real job of beard softening. And you know, it's really the water that prepares your whiskers for the razor. Now, it's easy to prove everything I've said. Get a tube of Gillette brushless shaving cream. It costs nothing extra. 25 cents, or 33 cents for the giant-sized economy tube. We're all set now for the last half of the 8th inning. As this tremendously exciting and hotly contested game moves right down toward its finish, last half of the 8th, Jerry Pretty leading off the Yankees. Chandler's the next scheduled hitter, then Phil Rizzuto. Whether or not Chandler will bat remains to be seen. Left-hander Ernie White goes into his windup. Here's the pitch to Jerry Pretty. Jerry swings and hits a high pop-up out toward second base. Jimmy Brown calls for it. Under it, waiting, still waiting, and makes the catch for the out. So there's 1 away. Jerry Pretty pops to Jimmy Brown on the first pitch. And Red Ruffing's going to come out to bat for Spurgeon Chandler. Charlie Ruffing is going to come out and do some pinch hitting. It'll be his second appearance as a pinch hitter in the series. After having pitched the opening game of the World Series, he came back in the second game in the role of a pinch hitter. Here's the announcement coming over the loudspeaker. This makes the second time that Ruffing has come in as pinch hitter. His third appearance, in other words, in the series. This being the third game, Ruffing is the only pitcher, we might say, that has made an appearance in each one, although he's only made 1 appearance as a pitcher. The other 2 as pinch hitters. Ruffing had 1 hit and 5 times at bat in the first 2 games. Here's the first pitch to him. Sharp curve, breaks right through there for a called strike. Outfield plays Ruffing a little bit toward right and center and right. Not too much so in left. Here's White's pitch. Ruffing takes it, and it's low. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Ernie White rubbing up cover the ball. Every pitch carries a lot of extra responsibility right now. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ruffing, and it's over that outside corner for called strike 2. Ruffing steps out of the batter's box for a moment to remonstrate a bit with umpire George Barr. Now he moves back into batting position. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ruffing batting for Chandler. Cardinal left-hander working easily, smoothly, confidently. Sweeps down low into the windup. Here's his pitch. Ruffing swings and he misses. Strike 3. And that's Ernie White's 6th strikeout. And that makes the 18th Yankee
to have gone down by way of strikeouts in the series. 14 Cardinals have struck out in the series. White struck out 6. Chandler struck out 3 in this particular game. Here's Phil Rizzuto up, 2 outs, nobody on. First pitch to Phil is swung on. It's a pop-up foul back to third. Karowski racing over near the field boxes, trying to get under it. Leans into the boxes, but can't get it as the ball drops into the runway between the field boxes and the first row of reserve seats right behind them. Made a nice effort. 1 strike on Rizzuto. Phil beat out a bunt in the first inning for a hit. Lined to Karowski in the third and fouled out to Walker Cooper in the 6th. 2 outs, nobody on. Last half of the 8th inning, Cardinals clinging to that 1-run lead, which they established in the 3rd inning. White ready. Here's the pitch to Rizzuto. It swung on to line drive over. Marion's head out into left center field for a base hit. Terry Moore quickly races over in front of Musial, fields the ball on the roll, throws into second, and Rizzuto holds on at first with a line single to left center. That Terry Moore really covers ground. Coming up is Frankie Crissetti. Crissetti has only been at bat twice. He didn't come into the ball game until the 2nd inning. Struck out in the 3rd, grounded out to Jimmy Brown at second base in the 6th. Bats him right-handed. That's the Yankees' 5th hit off Ernie White. There have been 8 hits in the ball game all told, 3 for St. Louis. We'll have a new pitcher for the Yankees going into the 9th inning with Chandler having been removed for a pinch hitter. White takes a stretch, checks Rizzuto. Here's the pitch to Crissetti, and it's in there for a called strike. Frank definitely crowds that plate. Doesn't give the pitcher too much room to throw that ball through. Chokes that bat a couple of inches. Tying runs on it, first base, 2 outs. Hop on the bag with Rizzuto. White takes a stretch, checks Phil. There goes Rizzuto. The pitch is swung on to roller down toward third. Karowski's up with it. There's his throw over to Hop in time for the out. And so Ernie White once again gets by the Yankees without permitting a score. No runs, 1 hit, no Cardinal errors, and 1 man left on base with the end of 8 innings. 1-0. St. Louis, the Cardinals, 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error. 2 left on. The Yankees, no runs, 5 hits, no errors, and 5 men left on base. This 3rd game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. And now we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Brewer, number 24.
As we come into the first half of the 9th inning, the new pitcher for the Yankees will be Marvin Brewer, a curveball specialist. Spurgeon Chandler removed for a pinch hitter in the last half of the 8th inning, thus worked 8 innings, allowed but 3 hits, walked only 1, and struck out 3 while giving up 1 run. So, as the situation now stands, it's Chandler's ball game to lose. He lost the only game the Yankees lost in the 1941 World Series. Marvin Brewer's come in to relieve him. Brewers won 8 games and lost 9 on the regular season. Lost a lot of tough ball games. Pitches a very good curveball, one of the finest in the major leagues. He's a right-handed pitcher from Rollo, Missouri, incidentally, which is closer to the Cardinals' home ballpark, Sportsman's Park, than it would be to the Yankee Stadium. Then hometowns don't always dictate the place where a ball player is going to play his baseball. As we go into the 9th inning, for the Cardinals, it'll be the top of their batting order. Jimmy Brown, Terry Moore, and Enos Slaughter. For those of you who might have tuned in late, wondering how the Cardinals got their 1 run, which is the only run in the game, in the 3rd inning, Karowski walked, went to second as Marion topped the pitch down toward third and beat it out for a hit. White sacrificed Karowski to third, Marion to second, and while Brown was grounding out to Gordon, Karowski came home from third. And that's the only run of the game thus far. So we're all set now for the first half of the 9th inning. Jimmy Brown up. Marvin Brewer, right-hander, throws. It's a curve swung on, lined over Gordon's head out in the right center for a base hit. Joe DiMaggio races over, fields it on the roll, throws quickly into second, and Brown holds it first after taking his turn with a single to right center. Coming up is Terry Moore. That's the Cardinals' 4th hit. Jimmy Brown seemed didn't take a hard cut at that ball. He just seemed to lift it. Just seemed to lift it right over Gordon's head. Terry Moore up. Yankees watching for the bunt, stretched by Brewer. In comes the pitch. Moore shortens up, but doesn't bunt as the pitch goes high for ball one. Moore took a third call strike in the first inning, again in the third. Fly to DiMaggio in the sixth. Frank Rossetti in close on the grass at third. Purdy on the bag at first with Jimmy Brown. Stretched by Brewer. Checks his runner. Here's the pitch. Moore shortens up, bunts, but fouls it off to the right of the plate, way back. Strike one. 1-1 the count. Marius Russo, the left-hander, is throwing in the bullpen for the Yankees. We can just see the top of his head and his arms. It slings around. Someone else warming along just to his left. We can see the arm go up occasionally, but that's all we can see of that particular pitcher. First half of the ninth, Cardinals ahead 1-0. Nobody out. Jimmy Brown on at first base. That was Brown's second hit of the series. Brewer takes his stretch, checks his runner, then pitches. Moore shortens up, bunts out in front of the plate. Brewer quickly picks it up. His throw is to second base to Rizzuto. In time for that, and then the decision is changed. And safe at second is Jimmy Brown, as George Majorkirth, after having called him out, quickly changed and went down with the hands. And all hands are safe. The big argument going on. Rizzuto, Priddy, Keller comes in from left field, Cullenbine from right. And they're all following Majorkirth as he walks out toward right center field. Rizzuto, Priddy, Keller, Gordon, Cullenbine are all arguing with George Majorkirth. And the argument is taking place in short right center field. Frank Cressetti walks over from third base. He's walking out toward the center of the argument. And now Keller leaves. He's going back out in the left field, and George Majorkirth stands with his back to everybody looking out toward the right center field bleachers. Priddy, Cullenbine, Gordon, Rizzuto, and Cressetti are all surrounding George, arguing with him. And now Bill Summers, American League umpire, over at third, starts walking out in that direction to see if he can do something about getting the boys to come back and play ball. The official scorer has scored the play this way. He has not given Terry Moore credit for sacrifice, but has charged Marvin Brewer with an error, a wild throw. The throw was a little wide of the bag, pulled Rizzuto off, so apparently Majorkirth's decision was based on this fact, that though the ball may have arrived ahead of the runner, Jimmy Brown, the throw being wild, pulled Rizzuto's foot off the bag, and therefore Brown was safe. So it's an error for Marvin Brewer. All hands are safe. Brown's on second. Moore on at first base, not credited with the sacrifice. And coming up to the plate is Enos Slaughter. Bats him left-handed. Nobody out here in the first half of the ninth inning. Runners lead off. The pitch is outside. Ball one. Slaughter shortened up as if he's going to try a bunt. Frank Rossetti's in close at third to watch for a bunt. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Nobody out. First half of the ninth. Cardinals lead 1-0. Brewer takes his stretch, checks his runners, pitches, and the pitch is bunted foul off the right of the plate by Slaughter for strike one. 1-1 the count. Marvin Brewer's in trouble here in the ninth inning, having come in to take the place of Spurgeon Chandler, who permitted the Cardinals but 3 hits over the first 8 innings, was removed for a pinch hitter in the last half of the 8th. 1-1 the count on Slaughter. On deck is Stan Musial. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Brewer takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and fouled back by Slaughter for strike 2. Billy Southworth changed up, called off the bunt, and ordered Slaughter to swing away. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Cardinal right fielder. What a superb catch he made. Bill Corum, whose highly interesting summary will come on immediately at the end of this game, will have a lot to say about it, we're sure. Brewer looks around the outfield. Now he's ready. Looks in, gets the sign from Dickey. There's Brown leading off second again. Terry Moore off first. In comes the pitch to Slaughter. He swings on. There's a smash past Rizzuto out to center field for the base hit. Brown rounds third on his way to score. DiMaggio throws into third as Terry Moore goes in, and he's safe at third. And into second on the throw to third went Enos Slaughter. And Corsetti pushes Bill Summers, the umpire, and Bill Summers pushes Corsetti back. And there goes Joe McCarthy out to join in the argument. And Joe Gordon comes over from second. And the argument rages at third base. And there's Corsetti taking off his glove, and Art Fletcher comes racing out from the Yankee dugout. And Bill Summers is walking away from Corsetti and Fletcher and McCarthy and Gordon. And there's Fletcher and Corsetti gesticulating wildly as they argue with Bill Summers. And Joe McCarthy's right out there spearheading the attack as he moves in between Summers and Fletcher. Each one of the four trying to move in front of the other to talk to Summers. And Frank Corsetti, as the decision was made at third, slammed the ball down hard on the ground and then quickly picked it up, realizing the time had not been called. We couldn't tell you about it at that moment because play was still going on. Slaughter was going into second on the throw to third, and in from second on the hit came Jimmy Brown, the Cardinals' lead, 2-0. Meantime, Bill Summers walking along the left field line, and Corsetti still after him, and Art Fletcher pulls Frankie away. And he and Joe McCarthy are still going after Bill Summers, arguing with him. Joe DiMaggio has come over from center field, standing just on the fringe of the circle with Summers, McCarthy, and Fletcher. Were DiMaggio and Rizzuto and Gordon and Twitty, but now the argument is all over. The runners return to position, rather the players return to their positions. Joe McCarthy walking back toward the Yankee dugout, stops for a moment as Billy Southworth in the meantime is chatting with Terry Moore, who's on to third base. On at second base is Enos Slaughter. Nobody out here in the ninth inning. Cardinals are leading 2-0. And so Enos Slaughter, single to center. Scoring Brown from second, is credited with a run batted in. That for Slaughter is his third hit of the series. And his first run batted in. Jerry Pretty is just now getting back over to first base. Meantime, Joe Gordon is still arguing with George Majorkirth at second base, and we're waiting for them. They're standing toe-to-toe and talking it out. And now Gordon has finished arguing with Majorkirth. Goes back to his position. Cullenbine trots out into right field, and we'll be ready to continue play here in the ninth inning. And at this point, Art Fletcher comes out of the Yankee dugout. That possibly may be all for Marvin Brewer. I think that'll be all for Marvin Brewer. The official scorer, as we've already indicated to you, has given Slaughter a single. He went to second on the throw to third. So Fletch comes out to talk to Bill Dickey. Pat O'Doherty, the Yankee bat boy, dashed out along the left field line to holler to Charlie Keller, for Keller in turn to holler to the Yankee bullpen for a new pitcher. And that is going to be all for Brewer. He comes off the mound, standing talking to Dickey between home plate and third base. George Levy, the fellow here at the stadium, goes out to ask George Barr just what the change is going to be. He in turn will carry the message over to the public address announcer. Still waiting for the new Yankee pitcher to make his appearance so we can tell you who it is. Charlie Keller has gone out to the little barrier in front of the runway, which leads into the bullpen here at the stadium, calling for the proper pitcher, and here he comes. Jim Turner, I believe, or Johnny Murphy, is so far away we'll have to wait till they get a little bit closer. Situation here in the ninth inning, though, is one run in for St. Louis. They lead 2-0. Here's the announcement of the new pitcher.
Turner.
It is Jim Turner.
Number 30, now pitching for New York.
It is Jim Turner coming in to make his debut in this current World Series, but not his first World Series. You remember he was with the Cincinnati Redlegs in the 1940 World Series, started a game against the Detroit Tigers. Jim Turner, the milkman, who along with Lou Fetty, you'll remember years ago with the Boston Braves, started the baseball world, and these two veteran rookies each won 20 games for the Boston Braves. So here's Jim Turner coming in to take over in the ninth inning. Marvin Brewer, who started the ninth inning after Chandler had been removed for a pinch hitter, thus has not pitched any part of an inning, there being nobody out. However, during the time he was on the mound, he allowed 2 hits. Didn't walk anybody, no strikeouts. At the moment has allowed 1 run. 1 run has been scored while he was on the mound. And so we're going to have another little wait here while Jim Turner loosens up. In the meantime, we have on third base Terry Moore, who went from first to third on Slaughter's single, which scored Brown from second. Slaughter himself took second on the throw to third, which stirred up all the argument. Frank Persetti, of course, claiming that he had Terry Moore out. Umpire Bill Summers of the American League, who called the play, said no, and then the argument raged. Now, don't forget, folks, while we have a moment here, tomorrow we take the air a half hour later than today. So make a note now to be with us at 1:45 Eastern Wartime. Remember, 1:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow afternoon for the fourth game of this 1942 World Series, which promises to go down in history as one of the greatest of all time. Certainly the way the games have gone thus far, have been fireworks galore. Stan Musial will be the first man to face Jim Turner. Jim is what you might call a spot pitcher, a good control pitcher. He has a peculiar knack of raising that left knee of his high, almost up to his midsection before throwing the ball. And to a batter, it often looks as if that pitch is coming off of Jim's knee, right in behind it. And with men on second and third, nobody out, Stan Musial is to get an intentional pass. There's the first wideman. With a left-handed hitter up there, they're going to walk Musial to load the bases, first base being open, setting up possible plays at any base. There's the second wideman, Turner getting set for the third wideman to Musial. There it is. So those ever keeping score put down base on balls for Stan Musial, an intentional pass. And the fourth wideman. That loads him up. Musial's on it first. He's walking down. Slaughter's on it second. Terry Moore on at third. And the batter is Walker Cooper. Billy Southworth comes up the line from third base to talk to his catcher. Whispers something in his ear, and then Billy the Kid trots back down to his third base coaching box. And Walker Cooper steps into hitting position. So the Cardinals are leading 2-0. It's the ninth inning. Nobody out, bases filled. Yankee infield halfway in for a play at the plate. The first pitch to Walker Cooper. Swung on and missed. Strike one. Terry Moore on third. Enos Slaughter on second. Stan Musial on first. Yankee infield playing in for a play at the plate. Cooper bats him right-handed. Turner starts his windup. In comes the pitch to Cooper. It swung on and fouled off over the Cardinal dugout into the lower stands for strike two. And it's a tense moment here in the ninth inning. Cardinals have a chance to blow the game wide apart. The Yankees trying to stop the threat from going any further, if they possibly can. Cardinals leading by 2-0 at the moment, with 3 men on and nobody out. Just about one of the toughest spots for any pitcher in the series thus far. Turner hollered something up to Dickey as he started his windup. In comes the pitch. Cooper swings and hits a pop fly out in the short center. DiMaggio coming hard, getting under it, makes the catch, and there's no advance. Cooper popped this one out into short center. DiMaggio had to come a long way to get under it. The infield was drawn in, remember. Billy Southworth, respecting the magic in Joe's right arm, refused to let Terry Moore even budge. So the bases remain loaded. One out. And the batter, Johnny Hopp. Cardinal first baseman grounded out for Rizzuto in the second inning, did the same thing in the fifth, and then grounded out to Joe Gordon in the eighth. Jim Turner wants a new ball, throws it into Dickey. Barr looks it over. Perhaps Johnny Hopp asks Barr to look it over. George does, and the ball stays in the game. So Johnny Hopp moves into hitting position. Still have Terry Moore on at third. Enos Slaughter on second. Stan Musial on at first. One out. Yankee infield still drawn in. Not entirely in, but about halfway. A little better than half. In position for a play at the plate or to start a possible double play if the opportunity presents itself. Turner the wind-up pitches. Hopp takes this one, the slow curve, a little bit high for ball one. Jim pitching carefully, taking his time. Trying not to make any pitch any too good at all. As a sign from Dickey, runners lead off. In comes the pitch. It's swung on. It's a fly ball going out into left center field. Charlie Keller's getting under it. Terry Moore waiting to tag up. There's the catch. Here comes Moore to the plate. In comes the throw, and it is in time for the out. It's a double play. And Terry Moore simply stood at the plate and looked at plate umpire George Barr. Dickey apparently tagged him out on the arm as he came across the plate. And so for the Cardinals in the ninth inning, only one run. 2 hits, 1 Yankee error, and 2 men left on base. And the milkman, Jim Turner, came in and put out the fire with the bases loaded and nobody out. He got him out without allowing a run. 2-0 St. Louis as we get set for the last half of the ninth inning. Say, folks, you know, presents for men in our armed forces overseas must be mailed immediately to ensure delivery by Christmas. Remember this to avoid disappointment. And remember also that razor blades are at or near the top of every serviceman's list of desired gifts. This third game of the 1942 World Series comes to you direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. We're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
In order that your scoring might be complete and official, that run which the Cardinals got in the first half of the ninth inning was not earned. Here's Roy Cullenbine leading off for the Yankees as we come into the last half of the ninth inning with the Cardinals out in front 2-0. And Ernie White, who's breezed along, scattering 5 hits nicely, no more than 1 in any inning, steps on the rubber to get a sign from Walker Cooper. Cullenbine single to center in the 6th for one of the Yankees' 5 hits. White into the windup. Here's the pitch. Cullenbine swings and drives the one into center field. Terry Moore coming hard and fast, and he makes the catch for the out. And the thousands of people who are here at the jam-packed Yankee Stadium today, if they didn't know before, know now why Terry Moore is considered one of the game's greatest defensive center fielders. He's been superb. And here is the Yankee Clipper, another great center fielder. And the first pitch to Joe DiMaggio swung on and fouled back onto the screen. Strike 1. It's the last half of the ninth inning. The Cardinals are leading 2-0. Riding the crest of the momentum they gained in clipping the Yankees in the second game of the World Series in St. Louis. Behind the great pitching of left-hander Ernie White, they've come along here to the ninth inning with 1 out, leading 2-0. DiMaggio at the plate, Joe Gordon on deck. Ernie White still bearing down. And his next pitch to DiMaggio is low outside for ball 1. DiMaggio struck out in the first inning, single to left in the 4th, and had Terry Moore make a great catch of a drive of his in the 6th inning. White checking with Walker Cooper, has his sign, leans forward, goes into the windup, whips the left arm around. DiMaggio takes a fast one low inside for ball 2. 2-1 the count on Joe. Steps out of the batter's box for a moment, gets a little dirt on his hands, adjusts his cap as he steps back into hitting position. The outfield deep over toward left. White to the rosin bag to give it a little touch. He's still cool and calm. Working steadily and heavily. Blows in his pitching hand. Leans forward, goes into that windup. DiMaggio's head to the plate. Here's the pitch. It swung on. It's a drive on the left field for a base hit. Stan Musial getting in front of the bounder, picks it up, throws into second. DiMaggio holds on it first with a single to left. His second hit of the game and his 7th of the series. His 6th of the series. Check that. Coming up now is Joe Gordon. 1 out, last half of the ninth inning. Gordon struck out in the second inning. Fly to Musial in the 4th, and fly to Musial in the 7th. Gordon bats him right-handed. Yankee fans are beginning to yell. A sustained yell, if I might call it that. DiMaggio leads off first base. Outfield deep toward left for Gordon. The stretch by Ernie White, the pitch. Gordon swings and misses. Strike 1. And the tension mounts here in the last half of the ninth inning. Ernie White bearing down. He's allowed 6 hits. DiMaggio's belt being the 6th one off of him. Takes his stretch, checks Joe. In comes the pitch to Gordon. Gordon swings and hits a high fly ball out along the foul line. Back to third. Kurowski and Marion are there. Kurowski's under it, and Kurowski makes the catch as Marion, right in behind him, falls down. And DiMaggio scoots back to first, and there are 2 outs. And here's Charlie Keller. With Ernie White 1 out away from victory. Ernie White is taking his time. So is Charlie Keller stepping in. It's the last half of the 9th inning. 2-0 Cardinals. 2 outs. Joe DiMaggio on first base. And Keller is up there. White takes his stretch. Here's the pitch to Keller. Keller swings, and there's the drive. Going deep. Back under it is Slaughter, and he's right against the wall and makes the catch for the out. And the ball game is over, and the Cardinals win it 2-0. In the last half of the 9th inning for the Yankees, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on. And the Cardinals move ahead in the series 2-1 as they shut out the Yankees 2-0. And now stepping in another moment, will be Bill Corum with his summary of today's game. Well, this gives me a final chance to tell you a simple way to get several extra shaves with every Gillette Blue Blade. And believe me, that's something important to know. Take a look, and you'll see that the Gillette Blue Blade has marks resembling the Roman numerals 1 and 2 on the ends projecting beyond your razor. These identify the edges and enable you to shave one side of your face with one edge, the opposite side with the other, giving both equal use. The effect is much the same as crisscrossing your automobile tires for extra mileage. You get a number of additional shaves, and that saves blades. Try this simple, thrifty way of conserving Gillette Blue Blades. You'll find that it pays a real bonus in extra shaves and comfort, too. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is brilliant sports columnist of the New York Journal-American, a member of Gillette's cavalcade of sports staff, a shrewd observer of baseball as well as all other sports, all set to give you his stage observations on this highly exciting and dramatic ball game. Bill Corum.
I don't know how sage they'll be, Mel, but this seems to me to have been a ball game that was lost with an argument that was won. The Yankees won an argument in the 2nd inning on a ball that Marion bunted where he was out at first base, sacrificing Kurowski down to second, and made him come back to bat. And the second time they tried to make the same play, Marion got a single when the throw just failed to beat him to first, and that came the run. In came the run as a result of that. That gave the Cardinals the victory because the second run was not earned, and that was all that Ernie White needed to win this ball game. Here's a fellow from a little town down called Pecolet Mills, South Carolina. About 1,500 folks down there. Got a growing youngster of his own, a pitcher, too, named Joe Dan, who pitched one of the greatest games that's been seen in the World Series in, I don't know how long, because not since 1926, as some of you know, have these Yankees been shut out in a World Series ball game. They'd gone 42 times before Ernie White stepped in there this afternoon and set them back. And even at that, his pitching was no better than that of his rival Spurgeon Chandler of Moultrie, Georgia, who gave the Cardinals, the victorious Cardinals, only 3 hits before he left the game and was just a superb pitcher every step of the way. Now, as I tell you, the last run was not earned because Brewer threw wide to second base in an effort to make a forced play, but it really didn't matter because save for DiMaggio, who's hitting beautifully in this series, White had the Yankees right on the arm, right in that big glove of his, and the Cardinals are now surging along with another pitcher just like him to come back tomorrow, very, very much like him. In fact, Max Lanier pitches the same sort of ball and looks a good deal like him, and it looks to me, as I said in the opening talk before the game, that whoever won this game was going to have a big edge. Of course, you can't hold these Yankees forever, and certainly you're not going to shut them out very many times. They proved that by going 42 without anybody shutting them out. But today, White was a master. No greater master than Chandler, I keep repeating, but to the victor belongs the spoils, and he won the ball game. And little Jimmy Brown out there, you could hear him above the hum of the crowd, a silent crowd, incidentally, a tremendously big one, every seat packed in this great 3-tiered stadium, but a very quiet crowd right down to the finish when the ball game really was played again. In that long 9th inning, you could hear little Jimmy Brown calling to White, "Come on, Ernie, come on, boy," with that piping voice of his, and White did come out. Whereas Beasley had missed the opportunity for the shutout, and whereas old Grandpa Ruffing had missed his opportunity for a no-hit game, this fella came through. And I want to tell you a little bit about some outfielding. Coming back on the train from St. Louis, some of the boys said, well, I don't know whether that Cardinal outfield can play in the big Yankee Stadium. Well, they made 3 plays, one after the other, starting with Terry Moore, who went back a musial to take DiMaggio's bid for at least a triple and maybe a home run inside the park over his shoulder, going at full tilt. Then the very next ball in the next inning was driven practically to the left field barrier. Musial went up and pulled it down, and then the next drive, just to make it even all around and show that any one of the boys could do it, was laid up against the right field fence, and there was Enos Country Slaughter to grab that one. If you can play any better center field, incidentally, than Mr. Terry Moore can play, well, then you can have the marbles for me, because I think here are the 2 greatest fielding center fielders that ever hooked up in any World Series, DiMaggio and Moore. Moore's got a little bad leg right now, but it didn't show this afternoon. He was all over the ballpark to take that first hit in the 9th inning. He came charging in. He can throw just like DiMaggio can throw, and DiMaggio proved it again this afternoon, because when a short fly was hit out to him with the bases loaded in the 9th, nobody moved, and quite rightly. Mr. Southworth knew that that was no chance, no time to take a chance. They took it on the next one, and Moore was thrown out at the plate on a very close play. But as it turned out, it didn't matter, and so the ball game wound up 2-0, and the totals as I have them, and I think they're correct: 2, 5, 1, and 4. 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, 4 left for the Cardinals. For the Yankees, 6, 1, and 6. No runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 6 left. That's the correct totals. The time of the game was 2:30, and of course the losing pitcher was Chandler, who did pitch such superb ball this afternoon. Well, fans, that's the story. But tomorrow is another day, and what a game we should have out here at the stadium. Now, I'll make a special note of this. We come on the air at 1:45 Eastern War Time, so be with us and we'll have fun. I'll repeat the starting time once again, 1:45 Eastern War Time. Until then, smooth sailing, smooth shaving, and good afternoon from your host, the Gillette Safety Razor Company, Red Barber, Mel Allen, and Bill Coral. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Alka-Seltzer for headaches. Alka-Seltzer for acid indigestion. Alka-Seltzer for muscular aches and pains.
Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer.
Everywhere. How's Mother and Dad and the whole family? Well, folks, that old harvest moon is shining down extra bright on the old Red Barn tonight, and for a very special reason. Yes, the Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance Gang is celebrating its 9th birthday. Its 470th Happy Hayloft Party from the old WLS Hayloft in Chicago. So come right on in, folks, and join our 9th birthday. We're celebrating it with a harvest home party. Oh, say, the old hayloft is going to shine tonight, folks. So come on, boys and girls, start shining.
Hayloft will shine tonight, hayloft will shine. Hail to our birthday party, hail number 9. 9 years of presidents, all right in line. It's the number 10, here we go again. Hayloft will shine. Everybody hand in hand, swinging down the lane. Everyone in hayloft land, singing loud refrain. Many are the memories as the music plays. Night flying feet of another day. Everybody hand in hand, swinging through the years. Hearts are light and life is grand, not a cloud through the years of happy rhyme, we'll be rolling crow bells chime. We've a dated a long time with you.
real birthday spirit, boys and girls. My, how time flies. And to prove it, we go back 470 barn dances, folks, to the first song sung for the first time on your first hayloft party. The tune fit as a fiddle. The singers, Hezzy, Kenny, Frank, and JB, the Hoosier Hot Shots. Are you ready, Hezzy? Okay, let's go.
I could jump over the moon up above, fit as a fiddle and ready for love. Having a worry, having a care, feel like a feather that's floating on air, fit as a fiddle and ready for love. Soon the church bells will be ringing, now march with mall and fall. How the church bells will be ringing, well the hey nunny nunny and a hop chop chop. Hi diddle diddle, my baby's okay. Ask me a riddle and what did she say? Fit as a fiddle and ready for love. Fit as a fiddle and ready for love. I can jump over the moon up above. Fit as a fiddle and ready for love. Having a worry, having a care, feel like a feather that's floating on air. Fit as a fiddle and ready for love. Soon the church bells will be ringing, ringing, and I'll march with more and more. Oh, that'll be nice. How the church bells will be ringing again with a hey nutty nutty and a hot cha cha. My diddle diddle, my baby's okay. Ask me a riddle and what did she say? Fit as a fiddle and ready for love.
Hoosier Hot Shots and say that old ditty has us all feeling fit as a fiddle.
Right, Joey, and if you think those fiddlers and Eddie Peabody and his banjo ain't feeling fit, just listen to them go.
Boy, I say listen to them go.
Well, start those anniversary addicts, boys and girls, and Archie, call it off Harvest Home style, will you? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, journey and swing round and round, long let go, left hand, right here, right, left hand, good in harmony. First, coming up from swing. Get the right finger, get it so fast.
You know, friends, we're great believers in the idea that credit should be given where it is due. And to you Barn Dance listeners goes the credit for this program celebrating its 9th anniversary tonight. It is your loyalty to this program and to Alka-Seltzer that have made this possible. And so to the countless thousands of you who are Alka-Seltzer users, we say thanks a million for your friendship, past, present, and future. And those of you who have yet to become acquainted with Alka-Seltzer, we say try it just once. Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer the next time you want real relief for a headache, a touch of acid indigestion, muscular aches and pains, morning after misery, or for that dull, achy feeling of a cold. Remember, you can get Alka-Seltzer at all drugstores in 30 and 60-cent size packages. Also by the glass at any drugstore soda fountain. And when you go to your druggist friends, remember that next week is Nationally Advertised Brands Week. Look around the store and see what nationally advertised products you need that he can supply. You'll be doing yourself and him a favor.
Oh, boy, say, that was a square dance and a half, gang, and a swell way to work up an appetite for all the good eats. Not forgetting the big birthday cake we'll have later on. Uh-oh. Seems the Denning sisters can't wait. Let's see what they've got.
I get the neck of the chicken. I get the rumble seat ride. I get the leaky umbrella. Everyone shoves me aside. When morning papers come to the door, sure as day I'm too late, and they're mine long about 4. I get the neck of the chicken, I get the hand-me-down shawl, and when it's company weekend, I get the couch in the hall. That's why I can't get over this dream that came true. If I get the neck of the chicken, well, how did I ever get you? I get the neck of the chicken. That's how they gave me the bird. And in the family snapshot, mine is the face that's blurred. When I jump in my shower each morning, sure as fate, I am too late. All the hot water is gone. I get the neck of the chicken. I get the burnt piece of toast. I get that seat in the movie, the one in back of the post. That's why I can't get over this sigh. How did you? If I get the neck of the chicken, well, how did I ever get you?
A tasty bit of harmony served in true Hayloft style, didn't he, sisters? Say, Pat Buttram.
Yeah, Jody, yeah. What
Say,
you want,
Pat, there's a fellow around here a while ago looking for you. He said you knew him.
Oh, he said I knowed him?
Uh-huh.
What was his name?
Well, I don't remember his name. I'd know it, though, if I heard it.
Let me see. I know him, huh?
Yeah.
Was his name Brewer?
No.
Was it Campbell?
No.
Was it Brown?
No.
Was it Brown?
I told you once his name wasn't Brown.
Well, I know 2 Browns. I thought maybe it's the other. Well, what did the fellow want to see me about anyway, Joe?
Well, he was looking for a hired hand and thought maybe you knew someone.
Well, no, I don't know of any good hand right off.
How about your Uncle Herkimer? Isn't he a good hired hand?
Uncle Herkimer?
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, he ain't no hand. He's just a sore thumb. Oh, he's too lazy to work in the field, huh?
You mean your Uncle Herkimer is lazy?
Joe, he's so lazy. Well, he's even too lazy to make coffee. He just puts coffee grounds on his mustache and then drinks hot water.
Boy, that's lazy.
But I'd be just the man for that job, Joe. I'm a pretty good worker, if I do say so myself. Just the other day, I went out and gathered 15 bushels of apples.
Yeah?
Yeah, I would have gathered 16 bushels, only I ate 1 bushel.
Why, Pat, you should be careful about eating apples in the field. They may have worms in them. You'd better watch out.
Listen, when I eat apples, the worms better watch out for themselves.
Tell me, Pat, how about your field crops this year? Did you grow much cotton on your farm?
Well, no. We didn't plant no cotton at all this year. We was feared of the boll weevil.
Oh, uh-huh. Well, how about the corn crop? Did you harvest lots of corn?
No, didn't plant no corn either. It was feared it'd be too dry a year for corn.
Oh, uh-huh. Well, how about potatoes? Did you plant?
No, didn't plant no taters either. Scared of tater bugs on them.
Well, then what in the world did you plant this year?
Didn't plant nothing. I just played safe this year.
Well, Pat, what you should do is get an agricultural farm expert to help you with your planting and harvesting, and then you'd be assured of a good crop.
Well, them farm experts is all right, I reckon, Joe, but they go too much according to figures. Huh?
What do you mean?
Well, a farm expert, he figures if a boy can pick 5 quarts of huckleberries an hour and a girl can pick 4 quarts of berries an hour, he figures both of them together can pick 9 quarts an hour.
Well?
Oh, Joe, any darn farmer knows both of them together ain't gonna pick no berries at all.
All right, Patrick, but pick a pretty partner now and get ready for the anniversary waltz, sung by the Hayloft Chorus and patterned by everybody's favorite, Eddie Peabody, the Banjo King.
And now, with my personal gratitude at being included in this grand barn dance gang, may I present another old favorite on the banjo. Good old Ida, sweet as apple cider.
Cider song was never snappier, which reminds me, we're due for another good old Harvest Home ditty, and from the belle of the barn dance and her bestest beau, Lulabelle and Scotty.
When the moon goes to shining and my heart goes to pining for my Blue Ridge Mountain home, where the hound dogs are baying and the pine trees are swaying, that is where I long to roam. When the sun comes a-beaming, then I start into dreaming of a place where flowers bloom. When I get back again, I'm gonna live to the end in my Blue Ridge Mountain home. Now, I never thought that I could be so sad till I left my mountain home. But the time is a-coming when I'll be so glad, and I never more will roam. For I've learned a lesson that I won't forget wherever I may be. And oh, how I'm longing for the folks down home, 'cause they mean more than all the world to me. I gotta swallow, wait a minute. Now, when the stars are a-winking, then I start into thinking of the place I left behind. And I keep on a-saying while I know she's a-praying that I'm coming back sometime. With the old fiddle singing, I'll soon be a-swinging to the tune of Home Sweet Home. And I know she'll be waiting by the old garden gate in my Blue Ridge Mountain home. Oh, my dad and my mother and my sister and my brother, they will welcome me back home. And I know they'll be happy when I climb up the hill to my Blue Ridge Mountain home.
Well, I claim that old tune had all the poetry of the Blue Ridges in person. And now let's listen to a serenade to the Harvest Moon, memories of 1908.
The night was mighty dark, so you could hardly see. The moon refused to shine. Couple sitting underneath the willow tree, for love they fight. The little maid was quite afraid of darkness, so she said, I guess I'll go home. The boy began to sigh. He looked up at the sky and told the moon his little tale of woe. Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had no love since January, February, June, or July. No time, ain't no time to stay. I got the spoon, will shine on, harvest moon, for me and my gal.
Oh, shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I had no love since January, February, June, or July.
And no time, ain't no time to stay. I got the spoon,
so shine on,
harvest moon, for me and my gal.
Well, dealing sisters and you boys, that old Harvest Moon was never lovelier. Friends, the Miles Laboratories, they're the folks that make Alka-Seltzer, you know. Well, they also make two great vitamin products under the brand name of One-A-Day. There's One-A-Day brand vitamin A and D tablets, and also One-A-Day brand vitamin B complex tablets. Jack Holden, which are you going to talk about tonight?
About our One-A-Day B complex vitamin tablets, Joe. You've all heard that quotation from Shakespeare, all is not gold that glistens. Well, in everyday language, that means that some things that look like bargains are not bargains after all.
And that's something everybody should keep in mind when they buy B vitamins, isn't it, Jack?
You bet it is. You see, when it comes to vitamins, the most value is not necessarily in the largest package or the greatest number of capsules or tablets.
That's why One-A-Day vitamins are so economical to use, friends. Everybody ought to find out all about the family size package of One-A-Day brand vitamin B complex tablets, which contains 90 tablets. Now, of course, you may possibly find some other B-complex product which offers, say, twice the number of tablets for around the same price.
Yeah, but don't stop there. And find out how many of those other B-complex tablets you're supposed to take every day to get your B vitamins. And then, friends, remember, with One-A-Day brand vitamin B complex, you take just one a day. Just one a day. And that's what the name One-A-Day means. One tablet, once a day.
Yes, friends, One-A-Day brand vitamin B complex tablets are so vitamin-rich, you take only one tablet a day to get your full minimum daily supply of all the B vitamins for which requirements have been established by the authorities on nutrition.
And because one tablet a day is all you take, the cost is surprisingly low. For example, in that large economy size package, you get 90 tablets for only $2.25. Now, that's enough to last one person from now until after Christmas. And that means they actually cost you only about 17 cents a week. Of course, your druggist has smaller size packages if you want them. So when you go to your druggist, be sure to ask for and insist on One-A-Day brand vitamin B complex tablets.
Right, Jack. Well, our 9th anniversary and Harvest Home Party goes right along, folks, and it's sure nice to meet all our old songs and old friends again. But say, Hezzy, I hear you Hoosier Hotshots have brought a new girl to the party. What's her name?
Oh, boy, wait till you see her, Joe. Her name is Sweet Prunella. All right, fellas, let's start the pruning.
Yes. Well, you start first and we'll fall in.
Okay, here we go.
Sweet Prunella?
Prunella?
The prettiest gal around the mountainside?
Bullseye?
Well, sir, after Hatfield's daughter, how the fellers tried to court her, hoping someday she would be their blushing bride.
Blushing bride?
Sweet Prunella didn't take none to the sparkin'.
Sparkin'?
He was plumb against them feudin' mountain boys.
Mountain boys?
Suitors always come a-shootin', so she'd send them off a-scootin'. Why, she even tamed the martins and the coys.
Oh, the martins and the coys. Why, she even tamed the martins and the coys.
Then one day, Prunella met a city slicker. And the darn fool wore a collar and a tie.
He did?
Well, he wooed her in the moonlight and was on a pretty June night. They skedaddled from the mountains on the slide. Well, sir, he toted Prunella to the city in one of them things that they call a multi-bug. And he bought her furs and laces, took her out to fancy places, and they say she drunk her zombies from a jug.
From a jug! From a jug! And they say she drunk her zombies from a jug.
Now, this never satisfied our sweet Prunella.
Oh?
She was born and reared in proper mountain style.
Sure.
Instead of rumba prancing, she was used to hayloft dancing, so she got tired of that there city living in a while. Then one day she hiked it back up to the mountain. And she met Pat Buttram up on the way. And that great big Buttram feller, he up and wedded Prunella, and he's got her up there in the mountains for her to stay.
For her to stay, and that ain't hay. And he's got her in the mountains for to stay.
Oh, say, Prunelli is quite a gal, Hoosier House Johns. But now, friends, here's a Harvest Home salute to our brave boys in the armed services all over the world. The Hayloft Chorus sings, Keep the Home Fires Burning.
Keep the home fires burning while your hearts are yearning. Though your lads are far away, they dream of home. There's a silver lining through the dark clouds shining. When the dark cloud inside out, still a voice come home.
Keep the home fires burning while your hearts are yearning. Though your lads are far away, they dream of home.
There's a silver lining through the dark clouds shining. When the dark cloud inside out, still the voice come
Friends, if the cooler and changeable weather of fall has caused you to catch cold, listen. Take good care of yourself, and for prompt relief of that miserable ache-all-over feeling, take Alka-Seltzer. Be sure you get more rest than usual, too, and avoid drafts. Dress comfortably and get your daily vitamins. Then, too, if your cold causes a sore throat, use Alka-Seltzer as a gargle for soothing, comforting relief. Yes, friends, keep Alka-Seltzer handy always and take it whenever you have a cold. It can help you feel better fast.
Folks, how about checking up? Is your home a V home? Are you and your neighbors displaying in your windows our government's V for victory symbol? Well, here are the 5 requirements to get one. Number 1, preparedness for air raid emergencies, knowledge of first aid procedure. Number 2, conservation of food, clothing, transportation, goods, and health. Number 3, salvage of essential materials to be converted into immediate war use. Number 4, rumor squelching. If it's a secret, keep it. If it's a rumor, bury it. Number 5, regular purchase of war bonds and stamps. If your home meets with these requirements, you will be given a V home sticker to post in your window, a symbol that your home is 100% American and all out for victory. Well, thanks a lot, folks, for joining our 9th anniversary party tonight. We sincerely hope that you'll be with us again next Saturday night and every Saturday night in our 10th year here in the old Hayloft. So until we meet again next week, then, this is Joe Kelly saying good night and good health to you all for Alka-Seltzer.
Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Bacher, with Gertrude Berg, the writer and star of the Goldbergs, David Bookman and his orchestra, and Mr. Vincent Price as our master of ceremonies. This is Vincent Price, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. You know, we actors in the theater don't get very much chance to listen to the radio. That's why so many of us are frightened to death when we have to get up in front of a microphone. But there's one program which my wife Edith and I have always found time to listen to. Its warmth, its quiet dignity, its simple humor are qualities which have endeared it to the hearts of millions of listeners. And here today in our studio, we have the woman who creates that program, Mrs. Gertrude Berg, author and star of The Goldbergs, who also plays the character of Molly Goldberg.
Today we bring her to you in a script which she has written especially for the Treasury Star Parade. This is the story of a rumor.
Anybody answering the telephone? Who's taking the phone? Nobody? I'll answer it, Ma. No? Well, so who's answering?
Well, who's answering the telephone?
Boy, I'm answering. I'll answer it, Ma.
I'll take this.
I got it already.
Got it already.
Calls and calls because everybody knows Sammy's going away. Hello? Yes? Oh, yes, I know we was all upstairs. That's why we didn't hear the telephone.
Yeah, we were upstairs with Sammy.
Who is it?
Yeah? Yes, Sammy's leaving today. Huh?
Again, I'm asking who is it?
It's Birdie, Jay.
Birdie. Then hang Molly.
Tell me now, Birdie.
Tell you what?
But what, Birdie?
What?
Birdie, always have something to tell you. Very well.
What very well?
All right. Goodbye.
What is it?
Ma? She says something very important.
Important for her or for us?
For her, for us, for everybody.
What do you mean?
She can't speak over the telephone. She's coming over. Just now, especially when Sammy's going away.
Why? It has something to do with the war? Let me.
I got it already.
She's got it already.
Hello? Yes? Yes, Bertie just called and said something, but...
What is it, Mom?
Yeah. Yes. Huh. But...
Again, but?
Why, bring me a chair.
Give Mom a chair.
Take the receiver, David.
Hello?
What is it, Molly?
Wait till David gets finished.
Yes?
What is it, Ma? Slowly, please.
I'm Uncle David.
Molly, what is it?
David, please.
Yeah?
Do you want something, Mama?
Yeah?
Molly, I'm asking.
Who said? Who knows such a thing?
Let me talk, David, please.
1 minute. 1 minute. Here's Mr. Goldberg. Here, Jake.
Is it something about Sammy?
Here, Jake. You'll hear something.
Hello?
What is it, Uncle David?
Wait till Papa gets finished.
Yes? Yes? Boydie said that? How does Boydie know? I didn't see anything in the papers.
I didn't see anything in the papers.
Slowly, where are you going? To call Sammy. Don't say anything to Sammy.
Yes?
How will he feel just now when he's going away to give his life, maybe?
Yes?
For his nation and such a thing.
I didn't hear anything in the radio, not neither. Thank you.
Well, no.
Let us not conclude anything yet. Get my hat, Rosie.
Where will you go, Jay?
I'll go over to Willoughby. Maybe he knows something.
Oh, Mr. Willoughby.
I just want to come over to see you, Willoughby.
Just coming over to see you, Mr. Willoughby.
Well, what are we going to do?
Who told you, Mr. Willoughby?
Well, Bertie called Mrs. Willoughby, and Mrs. Willoughby called Mary Foote, and I was down Main Street, and Bruce Hanley got it from his sister-in-law, and she told Floyd Miner at the post office, and that's how it come to me. And knowing that Sammy and a few of the boys are leaving from town today, I hurried over to tell you.
Ken, I know what it is. Please. Sammy's coming downstairs. Shut. Sammy?
Hello, Mr. Willoughby. I was going to walk over and say goodbye. Well, what's the matter? I'll be back. Don't worry about me.
You may not go, Sammy. They're throwing the war away. They're handing it over to Mr. Hitler.
What? They're giving it away, Sammy.
Fine. How do you do?
It is Becky. Maybe it's Birdie. No, it's Mikey, Ma. Mikey's coming in. Mikey is Sammy's friend, Mr. Willoughby. He's a sergeant already.
Oh, wait a minute, Ma. Come in, Mikey.
Hello, Mikey.
Hello, Mikey.
Well, hello. What's happened? Well, something's gone wrong. What do you mean?
Birdie called and...
Sit down, Mikey.
What's Bertie got to do with it?
The news is all around. They're closing down the munition plant.
Huh?
What? Well, how do you know?
That's it, because...
They're laying off all the men in all the munition plants.
What? That's crazy.
It's true. Birdie said that.
Everybody knows it. It's running around.
Running around and around.
Closing down the munition plant.
They're laying off tens of thousands of men all over the country.
Gee.
But a fine war. Here, Mr. Hitler, a present for you.
And all the boys? I mean, the boys that are going? Sure, must be Birdie.
I can't believe it.
If they're laying off all those men, it can only mean one thing.
But how do you know they are?
What do you mean, how? Didn't Mr. Willoughby just said that the whole town is talking? You can fool some of the people, but not all.
I got there as fast as I could. Oh, hello, Mr. Willoughby. You heard, I suppose.
We've all heard. Where did you get that story?
What story?
About the plants.
It's no story.
Who told you?
You think I made it up?
Will you answer my question and stop arguing? Who told you?
Everybody in town knows.
Well, how do they know?
How do you know, baby?
Who told you?
What do you mean, who told me?
Where did you pick up that rumor? From papers?
Do you think the papers would tell you?
Well, from the radio?
I heard it personally.
What do you mean, personally?
With my own ears, I spoke to him.
To whom?
Who?
Who, Bertie?
What person, personally?
Personally who?
If you all start jumping on me, I get nervous and I won't be able to talk.
Will you stop that, Bertie? Answer me. Who told you? Who?
Who was it?
I met him at the gas station.
Yes?
And he wanted a lift to Milltown.
Well?
And he said...
No. Bertie.
He said they just let him go. And the big steel plants...
And?
And he said before we knew it, nobody would be working in the munitions industries at all. He said he didn't give a hang.
Well?
Yeah, well?
What do you mean, well? I heard it with my own ears.
You mean to tell me you've been going around repeating that silly story as if it were the truth?
You must be nuts.
Is that why you got that story? Bertie.
Story? Oh, it's not only Bertie's fault. You're all to blame. Why do you start repeating the story before you find out whether it's true? How can you fall for anything as stupid as that? You wouldn't spend a nickel on a silly rumor, but you don't mind repeating it and blowing it up and making it sound so big and wide that it sounds true. You're all to blame. And you, Bertie, you know what you're doing? Do you realize what you're doing?
It's worse than blowing up a bridge.
Or bombing a city.
Button your lip and say the shit.
You've got the whole town talking, Bertie. Nobody bothers to find out how you know whether the story's true. They just repeat it. They just keep talking until it gets to be a wave big enough to drown the whole war.
A story like that is worse than 10 submarines full of saboteurs.
It's the kind of treason a civilian can be guilty of.
Why don't you have some sense?
Don't talk unless it's a fact. And it's not a fact just because someone said it. It's not a fact just because you heard it or somebody whispered it. Yes, and it's not a fact because you're afraid it might be true.
Every false rumor is a shot in the back, Bertie.
Every whispered lie is an attack from behind. Every thoughtless word is worse than 100 quislings or 1,000 lavals. And that goes for you too, Ma, and Pa, and Mr. Willoughby, and all of us. Come on, Mikey, let's pack. There's no front facing the enemy unless there's a front at home. Come on, Mikey, let's pack.
See, Bertie?
Bertie.
I only...
Button your lip and say the shit.
A loose tongue can mean a life.
Think 10 times before you speak.
Don't talk about what you don't know. And remember, you know less than you think you do.
Go, Bertie. Shut, Bertie. It's your brother. It's my son. It's Mr. Willoughby's nephew. It's Rosalie's boyfriend. Somebody's father. Not strangers, Bertie. It's our own. Our dearest own, Bertie. Susha. Just remember, Bertie. Just remember.
And there you have the story of a rumor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, your Treasury Department has asked the woman who creates the Goldbergs and who plays the role of Molly Goldberg herself to step out of character for the very first time and talk to her radio audience simply as Mrs. Gertrude Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Price. I'm grateful to the United States Treasury Department for giving me the opportunity of talking to you at this time. Sometimes I wonder how people listening over the radios feel as they hear this constant talk of war. I know the radios and movies are full of a constant talk of love, but perhaps love is something you can never get enough of, and war is something you have too much of, even when you haven't any. And here I am talking to you, and the script you just heard was about the war, and so is what I'm going to say now. Like every civilized human being, I hate war. And like most of the ordinary people in the world, this talk of strategy and maneuvers and so on is a science way above my head. I guess I'm like Molly. What I understand are ordinary things. What I can do are small and ordinary things. I know with all my heart that all of us, all mothers, could stand up under bombs falling the way the English and Russian mothers have. We would be there, and we could take it. But no bombs are falling on us now. Does that mean that we should just go on as if there were no war? As if our sons were not facing the tanks of the enemy? As if Russian and English sons were not there too? I don't think so. Then what is it we can do? What can we do? I mean, we can do the small things. Things that are our bullets, our planes, our tanks, and our ships. We must never forget that we too are the soldiers. That when we shirk, our comrades are being killed. The day you say, let the other woman do it, is the day on which a debt is entered against your own son. A day a debit is entered against you. A day on which you prepare to receive a bomb from the sky or a bullet for a young boy. Our enemies are not humanitarians. They aim to kill us and maim us and wound us until we give up. And since we won't give up, we have to fight. Women like us fight with the bombs we buy, the rubber we save, the food we prepare, the fats we gather. These things aren't the same as bayonets and bullets only because they look different. But believe me, the Russian mothers and the English mothers know that these small things are our bullets and bayonets and our bombs. If we relax our efforts, we are playing the part those traitors played who murdered their neighbors. That dollar you waste, the fat you pour down the drain, the rubber you burn, are so many daggers driven into the lives of our sons and the sons of our neighbors. Let us never forget.
Let us never forget. This must be our motto. Work, fight, and save. Save in every way you can. Save rubber, save gas, oil, tin, sugar, fats, and save your money. Answer your war bond quota call. We must invest as much as we possibly can afford every week or every payday in United States war savings bonds and stamps. You must save to save your country. And remember, every dollar you invest in war savings bonds, you are investing in the future security of America. This is your country. Keep it yours.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Communique from Command Performance. Our forces on the American entertainment front are maintaining contact with Uncle Sam's armed forces on the fighting front. We're pushing back the curtains on another great command performance in answer to your thousands of letters. There's much to report from this area tonight, and the man to report it, a great actor and a great guy, called back to your big show by popular acclaim of the AEF, your master of ceremonies, Cary Grant.
Thank you, Don Wilson, and hello again, fellas.
one of these days Command Performance is going to call in the ski troopers because we've got a pile of letters from you guys that makes Mount Rainier look like a molehill. And that's exactly the way we like it, because the number one job of the American entertainment industry is to give you number one Americans the entertainment you want. And brother, it starts coming at you right now. To the Green Banana Boys in Africa, to Dick Sayers at APO 832, to Stager and Walters and the gang at APO 516, and to you base workers in Bermuda, here's that sensational novelty band playing Hachacornia, Spike Jones and the City Slickers. Thank you, Spike Jones and the City Slickers. Well, fellas, we'd like to throw a dozen fancy orchids to a bunch of you guys somewhere in the British Isles. You're known as the TAF, and one of you has a friend in Cambridge, Mass. The orchids are for the tough job you did for the AAF. And Command Performance sweetens those orchids with a girl hundreds of you ask for. A girl most of you know is a screwball and a clown. Yet a girl who has one of the most remarkable coloratura voices in the country. And when I say country, I am speaking from an agricultural point of view. That old corny favorite, Jim, by Miss Joan Davis.
Jim doesn't ever send me pretty flowers. Jim never tries to cheer my lonely hours. I don't know why I'm so crazy for Jim. Oh, Jim. Gee, I'll never forget the night I met Jim. I was about to end it all. But just as I was ready to jump off the bridge, along came Jim. He didn't let me jump. He pushed me. Oh, Jim. Jim wasn't like other fellas. He didn't want to hug and kiss all the time. Why, he was happy just to sit home with me and go... life. Life was one gay round of pleasure for Jim and me and Jim then. Then came our first quarrel. He hit me over the head with my mother. Oh, I didn't mind, but Mother stabbed him with a barracuda. All those long hours that I nursed him back to health. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. All I could think of morning, noon, and night was Jim. I mean Jim. Oh, I know Jim isn't through. He beats me and mistreats me. But what can I do? I've tried and tried to leave Jim, but I can't. He keeps me chained to the front porch. Oh, but someday I know that he will up and leave me. But even if he does, you can believe me. I'll go on carrying the torch, eating out my heart, waiting for his call. I just can't live without my... what's that fellow's name again? Jim. Oh, yeah. My Jim.
Thank you, Joan Davis. Well, fellas, we're putting this next number on a special beam aimed at Rip, Brick, and Chud at France Field. And we're cutting over to American Samoa to call on Levis, Kofelt, and the Navy medics at Tutria. And we're answering that letter from 3 jungle mothers who say they're out of the mud and walking on air since they saw Miss Reza Stevens in The Chocolate Soldier. So to all you hundreds of guys who are partial to our great operatic star, here she is, singing my hero, lovely Reza Stevens.
I have a true and noble lover. He is my sweetheart, oh, my own. He is like on earth who shall discover. His heart is mine and mine alone. We've let the heart to the other, and for our happiness I pray. Our lives belong to one another. Oh, happy wedding day. Oh, happy wedding day. Come, I love you only. My heart is full. Life is lonely. I long for you. Come, not can nothing. My arms are aching now to embrace you.
Thank you, Miss Reza Stevens. Men, just a few weeks ago, a lady did the St. Louis Blues on Command Performance. And what happened? She sang, you listened. And then hundreds of you sat down and wrote, make it another engagement soon. So tonight, it's another Command Performance for America's beloved blues singer, Ethel Waters.
Thank you, Cary Grant, and love and God's blessings to all you boys over there. Thank you so much for inviting me back. And this time, how about listening to A Woman Without a Man? Quite appropriate. You look around nature, and what do you see? A bird with a bird and a bee with a bee. When you listen to nature, who do you hear moan? That miserable misfit who travels alone. This sermon has a moral. The moral, it ain't new. The Lord wants everything two by two. And a woman without a man is like an architect without a plan. Is like a facing street without a tan. A woman without a man. A lady without a gem is like the 1st of May without the wren. Is like a resident without a resident. A lady without a gem. Like a brush without a bristle. Like a toe without a nipple. Nothing else but. And honey, till your heart surrenders to a thing that wears suspenders, you're in a rut. A gal without a guy is like the Alamo without the pie. In fact, there is no misery much meaner than a woman without a man. A woman without a barbecue without a ham. With life away from home without a telegram. A prepaid telegram. Like a bird without the humming. Like a house without the plumbing. That's what you am. Unless you is a solid tender with that opposition gender, you in a jam, a silent without a ret is like sweet Addie line with no quartet. In fact, there is no misery much lower than a woman without Lord, a woman without a man.
Thank you, Ethel Waters. Next, fellas, we move into a musical department that almost all of you are skilled in. But with all respect to your talent, we're presenting tonight the world's greatest master of the good old harmonica. In other words, the lip lute or musical spare rib. By command of the Army and Navy in the Hawaiian Islands and Uncle Sam's armed forces everywhere, the Bolero and Larry Adler.
much, Larry Adler. Every once in a while, fellas, your letters asking for two famous comedians cause a young hurricane around Command Performance. So hold on to your GI hats, for here they come. Abbott and Costello. Look, suppose you walk into a restaurant, and the waiter places over here a platter of beans, over here a great big juicy steak. Now, which one of these two would you eat?
I eat the steak.
You would.
Do
you know where that steak comes from?
A cow.
A cow. And you, just to satisfy your selfish appetite, you let them go out and kill a poor innocent little cow.
Now I'm killing cows.
Do you know what that cow gives?
No.
That cow gives milk.
No, she don't. You got to take it away from
her. All right, never mind the remark. That cow gives milk. Who does that milk supply? Little babies. Little innocent tots. Without that milk, they'd perish, die. But you don't care. Just so that you can have your steak, you let them go out, kill all the cows, and let the little babies of the world starve to death.
I'm a lout.
Nah.
I'm killing babies, cows, putting people out of work.
You realize what you're doing?
I'm wrecking the country just because I won't eat mustard.
Now blame it on mustard. You still haven't answered one question.
Why don't
since
you
we've been
ask
up
me
there.
something with a little sense to it?
Will you answer it?
Go ahead and take a crack at it.
All right.
Make it easy.
All right. Say you walk into a railroad depot. Any depot. Say the Grand Central Depot in New York City. Now, you walk into that depot and you buy a ticket. Where are you going?
I'm not going anywhere.
Well, what are you buying a ticket for?
I'm not buying any ticket.
What are you doing in the depot?
Ask me that again
Now,
slow.
don't get excited.
I asked you to ask me something easy,
Well,
didn't I?
this is simple enough.
Now ask me something easy.
You're in the Grand Central Depot. What are you doing there?
I don't know.
Well, what does anyone go to a depot for?
2 or 3 things.
We don't... Look, I'm only asking you, what are you doing in that depot?
I'll go away.
That's the boy. Now, there's no harm in that, is there?
No.
Now, where are you going?
I'm going away.
Where?
Why don't you let it go at that? I'm going away, and that's that.
But, I mean, you know where you're going.
I know where I'm going. I just don't go on the railroad station without knowing where I'm going.
I didn't see
I know
so.
where I'm going.
Well, tell the folks out here where you're going.
I am going away.
Where? Where?
I'm going away.
But where? Where are you going? You know where you're going, don't you?
Yeah, I know where I'm
I
going.
mean, there's no secret connected with it.
No.
You're not ashamed of where you're going, are you?
What I got to be ashamed of?
Well, where are you going?
I am going away.
Where?
I'll go to Baltimore. I don't want to go, but I'll go.
Baltimore. What's the matter with Philadelphia? What have you got
I
against
got
Philadelphia?
nothing against Philadelphia.
Then why did you have to pick out
I
Baltimore?
got
of all-
friends in Baltimore.
Suppose you had friends in Philadelphia.
All right, then I go to Philadelphia.
And what happened to your friends in Baltimore?
I'm not talking to them anymore.
Look, suppose your wife was in Philadelphia.
Then I go to Chicago.
Ah, what you...
What do you have to say?
Thank you, Abbott and Costello. Well, fellas, one of the Command Performance gals who keeps frequent dates with hundreds of you is Ginny Sims. And Ginny is here tonight especially for the engineers at APO 860 and for Cecina at APO 960. And hey, Cecina, I hope next July the 28th we have a big party for you in Passaic, New Jersey. And Ginny's warbling tonight also for the Marines at Cristobal, for Callaway and Everett, and for Russell over there in India. Hey, you guys in Barracks 20 at APO 251, are you on the beam? And the same to Powers at APO 953. And to Prophet and your buddies at APO 954, with a big hello from the state of Ohio. To Dean and Kane at Canokie Bay, to Dennis and the gang in Barracks 32 at Honolulu, and to all of you, here's embraceable you and embraceable Ginny Sims.
Embrace me, my sweet embrace, will you? Embrace me, my irreplaceable you. Oh, just one look at you, my heart grew 15 gypsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all those many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Mama, do. My sweet embrace above you. I've got a feeling I've fallen in love with you. Oh, just one look at you, my heart grew gypsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all those many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty papa. Come to Mama, do. My sweet embrace above.
Well, men, as the Nazi pilot said when the Flying Fortress let him have it, a few more seconds it'll all be over. Yes, sir, another command performance is almost over. But just like those Flying Fortresses, there'll be many more to come. Thanks a lot for the great letters you write to Command Performance, and for giving the American entertainment industry this privilege of serving you. This is Cary Grant, speaking for the United States of America, where we never say Heil to anyone, and where the one big job today is beating Heil out of the Axis. So long, fellas.
Command Performance USA. The American entertainment industry salutes to you fighting men of Uncle Sam's armed forces and your friends throughout the world. Thanks again for those letters. Keep them rolling into the station to which you are listening, and the answers will come rolling back to you each week and every week till it's over there. This is Don Wilson saying good night from Uncle Sam.
Yank, the Army Weekly, presents G.I. Jive. Well, here it is, fellows, the music you asked for, G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. To get what you want in jazz, write. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Just put your requests in, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. There's that ever-loving sound, men, so get set to latch onto another batch of red, hot, and deep purple tunes. In between the music, we'll hand out a sports item or two that might be of interest. But music's the thing. And we're giving the nod to Lucky Millender to thump out Apollo Jump. My, how Apollo does jump when that man Millender gets off. Well, let's see what's with the sports world. When Pete Cawthorn, former Texas Tech coach and now coach of the Brooklyn Dodgers footballers, came to the home of the Bums, he made a favorable impression on the sports writers. Said Pete, there's one thing I particularly like about pro football. In college, if you lose 3 games, you look for a new job. But in this league, if you lose 3 games, you look for new players. Any way you look at it, the situation ties in with Sister Tharp's little offering called Trouble in Mind.
Trouble in mind, I'm blue, but I won't be blue always, for the sun will shine in my back door someday. I'm gonna lay my head on some lonesome railroad line and let that 219 train pass me by. Lost my mind. Sometimes I feel like living. Sometimes I feel like the sun is gonna shine in my back door someday.
Sister, we see what you mean. Say, man, remember Les Kalchik, former Marquette star tackle and shot putter? Well, Les got that little note that begins, "Greetings," and he's now a grade A yardbird. But Les must figure on running out of ammunition someday because he's sent home for his 16-pound shot. Of course, he could have saved all that trouble by using one of my wife's biscuits. Comes now Kay Kaiser with Ain't Misbehavin'. Ah, yes, good old Ain't Misbehaving. That one's been around for a long time. But a lot of you seem to go for the oldies. Which reminds me, we're here to play what you ask for, so do some asking. Mail your letters to Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Well, with a lot of ball players now in service, some screwy things have been happening in the leagues. For instance, the first string catcher of the Los Angeles Baseball Club is Billy Barney, a 15-year-old high school boy. Good? Listen, his first trip at bat, he slammed out a homer. He's played 12 games and has thrown out 11 runners trying to steal. And on top of that, he calls good signals and is batting a sweet .321. Some kid, eh, kid? Now for more jump as Erskine Hawkins comes to bat with Knock Me a Kiss. Ida James does the vocal.
I like cake and no mistake. But baby, if you insist, I'll cut out cake just for your sake. Baby, come on and knock me a kiss. I like pie, I hope to die. Just get a load of this. When you get high, doggone the pie. Baby, come on and knock me a kiss. When you pressed your lips to mine, 'twas then I understood. They taste like candy, brandy and wine, peaches, bananas, and everything good. I like jam, no flim-flam. Scratch 'em off my list. This ain't no jam, the jam can scram. Baby, come on and knock me a kiss. When you pressed your lips to mine, 'twas then I understood. They taste like candy, brandy and wine, peaches, bananas, and everything good. I like jam, no flim-flam. Scratch them off my list. This ain't no jam, the jam can scram. Baby, come on and knock me a kiss. Honey, sugar, darling, daddy, baby. Oh, knock me a kiss.
And with that, we call the game on account of no more time. See you soon, men, with more of the same. This is Frank Nelson saying so long. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
At Ease. At Ease is the Armed Forces Radio Service presents a quarter hour of music played without interruption. So at ease and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow.
A pretty girl like a melody that haunts you night and day, just like the strain of a haunting refrain. She'll start upon a marathon and run around your brain. You can't escape. She's in your memory by morning, night, and noon. She will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty tune. By morning, night, and noon, she will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty tune.
the fire, while the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire under stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning bright. You'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to.
You've been at ease with the songs of Patsy Garrett and Harry Prime and the music of Alan Roth and his orchestra. Songs you enjoyed were Blue Moon, A Pretty Girl is Like a Melody, On Moonlight Bay, You'd Be So Nice to Come Home To, and I'll See You in My Dreams. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Servicemen and women, come along now to Melody Roundup. Just take a deep breath of that sagebrush and mesquite-laden night air. Then stretch out here neath the western skies and enjoy our informal campfire clam bake with Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys, and two of your Melody Roundup ranch regulars, Bill Hopalong Cassidy Boyd and Andy California Clyde.
Hi, boys. Yes, sir, it's good to be back, isn't it, California?
Yes, doody-diddy. And I sure like that Bob Wills music. How about some right now, Hoppy, huh?
Coming right up. Bob?
You can quit me to what you want to do. If you don't want me, I don't want you. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you.
Talking about you.
I'm talking about you. I don't care what you do.
Want to know just what we got? Got good rhythm and swinging hard. I'm talking about you. Talking about you. You're talking about you. You're talking about you. Talking about you. I don't care what you do.
You didn't treat me right. You can go back to where you stayed last night. I'm talking about you.
Talking about you.
I'm talking about you.
You're talking about you.
Talking about you. I don't care what you do.
Oh, brother Tiny Mark, yeah. Well, we're not good looking, don't dress fine. The way we whip it is a hanging crime. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. You're talking about you. I'm talking about you. Talking about you. I don't care what you do. Look out, Jesse. Yeah.
Makes no difference how you feel. You can always dance that chicken reel. I'm talking about you.
Talking about you.
I'm talking about you.
You're talking about you.
Talking about you. I don't care what you do. You fooled around till you got my goat. I've got a razor, honey, you got a throat. I'm talking about you.
Talking about you.
I'm talking about you.
You're talking about you.
Talking about you. I don't care what you do.
That's really good, fellas.
You betcha.
That was talking about you. And while we're on the subject...
Say, if you're going to talk about me, Hoppy, I hope you won't mention that I'm going to make my concert debut at the Opera House.
Debut.
De who?
Debut.
Says debut here.
Oh.
At the Opera House next Saturday night. You see, I don't want too much publicity because, well, the Opera House is kind of small, and if word gets around that Andy, the songbird of Death Valley, Clyde, is going to appear, why, the place might get mobbed, and I don't want to be responsible for starting no riots. Me.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I see what you mean. That would start a riot.
Well, then just don't mention it.
You can depend on that. But I do want to mention that Laura Lee is going to sing. Not next Saturday night, but right now. Here she is with thanks for the letter. Especially for Andrew Snyder at APO 726. Andy's family also listens to Melody Roundup, and they want to send appropriate greetings via this song.
Thanks for your letter, my darling. letter, my darling. Thanks for your love so true. We feel much better, my darling, whenever I hear from you. Like a good soldier, keep smiling. We're bound to see better days. Thanks for your letter, my darling. God bless you and keep you always.
And thanks, Laura Lee. That letter song was also sent as a substitute letter song for Sergeant Rivas and his corporal pals at 507, and for Private Les Robbins at that hospital at APO 651. Also for Sergeants Cuther and King at 719, for Private First Class Lynn Holliday with greetings from Ruth, and for Carpenter's Mates First Class Carlson and Elkhart. We hope it proved a good substitute for the letter songs you asked for. Now here's Bob Wills' fancy little instrumental called Silver Bells.
Oh, them silver bells. Oh.
Andy.
Yeah, what is it?
You know, I can't believe that you're really going to appear at the Opera House.
Sure, I can see it right now. I'm introduced. Wild cheers. I open my mouth. And then...
And somebody yells fire.
And somebody... See, how can you say that? Doggone...
I've heard you sing. But don't go away mad, California, because Bob Wills is about to do that tune you requested.
He's going to play it for me?
Well, no, but you can listen. He's playing it for Private Roland Dugas, who requested it for the gang at Ward 105 at that hospital at APO 582. For the Bob Wills fans, a 610 for Sergeant Curly Saranick, I think that's how you pronounce it, with the Marines, and for T5 Lionel Andrade or Andrade, or whatever your sergeant called you, at 508. It's the Steel Guitar Rag.
Well, let's play it now.
Say, is Andy Clyde here?
Yeah, right over there.
Say, Mr. Clyde.
Yeah, howdy.
I'm with the Opry House Committee.
Well, howdy doody do.
Yeah, just wanted to tell you to forget all about next Saturday night.
Forget it?
Yeah, we've had to postpone the hog calling contest till next month. Well, see you later.
Hog calling California.
Well, you see, Hoppy,
So that was your concert debut. The hog calling.
Now, listen, I'll explain later, Hoppy. I gotta go now. Just remembered I gotta bring some cattle way down the range.
Well, gang, our time's up for now. Sorry Andy couldn't stick around to say so long. So this is Bill Boyd saying thanks and see you later for the whole gang. And don't forget to write your request to Melody Roundup, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. So long, partners.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.